Volume 2. Book by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. On that blessed day, Ishka's skies were clear from morning. I awoke as the sun emerged in the east, changed my clothes quietly so as not to disturb Seal, who still slept beside me, and left the house with a yawn. My destination was the North Gate. It led to the Titties Forest, but today I wasn't headed there. Instead, I made my way to a monster follower stable along the north wall. I carried breakfast in my hand, knowing that my certified follower, the Indigo Wyvern, would be waiting for me there. In the kingdom of Canaria, a wyvern is considered a dragon. It's unusual for an adventurer to have a follower monster, so I expected the certification process to be difficult. Surprisingly, it went smoothly, possibly due to the Slave Association's assistance. Their support, being backed by a large organization, gave me a sense of security. Putting that aside, certified follower monsters were allowed to enter the city of Ishka. The mansion I obtained from the Slave Association was ridiculously large, with enough space in the garden for a wyvern stable. However, there was a reason why the wyvern stayed in a stable outside the city walls. Despite being recognized as a follower monster, a wyvern was still a powerful creature. To gain entry, insurance was demanded as a condition. The follower monster collar was a life-ending item that could be triggered by the city's will. This condition applied not only to my Indigo Wyvern but also to medium and large follower monsters. I understood the need for security measures. If a follower monster lost control, it would greatly impact both the guards and the people. Insurance was a natural precaution in such cases. However, from my perspective, having one of my strongest allies under strict control was unacceptable. I couldn't simply agree and overlook this fact. There was a case in the Adventurer Guild that made me suspicious. It was possible that the higher-ups in Ishka wanted to disadvantage me for their own reasons, and they might take the wyvern hostage. It was far from amusing. Therefore, I declined the follower monster collar and decided to keep the wyvern outside the city. With the cooperation of the Slave Association, I rented a large stable exclusively for the Indigo Wyvern. Lately, many curious onlookers had been rushing to catch a glimpse of the magnificent creature. Wyverns were highly popular follower monsters in the Kingdom of Canaria, especially among Dragon Knights. While it wasn't guaranteed that people wouldn't be attacked, it was rare for wyverns to pose a threat. Consequently, the Indigo Wyvern had become well known among the inhabitants of Ishka. There was even a strange saying going around that those who touched its blue scales would be blessed with luck. In response, officials sternly warned against climbing the fence and trespassing. Witnessing that scene for the first time, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. In the stable where the sun rises, a woman approached and touched the scales of the Indigo Wyvern. It was surprising that someone managed to invade without assistance. But then, I noticed something peculiar. The Indigo Wyvern allowed the stranger to make contact without any resistance. There were no signs of alertness or excitement. When the Indigo Wyvern spotted her entering the stable, it let out a happy roar and thumped its tail on the ground. Noticing this, the woman turned toward me. At that moment, I wondered why the alarm bells hadn't rung. She was undeniably beautiful. She appeared older than me, perhaps around 20 years old. Her vibrant golden hair and crystal purple eyes gave her an aristocratic aura. Her skin was as white as snow. Her nose had an ideal curve, and her lips were perfectly shaped. She resembled a princess from the stories. However, she lacked the delicate demeanor often associated with noblewomen, and it was understandable. She had a sword at her waist. Her sturdy stance indicated that the weapon was not mere decoration. As I looked into her eyes, the first word that came to mind was strong. In Ishka, the strongest person I knew was the guild master, Elgert, a first-class level 35 adventurer. This woman possessed strength equal to or greater than Elgert's. Beneath her gentle exterior, akin to calm water, I sensed a dormant and unfamiliar skill. And, upon seeing her again, I noticed her ample bosom. Her silver boots were clearly designed for combat, devoid of any high heels. Yet, she still surpassed me in height. I hadn't measured myself recently, but I estimated my height to be around 1.75 meters. Judging by that, The woman's height likely exceeded 1.80 meters. Her limbs were muscular, akin to a swordsman's, and she lacked the delicate femininity I typically associated with women. However, there was also an absence of a crude impression. Overall, her demeanor was finely balanced. The woman before me must have honed her natural talent through diligent effort since birth. Additionally, she seemed to come from a prominent family. At first glance, her clothes were made of silk, and her armor, including her boots and chest protector, gleamed silver. She couldn't be an adventurer or a guard. Undoubtedly, she was a knight of high rank. So, why was someone like her in my stable so early in the morning, before the sun had even reached its peak? A question mark formed in my mind. Then, she slowly began to speak. I'm so sorry. Startled, she bowed her head with great momentum, causing her golden hair to jump in the air. In fact, her apology caused my body to twitch slightly. With wide eyes, I observed her back. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if she had turned and said something like, "Why are you staring, insolent?" But her unexpected reaction left me perplexed. Unaware of my confusion, she continued to apologize. I wanted to catch a glimpse of the rumored wyvern, and since there was no one around, well, I thought no one would notice if I took a quick look inside early in the morning. So, you sneaked in, and once inside, you went straight to touch the wyvern? I'm so sorry. At first, I only intended to take a quick peek and leave, but I didn't expect to actually find an indigo wyvern. Well, I had heard about it. I heard it was impossible for a fierce indigo wyvern to obey humans. I thought it was probably misinformation. However, upon witnessing the wyvern, she discovered that it was indeed real. Unable to control her curiosity, she felt compelled to touch it rather than just observe. Understanding the situation, I gestured for the woman to lift her head. No, there's no need to apologize. The fact that the wyvern allowed you to touch it calmly indicates that it likes you. It's not appropriate for someone in a higher position to keep their head down all the time. With a sense of relief, the woman raised her head. I appreciate your kind words. I hope it doesn't seem disrespectful, but may I ask you something? Yes. What is it? Can it be said that you are the owner of this indigo wyvern? Yes, that's correct. As I nodded, the woman squinted her eyes, deep in thought for a moment. However, it was a fleeting expression, and she quickly returned to normal, directing her gaze towards the basket she had brought. In response to her question, I retrieved something from inside and showed it to her. This is an apricot fruit. It's the wyvern's breakfast. Apricot fruit? For the wyvern? I remember raw apricots being hard and very bitter. I mean, do carnivorous wyverns even eat fruits? They are primarily carnivorous, but something awakened in it due to the sour taste after a particularly intense experience. While I answered, I tossed the fruit to the wyvern, and it joyfully exclaimed, "Pooji," and began crunching on it with its sharp teeth. Although apricot fruits are typically hard, they couldn't withstand the wyvern's powerful jaws. I could hear the sound of it crunching as its wings flapped in delight. By the way, the intense experience I mentioned earlier referred to the time when it ate the fruit of the Jira oaks after being poisoned by manticores. Back then, the wyvern couldn't handle the acidity of the Jira oaks and screamed in pain. However, after the poison left its body, its perception seemed to change to bitter things equals good things for the body, and it started to enjoy them. Since it was inconvenient to go to the Titis forest every time to find Jira oaks fruit, I started looking for other crunchy and sour fruits to feed it. Observing the wyvern rejoicing while eating the fruit, the woman appeared surprised. Is a wyvern's favorite food fruits? Moreover, I don't recall any records mentioning fruits. Besides, I've never heard of a wild species preferring acidic food. The woman murmured, arms crossed, lost in thought. Her ample bosom swayed between her crossed arms, attracting attention. However, I had to avert my gaze forcefully before staring too long. She would likely notice. I expected her to inquire about the intense experience, but instead, she brought up a different topic. By the way, you've been referring to it as wyvern for a while. Haven't you given it a name yet? Others have suggested names before, but it seems there's none that it likes. Whenever someone suggests something, it becomes sad. Perhaps because your name wasn't among the suggestions. My name? When I asked, the woman smiled, watching the wyvern eat the apricot. A wyvern desires to bear the name of the person it recognizes as its owner. The more intelligent the individual, the stronger this tendency becomes. If it can clearly understand human words like this little one, the desire to bear its owner's name is even stronger. That's the first time I've heard that. So, I should add my name, Sora, right? Srari, Srara, Sran. As I mentioned various names, the wyvern's reaction wasn't bad. I got carried away and came up with several possibilities. Sramaki, Misora, Sorato, Sraris. No, those don't feel quite right. Is there a cooler sounding name? Pooji, Pooji. Wait, don't rush. I'm thinking Sarasa, Sarashi, Sras. How about Sorataro? Pooji. Ow. Hey, don't hit me with your tail. Sorry, I'll think of something better. While playing with the wyvern, the woman clapped her hands, seemingly having an idea. What about Clawsora? Kurasora? Yes, the first word claw means fire sword. Oh, that sounds great. The word fire suits a wyvern perfectly. What do you think? Well, I suppose I don't need to ask. Bui-I. The wyvern flapped its wings happily, causing dust to rise. All right, from now on, your name will be Kurasora. As I made the declaration, the wyvern roared suddenly. I felt like its expression had deepened. Perhaps it was just my imagination. As I stroked the wyvern, or rather, Kurasora, I turned my gaze to the woman. Thank you for suggesting a wonderful name. My name is Astrid. I also appreciate you teaching me something interesting. Soradono. Is that correct? Yes, my name is Sora. Then, Soradono. I would love to talk more if possible, but unfortunately, I have a meeting with someone, so I must take my leave. I hope we meet again soon. Yes, likewise. With a blink of her eye, convinced by her words, Astrid smiled cheerfully and placed her long index finger in front of her lips. By the way, let's keep today's encounter a secret. Well, see you later. Chapter 1. The Village of Melt. On that day, Luna Maria was summoned to Sora's room for a magic lesson. There are different types of magic, and Sora wanted to learn offensive magic involving earth, water, fire, and wind. These were techniques practiced by mages like Miroslav. After leaving the Academy of Sages, Luna Maria became highly skilled in magic and, as a sage, was qualified to teach it to others. However, Luna Maria didn't use offensive magic herself. Offensive magic and spiritual magic were extremely incompatible. When casting a magical attack, mana, the magical power consumed, was drawn from the natural power that fills the world. Mana and spirits were closely related. For instance, the salamander Luna Maria often used to heat the bath was a concentration of mana with a heart and form. Offensive magic that consumed such mana would be incompatible, making it practically impossible to balance offensive magic and spiritual magic. In this sense, teaching magic to Sora, with the dragon feared by the spirits within him, was not feasible. But there was another issue. Sora didn't use mana but his own magical power called Odd. Luna Maria explained this to him. Generally, the magic you use with Odd is much less powerful than magic used with mana. Moreover, since you use your own magical power directly, it depletes more quickly. Therefore, unless you have a substantial amount of it, mages don't use Odd. The only advantage is that the incantation is less difficult. One of the essential abilities of mages was the quick and large-scale gathering of mana. Skilled mages excelled in this ability, like Miroslav. With a bitter smile, Luna Maria continued, "That's why the spirits I have a contract with hate Miro." Is that so? In that case, what do they think of me? Well, it feels like you're surrounded by an elusive atmosphere with a fierce shadow watching. Luna Maria added, illustrating with an image of frightened children. Initially, the spirits had a stronger aversion, but now their interaction with Sora had become somewhat smoother. Perhaps it was due to a change in the contractor's emotions, Luna Maria thought internally, unaware of her own state. Sora continued speaking. "Well, it's only natural to treat amateurs as amateurs. Don't worry, I won't use the collar for something like this." Saying that, Sora glanced at Luna Maria's slave collar. If he were to activate the collar that contained the magic of asphyxiation and paralysis, he could harm her. However, Sora had no intention of doing so. On the one hand, he simply agreed with Luna Maria, but not only that, he also had the purpose of showing a positive attitude and gaining the slave's sympathy. The efficiency of devouring souls also depended on the emotions of the provider. Sora learned this from his experience with Miroslav. Opponents who displayed a fighting spirit were easier to devour, but the opposite was true as well. The more resistance or increasing rejection the opponent showed, the less efficient it became to devour their soul. Devouring the soul itself was not impossible, but the more one pressed, the more energy was consumed. Regardless of a one-time opponent, considering opponents whose souls were devoured continuously, the number of consumed souls increased. Indeed, when Miroslav was taken prisoner, there was a clear difference in the number of consumed souls between the first and second halves. In the second half, meaning the quantity increased when Miroslav stopped her resistance. Compared to Miroslav in the second half, I found Luna Maria's soul much more efficient to devour. In Luna Maria's case, this may have been the result of her determination to follow Sora from the beginning. Rebelling against an opponent like Sora would be foolish. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. When Sora gave his consent, a beast girl and a kaijin calmly entered. It had been a few days since they moved into the spacious mansion provided by the Slave Association. Apparently, the two of them were still not accustomed to living there. They politely bowed to Sora. Seal's appearance remained the same, but Suzume's appearance had changed significantly. Instead of the leaf clothes she used to wear, she now wore a black one-piece dress. This change was due to Seal. When Sora returned to Ishka with Suzume, Seal expressed her indignation at the leaf clothes, saying, "It's unforgivable for such a cute girl to wear something like that." So she quickly prepared the dress, shoes, and hat. Luna Maria said it was because Seal understood Suzume, having siblings herself. Since then, Seal had been quietly supporting Suzume, who was not accustomed to city life. There was no hatred or wariness toward the kaijin. 300 years ago, beastmen had fought against the kaijin and humans. But for Seal, that was like a fairy tale. She held no resentment, and even if she did, there would be no reason to direct it towards Suzume. If we talk about past races, humans and beastmen are at odds with each other. Some people disliked beastmen, saying, "They're just a mix of humans and beasts." In some countries and territories, there was discrimination and suppression against beastmen and other subspecies. If asked who they should be more cautious of between the kaijin and humans, most beastmen would choose the latter. Speaking of which, I think she was also distrustful as her master at first. Suddenly, Seal recalled the past. Although it had only been 3 months since she was purchased by Sora, the memories that came to her mind seemed distant. Seal was born on the western border of the Adastra Empire in a village near the border with the Kingdom of Canaria. She was 15 years old and the eldest daughter among 6 siblings, living peaceful and quiet days with her parents. Her family life completely changed when her father, a hunter, was attacked by monsters in the mountains. Her father, who lost a leg in the attack, could no longer work, and the family quickly fell into distress. The second daughter was 10 years old, and the eldest son was 8 years old. There was a younger brother who was still a baby. It didn't take long for Seal to consider selling herself. The Empire granted demi-human rights to its citizens to prevent discrimination, but some people still hated and disliked beastmen. Even with citizenship, there was no way to know how one would be treated as a slave. Nevertheless, Seal visited the slave trader's shop. She sold all her rights and gave all her money to her family, and a collar was placed around her neck. There was no other way to help her brothers and sisters. After being purchased by the slave trader, Seal heard various stories from other slaves. There was a rabbit beast girl who was stripped naked by a cruel noble and forced to parade like a pet through the city. There was a lion beast girl who was whipped all over her body for discipline and forced to prostrate. There were many stories that would make one want to cover their ears. The naive Seal became aware that all her preparations might be in vain. For that reason, when Sora first introduced her, Seal was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Later on, she arrived in the city of Ishka, from the empire to the kingdom of Canaria, but the fear still lingered. When she arrived in Ishka, her ears, tail, and body were stroked incessantly, preventing her from sleeping peacefully. When she was told that Sora got excited at the sight of a girl with a distorted face, she held her head, thinking that a fearsome person had bought her. Now Seal murmured internally, knowing it was just a joke. However, she felt a profound despair at that moment. She wished he would choose the right place and time for jokes, and she still thought about it. The turning point for Seal was when Luna Maria joined as a slave. Since then, Sora's attitude toward Seal changed significantly. Not only his attitude, but he also offered to free her from slavery. To say it didn't touch her heart would be a lie. However, it was evident that even if she were liberated from slavery and returned home, she would soon have to sell herself again. The large sum of money Seal obtained from selling herself would only last less than 2 years, considering the cost of living and taxes for the remaining 7. If Seal were to return, the burden would increase, and the savings would diminish much faster. That's a family without a breadwinner. Therefore, Seal needed to make a fortune. Until her 8-year-old brother reaches adulthood, the family needs to earn enough money to survive. Of course, working for a year or 2 wouldn't earn that much money. It wouldn't be enough even if Seal were to sell herself again. To earn that much money, she needed to find deceptive methods. For example, like how her just like the wealthy and generous master, frequently tipping with silver coins to the innkeeper's daughter. Therefore, Seal changed her passive attitude. She also willingly participated in nighttime activities. First of all, Seal was a complete slave who had sold all her rights. It was a position where even her private property might not be recognized depending on the master's intentions. She should have been quicker in that regard. With a sense of regret, Seal began working hard for Sora, and when Sora saw her dedication, he naturally relaxed his attitude toward her. Their relationship was established as it is now before they realized it. Seal acquired knowledge and combat skills from Luna Maria and managed to complete various requests as an adventurer. After Sora founded Bloody Sword, she was able to receive payment for her work there. She sent her salary to her homeland through the Slave Association, an amount sufficient to survive. If she continues to send money, her brothers and sisters won't go hungry, and her younger sister won't have to sell herself. She had to keep working hard for her master. Thinking that, she took a big leap. And that's when Suzume arrived. Suzume's anxious gaze reminded her of herself when she became a slave. Seal was so excited that she took charge of many things. She hadn't realized that her own behavior had become the glue that held the clan together. So far, the Bloody Sword clan had been surprisingly successful. Section. Lars, are you seriously saying you won't go back home? Yes, I won't return to the village. More importantly, I need to become stronger. Looking at his childhood friend affirming with a serious face, Iria unintentionally raised her voice. More important than that? Are you saying that the village where we grew up is not important? It's the place where our families live. Lars flinched as if being pressed by Iria's conscience. His slightly lowered gaze might be evidence of guilt for his actions. After seeing that, Iria tried to repeat her words so that Lars would retract his earlier statement. At that moment, a red figure stood between them. It was Miroslav. Iria, try to calm down. The cause of the illness has already been identified as poison, and an antidote is being produced. Lars is saying that he knows, so there's no need to return home right now. Just because there's an antidote doesn't mean there won't be any damage. Iria looked at Miroslav with a sharp gaze. Lately, Iria had been somewhat dissatisfied with Miroslav. The cause was her attitude toward Lars. After losing in a duel against Sora, with Luna Maria at stake, Lars clearly showed a lack of performance. For Lars, who had never experienced any setbacks, losing had a heavy impact on him. The cold looks and ridicule in the guild were increasing. Seeing that Lars was clearly overindulging in alcohol, Iria tried to criticize and motivate him repeatedly, but Miroslav always stood in the way. Miroslav didn't blame Lars for his weakness. She comforted and indulged him as much as he wanted. To Iria, it felt like giving candy to a child without restraint. The child would be happy, but it wasn't good for them. Sometimes, as an adult, you have to behave like an ogre and take the candy away from the child. but Miroslav always gave it to him. Even though Arya was aware of that, Miro would only smile and say, Lars is also suffering. Therefore, recently, Arya and Miroslav hadn't been on good terms. Meanwhile, at that moment, a plague broke out in the kingdom of Canaria. The outbreak occurred in the Kale River basin, which extended from north to south across the kingdom. It caused high fever, nausea, chills, and even numbness throughout the body, mainly affecting children. At first, it was thought to be a severe cold, but the symptoms were severe, and there were several cases where a child who managed to recover developed various symptoms days later. Soon after, adults began to be affected, and people realized it was an outbreak. The government of Ishka made an announcement. The rotten sea emerged in the Titis forest in the north of Ishka, causing a massive discharge of poison into the Kale River, a water source for Titis. The rotten sea refers to a phenomenon of soil corrosion under specific conditions, and this time, the special condition was the appearance of a powerful beast, the king of snakes. Fortunately, the basilisk was quickly defeated by the adventurer who discovered it. But eradicating the rotten sea that occurred in the deep area is not easy, so it continues to be a source of disease by spilling poison. The village of Melt, where Lars and Arya lived, is a rural village near the Kale River. There is no doubt that it was affected by this incident. Arya angrily confronted Miroslav in front of her, with Lars standing behind. Even if an antidote is being produced, there won't be enough to reach all the sick people throughout the country right now. Those without physical strength might not make it. Even if they do, their sick bodies will take time to recover. In the meantime, what will happen to the field work? It's not just that. If there are fewer people protecting the village, they will be more vulnerable to monster attacks or bandits. Certainly, there is a lot to consider. That's right. So we have to go back home no matter what. Lars, aren't you worried about your family? Being asked by Arya, Lars quickly responded, of course, I'm worried, then, but I can't go back home now. This time, Arya looked surprised when Lars shouted. Lars occasionally expressed his emotions and opinions, but he rarely yelled at others. There were many times when Arya yelled at Lars, even during their childhood. As she looked at Lars' exasperated face, wrinkles appeared between Arya's eyebrows. Why can't you go back home? That's obvious. I can't leave Ishku and abandon Luna as a slave. Moreover, I made a foolish bet with the group members who badmouthed me behind my back. Besides, I can't turn my back on Sora and flee the city. Turning your back Sora doesn't matter right now. We're going to help our home suffering from the poison. There's no way someone knowing that would think about turning their back. Before Arya could finish speaking, Miroslav interrupted her with a soothing voice. I can't be entirely certain about that. I don't know what methods that man used to acquire a wyvern, form a clan, and defeat a griffin and a Scylla to gain fame. Guild rumors suggest that he's also connected to the Slave Association and was credited with the defeat of the Basilisk and the production of the antidote. His presence is different now. If he sees Lars leaving Ishku and starts spreading malicious rumors. Miroslav's words caused Lars to bite his lip. The red-haired mage continued speaking, unaware of the effect his words had. He might assume that we're trying to retrieve Luna. I don't think he'll miss the opportunity to exploit that and attempt to eliminate us. As Lars said, we shouldn't give that man a chance right now. That's how it is. Arya. Lars nodded as soon as he realized the implications of Miroslav's words. It's not safe to move now. Besides, Aunt Sarah is in the village. I think she'll manage even if we don't go. What will she manage? Do you think my mother can handle the burden of taking care of all the sick people, possibly dozens of them? She could be affected by the poison too. Arya's point was valid, but Lars remained oddly optimistic. Or rather, stubborn. Don't worry. Aunt Sarah is more skilled than us. She can use healing and detoxification magic, so she won't be easily affected by the poison. Putting that aside, I received a lucrative request from the guild a while ago. It's a noble's commission to defeat a griffin, and Parfait-san gave it to me as something special. If we succeed, it will contribute to the revival of Falcon Sword. We'll establish a connection with the noble and prioritize obtaining the antidote. Lars. Iria raised her eyebrows and shouted at Lars, who kept speaking in a strangely detached manner. Startled, Lars's shoulders trembled. Are you suggesting that we leave my mother to shoulder all that burden alone while we go and try to defeat a griffin without knowing if we'll succeed or not? Our families and friends might be suffering right now. It's not the time to rely on luck, but if we succeed, the antidote. That's only if we succeed. First of all, do you truly believe we're capable of taking down a griffin without Luna by our side? We can do it. Sora managed to do it alone. If the three of us work together, we'll definitely win. Confronted with Lars, who was fixated on subduing the griffin, Iria scratched her proud black hair, unable to contain her frustration. No matter how quickly we move, it will take 4 days to reach Skim Mountain, and from there, it's another 2 days to reach the griffin. Even if we manage to defeat the griffin successfully, considering it's a noble's request, they will likely want it for taxidermy. Do you know how long it will take to return, carrying the head of a magical beast? Well, based on that, we'll need to ask the noble for the antidote, and then a carriage will have to be arranged to transport it to the village. Tell me, Lars, will the medicine reach the village in a month, or maybe 2 months? In the meantime, can you guarantee that nothing will happen in the village? Well, no. But I can't just. Lars didn't waver in his decision. Iria wanted to shout even louder at his stubborn, childlike demeanor. Just before that, Miroslav gently grabbed Iria's arm. Please calm down, Iria. I understand your concern for your mother, but shouting here won't solve anything. But I know, depending on the severity of the poison, it could take a long time to recover. So, I have a suggestion. A suggestion? Yes, a suggestion. First, Iria, you should hurry back home. Your mother will surely find comfort in seeing her daughter safe. Furthermore, as the number of healers increases, your mother's burden will lessen. I will use Sorcerer's influence to obtain at least 1 dose of the antidote. Even if your mother is affected by the poison, it won't worsen with that. Can you really do that? I've heard that it's not easily obtainable, no matter how much money is offered. I will succeed. That's where daily investments come into play. And Lars. What? Regarding the request to subdue the griffin, we will proceed with it in parallel. Lars and Iria were taken aback by Miroslav's words. Lars spoke up in a panic. Eh? Just the 2 of us? No, that would be extremely reckless. Unlike the poison, dealing with a griffin is not something that can be done quickly. We'll need to recruit temporary members for the group. There's a plan for that, but I'll explain it to Lars later. For now, our priority is to secure the antidote. Iria, it's best if you go and prepare as soon as possible. Upon hearing that, Iria's gaze turned to Lars. It seemed Lars noticed, but his gaze appeared somewhat clouded, and he didn't attempt to meet Iria's eyes. Iria sighed and turned her attention back to Miroslav. All right. I'll leave it to you, Miro. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Miroslav's response, Iria immediately rose from her seat and left the room. She was convinced that if she stayed any longer, she would end up shouting once again. Therefore, Iria would remain unaware of the conversation between Lars and Miroslav that followed. Hey, Miro. Maybe it would be better if I went back to the village. No, I should go back. Iria was angry. After all, that might be true. Iria probably saw your attitude as cold. Of course, if you want to go back, I won't stop you. But what's the matter? There's the matter of Sora. When it comes to that man, it's highly likely that he'll spread rumors when he sees you leaving Ishka. Moreover, if you go back to the village while accepting the request to subdue the griffin, in the worst case, you could face penalties from the noble. So, should I decline the request immediately? It's a noble's request, after all. Knowing Parfait-san, she most likely informed the client right away. Then Bloody Sword will take care of it. If you reject a received request once, it will undoubtedly disappoint the other party. Therefore, instead of obtaining the antidote, it might hinder our progress. Was accepting the request too hasty? I understand how you feel. You heard about that man's recent exploits, and it made you restless, right? He did things that were hard to believe, like obtaining an indigo wyvern, subduing a griffin, Scylla, and werewolf. Moreover, He named himself Bloody Sword, which is remarkably similar to our Falcon Sword. He's truly an infuriating man. Tell me about it. And Luna is one of his members. That girl named Seal is probably still being mistreated. You're absolutely right. We need to free them both. Only you can do that, Lars. So, accepting the request to subdue the Griffin is not a mistake. Your determination to not return home is also not a mistake. Don't worry, Arya will surely understand. Right now, she's just extremely concerned about her mother. Really? Do you think she'll understand? Of course. There is absolutely no doubt about that. So, there's no need to fear any misunderstandings at the moment. Stay focused on your goals and trust that everything will turn out fine in the end. Section. It seems that Lars and Arya have taken different courses of action, huh? Night descended upon the land. I found myself alone in my room, reading a letter that had arrived some time ago. The sender's name was Alexandra. It was a name unfamiliar to me, but I received it without hesitation, knowing it was Miroslav's other name. This is one of the secrets I had overheard from Miroslav in the nest of the Lord of the Flies. Prior to Miroslav's birth, her mother had intended to name the baby Miroslav if it was a boy and Alexandra if it was a girl. However, her father, the chief of Sorza, had scolded her mother, deeming it impractical to think of a girl's name. To a certain extent, despite her father having had many liaisons with women, for some reason, only girls were born. He had never been able to celebrate the birth of a boy who could become his heir. Thus, her father had placed high expectations on this particular birth. But once again, a baby girl was born. Upon learning the news, Hers Ather had loudly chastised his mother and decided to give the baby a male name as a form of taunting. This may also be one of the reasons why Miroslav harbored a deep-seated resentment towards men. Well, none of this is of great importance. I have little interest in the family dynamics of the Sorza clan. What intrigues me more is the reason why Miroslav has contacted me at this particular moment. She had mentioned that she could use the name Alexandra to contact me, but only in emergencies. I had advised her not to contact me too frequently so as not to arouse suspicion. The fact that Miroslav has now revealed another action of Falcon Sword means. So the time has come, I murmured softly. The question that lingers is why I hadn't given detailed instructions on how to deal with Arya. In the case of Luna Maria, a detailed plan had been devised. It was predictable that once Luna Maria was acquired, Lars and Arya would become anxious and bewildered. I had instructed Miroslav to take advantage of that and create a rift between them. But that was the extent of my instructions. I hadn't outlined exactly how to create that rift and secure Arya. I had left the execution of that plan up to Miroslav, and now, since Miroslav has contacted me in this manner, it suggests that a significant divide has indeed formed between Lars and Arya. Miroslav had said, "That's where you come in." Well, what should I do? I contemplated. I had already reached the point where I need another soul to devour. Aside from Luna Maria. After defeating the basilisk, my level had increased to 8, but I was still far from satisfied. If the opportunity arose to obtain Arya, I would not hesitate. However, Miroslav's letter still a little bit suspicious. Nevertheless, there was nothing that potentially dangerous. On the contrary, thus far, Miroslav had perfectly met my expectations. The secret poison that would undermine Falcon Sword from within. It was likely that I wouldn't have been able to easily enslave Luna Maria if it weren't for Miroslav. Well, Luna Maria had seen through my scheme, but there was no denying that Miroslav deserved credit for successfully steering Lars towards Seal. She had performed admirably once again. As I read the letter, I realized the conversation regarding Falcon Sword and the shifting sentiments within the group. Arya was currently in a highly unstable state. It wouldn't be too difficult to manipulate her mind and drive a wedge between her and Lars. Furthermore, being alone, I could bring her to the nest of the Lord of the Flies. Just like Miroslav. And with Arya in my possession, Miroslav could have her way with Lars to heart's content. It would be a victory for both of us, so there was no doubt that she was doing her utmost. That's how it should be. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder why Miroslav was being so obedient. How should I put it? I didn't sense her overwhelming fixation on Lars in the letter. When I released Miroslav, I had assured her that I would leave Falcon Sword alone after obtaining Luna Maria and Iria. That assurance was meant to entice Miroslav to act as I desired, but at the same time, it was a genuine offer. I had devoured Miroslav's soul to such an extent that I had been sated, and along with that, I had obtained valuable information about the soul-devouring process. The grudge I held against her for nearly causing my demise had diminished. I could say that I had exacted sufficient revenge. The same applied to Lars. I had already devoured 2 members of his group, and now I will devour Iria soon. I believed that should be enough. And since Lars was unaware, it added an extra element of intrigue. Lars and Miroslav had no idea what awaited them. They could get married or do as they pleased, as far as I was concerned. However, I hadn't explicitly stated that. My current stance is I don't care. In Miroslav's case, as long as she acted in accordance with my intentions, her anxieties should persist. It was akin to saying, "Are you truly not going to do anything to me anymore?" Therefore, after leaving the nest and establishing our initial contact through this letter, I expected her to voice such concerns. However, that wasn't the case at all. The contents of the letter, aside from the report, were replete with phrases that I found unpleasant to the extent that I questioned whether it was truly Miroslav Sorz's handwriting. The mention of kidnapping and confinement, the insistence on obedience. Doubts naturally arose when confronted with someone who had become so compliant. Yet, this was an individual who had endured ridicule, abuse, and stood at death's door. The manner in which he had become so obedient was disconcerting. Well, from her perspective, she had been on the brink of death for over a month. Perhaps she still harbored fear of me, and it was being expressed through her writing. Well, it matters little. If all of this is genuine, it will prove very convenient. If it is a trap, I will simply dismantle it. With my doubts regarding Miroslav set aside, I shifted my focus to Iria. There were 2 options I had previously mentioned: exploiting Iria's instability or forcibly taking her. However, upon careful reflection, the latter option appeared unreasonable. Unlike with Miroslav, I was now drawing attention from all directions. It was expected that I would undertake numerous tasks as a dragon knight out in the field. The Rotten Sea had emerged in a remote location where ordinary adventurers wouldn't easily venture. Thus, it fell upon me to explore and eradicate the Rotten Sea. Additionally, I had a role in obtaining the Jiria Oaks fruit, the key ingredient for the antidote. In any case, I was the most suitable person for these tasks. Given my possession of a wyvern, I couldn't refuse. According to Fyodor, the slave trader, the capital would soon dispatch dragon knights, which would significantly alleviate my burden. However, the exact timing of their arrival remained uncertain. Until then, I had to shoulder the responsibilities on my own. Furthermore, it would be irresponsible to neglect Suzum, whom I was protecting. Therefore, there was no time for kidnapping Iria. First and foremost, in Iria's case, forcefully subjecting her to such acts might drive her to take her own life. Should I approach her with the antidote to win her over? Tomorrow morning, I will gather the Jiria Oaks fruit and head directly to Lars and Iria's village. Rather than relying solely on the diluted antidote, it would be more effective to bring the fruit directly. I should also consider additional medications as a precaution against the poison. As I pondered over my thoughts, a yawn escaped my mouth. I had traveled back and forth between Ishku and Titis multiple times today, leaving me feeling exhausted. The main contributor, Kurosora, was probably already asleep in the stable. Not feeling inclined to call Luna Maria or Seal today, I decided to lay alone on the bed. Lost in contemplation, I found myself succumbing to a sudden wave of drowsiness, and I closed my eyes without delay. Just as I was on the verge of falling asleep, I heard the roar of a beast echoing from somewhere. The village of Melt, Lars and Iria's hometown, was a rural settlement situated downstream of the Kale River. It took a 7-day carriage ride to reach from the city of Ishka. It was a remote village located near the border with the Sacred Kingdom in the south. As I looked at the village of Melt, memories of Lars' past remarks resurfaced in my mind. He had grown tired of living in poverty and had left his homeland, Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the village was characterized by a scarcity of houses, dilapidated fences and gates, and villagers dressed in worn-out clothes. It seemed to lack vitality. It appeared that the entire village was permeated with a somber atmosphere. Such conditions would naturally drive many young people to yearn for a different life beyond the village. However, considering their current predicament of suffering from the poison, it was understandable that the village lacked vibrancy. Perhaps the village of Melt had once been a more vibrant place. Lost in these thoughts, I approached the village gate. Kurosora was hidden in a forest far from here to avoid alarming the villagers. With a large bag slung over my back like a merchant and a black business katana hanging at my waist, I approached the gate. The 2 guards stationed there, upon seeing me approach on foot rather than on horseback, wore cautious expressions. The guards consisted of a young man in his 20s and a mature man in his 40s. It was the young man who spoke first. "Hey, you there." "Halt. I've never seen you before." "What brings you to this place?" "I've heard that this village is afflicted by a plague, so I've brought some medicine that may be effective," I replied with a friendly smile. As I had mentioned before, it took approximately 7 days to reach this village from Ishka by carriage. Naturally, Iria had not yet arrived. During the journey to the village, I had considered picking up Iria, who was somewhere along the way. However, it was not as simple as saying, "I have a fruit that can cure poison in your village. Let's go together to help your mother." With a cheerful smile like Lars, it was evident that she would not trust me so easily. There was no doubt that Iria would harbor suspicions and become skeptical. If I were to enter the village with Iria in such a manner, those suspicions would quickly spread among the villagers, complicating matters. Therefore, I decided to reach the village first and gain the trust of the villagers before her arrival. Furthermore, in this village resided Iria's mother. Before attacking the rider, it was crucial to first take down the horse. The 2 guards, particularly the younger one, still seemed to harbor doubts. However, their expressions wavered slightly with my next words. "I have come at the request of Luna Maria Dono from Falcon Sword. This village is the home of Lars and Iria's families." She asked if I could be of any assistance, so here I am. "Falcon Sword, are you acquainted with Lars and the others?" the young man asked. "Yes, they have assisted me greatly." "Ah, I apologize for forgetting to introduce myself. My name is Sora." After introducing myself, I quickly observed their reactions. If these 2 guards were aware of the name Parasite and the recent duel involving Lars, they would have shown strong aversion. Alternatively, if they knew the name Bloody Sword or had heard rumors of a Dragon Knight, their reactions might have been different. However, there were no significant changes in their expressions. The village of Melt was located far from the capital city Andishka, and it was also removed from the main thoroughfares of the Kingdom of Canaria. As a result, the speed of information was slow. From what I had heard, it seemed that the origin of the plague had yet to reach the village. Naturally, the villagers continued to use water from the Kale River as they always had. This might be the limitation of information transmission via human messengers and horses. I suppose the Kingdom of Canaria could outpace other nations in terms of information sped due to the Dragon Knights flying to distant villages with news, though. Could Dragon Knights truly be employed in such a manner? Regardless, after a few more exchanges, they granted me entry into the village. I had to surrender my black katana, but it was a reasonable precaution when admitting a newcomer to the village. I was then directed to a church located at the village center. They informed me that the afflicted villagers had been gathered there. Will that fruit truly be effective? The young man, who had been guiding me thus far, asked skeptically. By the way, this was the 4th time he had posed this question. From what I gathered, it seemed that he had been childhood friends with Lars back in the village. It was clear that he didn't trust me, as evidenced by his initial interaction with the older guard, who had said, "I'll guide him to the church." I don't know if his mistrust stems from his own personality or based on the village's disposition, but it's pointless to say don't worry to such a person. It's evident from the 4 consecutive questions. To be honest, I wanted to ignore it, but that could be problematic. I hid my expression of disgust and repeated the same response as before. Everything will become clear once it's tested. If you're worried about the poison or suspicious me, the priority should be the poison. Obviously, I'm asking you if it will really work on the sick. It will definitely work. If it doesn't, feel free to punish me. Fine. Don't forget those words. Also, Sarah-san is very busy. If you dare to hinder her or do anything rude, I'll beat you up immediately. Understood? I maintained a smile on my face, though I was slightly irritated by the persistently skeptical young man. However, as an adventurer, it was my motto to consider the client's feelings without being swayed by minor setbacks. Furthermore, there was mention of a certain Sarah by the young man. He stated that Sarah was the name of the woman overseeing the church, using her healing magic to care for the villagers. Arya had inherited her martial arts and healing magic from her mother. Considering that a rural village like this was unlikely to have many mages, it was highly probable that Sarah, the woman in charge of the church, was Arya's mother. I had to suppress my annoyance and make a favorable impression on her. When I later bring Kurisora here, it'd definitely intimidate the young man. But that's another matter. With that in mind, I pushed open the door to the church. As I entered, an unpleasant odor wafted from within, causing my eyebrows to involuntarily twitch. Upon surveying the scene, I observed a significant number of people lying on the floor. There were elderly individuals, children, and young men among them. The sight exceeded my expectations in terms of the number of affected individuals. In Ishka, the number of affected people had considerably decreased due to the knowledge that the illness was caused by the poison river. However, the information had yet to reach the village of Melt, and it seemed that many villagers still relied on the river water. Unlike Ishka, which possessed water and sewer systems, rural villages often directly accessed river water. Consequently, at this time, the number of affected individuals had increased significantly. With those thoughts in mind, I set out to find the person named Sarah. It didn't take long for me to locate her. I could hear a melodic and prayer-like chant emanating from her. Her voice was clear and soothing, as if offering a hymn to God. As the gentle light emitted from her palm enveloped the previously suffering patients, their expressions became calm. It was almost like witnessing a miraculous detoxification or a restoration of physical strength. Either way, it was evident that this woman possessed remarkable abilities. She must be Sarah. The young man who had been guiding me throughout confirmed my assumption with a shout. Sarah-san. In response to the call, the woman dressed as a priestess turned towards us. At that moment, our gazes strangely aligned. She had gentle eyes and long black hair. Her fair skin exuded a modest demeanor. I couldn't help but wonder if Arya, with the sharpness replaced by calmness, would resemble her in 10 years. When I first met Arya, I saw a resemblance to my fiancée Ayaka. It also felt as if her mother resembled my late mother. The way she tied her long black hair, prioritizing ease of movement, reminded me of my mother walking gracefully in the garden. Upon closer inspection, signs of fatigue from her hard work were evident on the woman's face. Her disheveled hair clung to her forehead, and the dark circles and slightly sunken cheeks couldn't be completely concealed. However, these factors did not diminish her allure in my eyes. At least, that's how it appeared to me. It had been 3 days since my arrival in the village of Melt, and the situation there had been rapidly improving. The villagers' faces were gradually regaining life. In addition to neutralizing the poison with Jirya Oak's fruit, we had also identified the cause of the plague, which had previously remained unknown, alleviating the villagers' anxiety. By understanding that the village hadn't fallen victim to an inevitable plague but rather to poisoned water, preventive measures could be implemented to avoid unnecessary distress. Drink from the well instead of the river water. Avoid consuming fish from the river. Keep the children from swimming in the river. With these recommendations, no new cases should arise. However, even if new cases were prevented, it would still take time for those who had already been poisoned to recover. And it wasn't just the humans who had been affected. The soil, for instance. In terms of agriculture, it wasn't as simple as saying, "Don't use river water." Blocking the water channels would hinder crop growth. So we had no choice but to proceed with the usual methods. However, We couldn't ignore the possibility that the poison in the river water might affect the crops. Would it be safe to consume the harvest? Could food possibly contaminated with poison be stored? Even if it were consumable, could it be sold in the city and turned into profit? There were numerous concerns that the poison could cause the crops to wither and that any residual poison in the soil might affect future crops in the coming years. In that respect, the effects of the basilisk's appearance were spread out, and the real damage was yet to come. That's where I came in. What I have just said was predictable. And when you anticipate it, you're prepared for it. That's why, in addition to the fruit of the Jiria oaks, I brought a number of medicines to aid in the recovery of the sick, and holy water to purify the soil. I had received both from the Temple of Mother Earth. I had received them from the Temple of Mother Earth because I had fulfilled their preserved request to the guild. At that time, the request was, I would like you to take care of the banshee that cries every night in the common graveyard near the orphanage. I completed the request and was able to make contact with the Temple of Mother Earth. I used this connection to obtain healing medicines and large quantities of holy water. As expected, I wasn't exempt from payment, so I needed quite a bit, but I had that covered by the slaves' union reward for defeating the basilisk. Well, to be honest, apart from the restorative medicine, I'm not sure holy water has any effect on the poison. However, Mother Earth is, as the name suggests, the goddess of the earth. By saying that the holy water was made in the temple, the villagers will surely believe in its effects. This leads to their mental stability. It made sense to bring holy water. Only God knows whether it will work or not. Section. He really took care of everything in the end. It was the priestess Sarah who bowed as if in remorse. There are no inns in remote villages, so I'm using a room in the church. Inevitably, I ended up living under the same roof as the priestess in charge of the church, and for the past 3 days we have eaten breakfast and dinner together. But we're not alone. There are several other people living in this church besides me and the priestess. And what kind of people they are? Sora, let's go and feed the dragon. Quick, hurry. The 3 children who had become attached to the priestess exclaimed excitedly. They were children from the village who had lost their parents and now lived in the church as part of an orphanage. Since my arrival in the village, they had been constantly by my side, hindering my preparations to bring Iria down. Those annoying brats. In retaliation, I had been serving them boar and deer meat abundantly for the past 3 days, which I had hunted with Kurosora. The expressions on their faces when they saw the meat were truly delightful. Kyukaku, let them fatten up by eating all that fat. They're too thin, after all. While suppressing my wicked thoughts, I cheerfully responded to the children. Yes, that's all right. But do you truly like wyverns, or rather, dragons? We love them. They're so cool. We want to become dragon knights in the future. Count me in too. Me too. In that case, count me in as well. I turned to the priestess and asked, and what about you? Sarah, raising her hand along with the children, tilted her head cutely. Hey, a mother with an 18-year-old daughter shouldn't act like a child. It's not just a matter of it not looking good. I'm worried it might actually look good. Sarah's expression had greatly improved compared to 3 days ago. With time and rest, all the sick individuals who had sought refuge in the church had returned home. The recovery medicines I brought seemed to have taken effect as well. As a result, Sarah, who had lost her dark circles and sunken cheeks, had begun to reveal her true nature. Initially, my impression of her was one of kindness and modesty, but now I noticed a playful side emerging. I suppose it was a way to interact with the children. Afterward, we left the village to meet Kurosora. I had been given permission to use an empty lot behind the village, where it had been waiting. Kurosora still didn't like anyone other than me, and he would intimidate anyone who approached him, including children. Aware of this, the 3 children insisted on accompanying me. Kurosora would become lively when I was around. Seeing my arrival, the faces of the 3 children lit up as they witnessed the wyvern flapping its wings with delight. As usual, I attempted to offer him an apricot fruit, but suddenly, an idea struck me. I called the 3 children over and handed them the fruit. Then, with a glance, I signaled Kurosora, silently conveying, Do you understand? Although I feel like this service seems a bit excessive, these 3 children helped Sarah when the church was filled with the sick. They even gave up their rooms for the sick individuals. I witnessed it firsthand. Now that the situation has calmed down, I can use it to my advantage. It's also a way to gain favor with Sarah, who continues to smile and look after the children. Kurosura made a disgusted noise when I offered food to the children, but I urged him to endure it with a glance. We'll go hunting together later. So he needs to listen to what I'm saying now. It seemed reasonable to focus on hunting recognizable prey. According to the information I gathered from the village, there have been recent sightings of orcs in the vicinity. While it's still mostly rumors, like some villagers claim to have seen an orc, there is genuine concern among the villagers that orcs from neighboring countries may have settled in the southern mountains. Goblins and orcs have a keen sense of smell and tend to appear in villages affected by plagues and wars. If there truly are orcs, there's a high possibility that the surrounding villages will come under attack. I estimated that Iria would arrive in 2 days. By scanning the skies, I could easily locate the orcs' nest. If I don't find them, it's fine too. It would help reassure villagers. Either way, it's an opportunity to gain favor with the villagers. However, noon arrived 2 days later, and Iria made her entrance. It seemed she hadn't arrived by carriage but by horse. If I think calmly, Iria is a 6th-class adventurer like Lars, so she should have enough funds to buy 1 or 2 horses. When she spotted me chopping wood with the children in her beloved church, her eyes and mouth widened in surprise. Maybe after about 3 seconds, she'll shout, "Why are you here?" or something along those lines. All right, here we go. I began gathering words in my head to calm Iria down. This happened 5 years ago. Hey, Iria, don't you think he's amazing, huh? Lars pointed towards the Adventurer Guild's training field, where a young man was silently swinging his sword. He raised and lowered his sword with such brilliance that it caught Lars' attention. That's when Iria and I first met. For Iria, I was a rather perplexing person. Even now, she feels contempt and disgust, but her initial impression of me wasn't as negative. No, in fact, it could be said that she even respected me. This was because, in battle, Iria and Lars would often make mistakes as we formed our group. Unlike me, who had received swordsmanship training from an early age, Lars and Iria had to prioritize helping their families. Melt is a poor rural village where even children have important roles to play. The time available for them to train as adventurers was very limited, and it showed in their early skills. There were numerous occasions when I had to step in with my swordsmanship to aid them when facing monsters. I had a modest and courteous demeanor, and I seemed somewhat noble. Over time, the gap between us grew, but on the other hand, Lars and I would secretly visit brothels to have fun with women. When the women pushed us, we would sheepishly shrug our shoulders. At that time, we were comrades in the Falcon Sword. Iria herself wasn't as close to me as Lars and Luna Maria, but she wasn't as distant as Miroslav, who despised men. Though she felt a slight jealousy that Lars was so friendly with me, she never truly hated me. Things started to change when I confessed my limitations. That was the moment when Iria's perception of me shifted heavily towards the negative side. Miroslav denounced my actions as parasitic. In response, I argued that I had no intention of being a parasite. It was wrong of me to hide my limitations, but I believed that if I confessed, the group would cast me aside, deeming me a burden. Iria believed that my words were not lies. I had no intention of being a parasite. Surely, I would have confessed my situation before resorting to parasitism. However, the extent to which one considers it parasitism is subjective. I judged my own situation as not yet considered parasitism, but for Miroslav, it was nothing more than parasitism, and Iria's perspective aligned more closely with Miroslav's. To Iria, my situation regarding my limitations was mere talk. If I had spoken about everything beforehand and Iria and the others had accepted it, it would have become a group issue. But I didn't. It was 6 months after joining the Falcon Sword. I had countless opportunities to speak up, yet I remained silent. The imbalance in strength within the group could lead to unforeseen accidents and even the death of its members. Knowing this, One cannot stay silent for personal reasons and put their comrades at risk. At that moment, what Iria sensed from me was coddling. Iria had lost her father at a young age and was raised by a single mother under strict rules. In other words, she had always been careful to avoid being coddled by others. From Iria's perspective, my actions were coddling me by not directly addressing the fact that I had limitations. It was coddling me by not informing my companions, by not despising or hating me. Even my confession of limitations could be seen as coddling me with a mentality of "I told you, so let's put it behind us." Iria distinctly remembered feeling deeply disappointed. Her disappointment was particularly profound because she had acknowledged my abilities. Iria didn't actively spread the word parasite, but she didn't deny it either. It was the result of her negative emotions at the time. In other words, those negative feelings still lingered after the incident with the Lord of the Flies. Miroslav's actions during that time were undoubtedly unforgivable, and Iria's own transgression was also unforgivable. Although Iria had no other choice when Lars was unconscious, she understood that it was no excuse to use another person as bait. It was only natural for me to be angry. However, with that in mind, Iria immediately thought, "You were the one who deceived the Falcon's sword." A man who hid his limitations and put his companions in danger loudly accused them of endangering him. Why should she bow her head to such a person? In hindsight, that sentiment wasn't justified. My sin of concealing my limitations from the group and the sin of the Falcon's sword using magic to make me vulnerable to the Lord of the Flies were not on the same level. That's why Iria vehemently challenged me at the Adventurers Guild, because of her negative feelings towards me. She was so disappointed and upset that the emotions of "I don't want to hear that from you" overflowed. Words once spoken cannot be undone. Surely, at this point, I wouldn't want to hear any apologies. Moreover, apologizing to me would be akin to condemning Miroslav's actions, which could create an irreparable rift with Lars if she were to defend him. Therefore, to this day, Iria has not apologized to me and continues to carry the guilt of not being able to face me with sincerity. Therefore, to this day, Iria hasn't apologized to me and continues to bury the guilt of not being able to face me sincerely. Section. Iria lying in her room at the church. It has been a while since she returned, and I can tell her mother Sarah has been diligently cleaning the room. There is no dust on the floor or desk, and a pleasant, sunny scent fills the air. Iria feels weak as she lies on the bed. After returning to the village from her ordeal with the sea poison, she realized that the poison had already been eradicated thanks to the potent Jira oak's fruit. She couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. I'm grateful that there are no more sick people, but she's frustrated with her inability to contribute anything, especially considering that Sora was the one who played a significant role. This only adds to her frustration. Moreover, Sora brought a large quantity of recovery medicine for the sick and holy water from the Temple of Mother Earth to cleanse the poisoned fields. I'm really exhausted. There's no one to listen to me anymore. Not only do the villagers disregard her, but even her mother Sarah and her adoptive siblings have grown attached to Sora. No one would take her seriously if she were to reveal that Sora had enslaved a former comrade and put a collar on her to enforce obedience. Additionally, Iria could be blamed for the incident with the Lord of the Flies. Sora, who rushed to the crisis-ridden village and faced one challenge after another, cannot be compared to Iria, who couldn't provide much help despite her haste to arrive. Not to mention Lars, who didn't bother to come at all. I don't think Sora came to melt by mere coincidence. He must have a hidden agenda. Iria clenches her teeth in frustration. In addition to the Jira oak's fruit from Titties, Sora brought health medicine and holy water from the Temple of Mother Earth. It must have required a significant amount of effort and resources to acquire all these items. It couldn't be solely driven by goodwill. It's clear that Sora's motives are connected to Iria and Lars, but the specifics remain unknown. If his intention was to enslave Iria, he wouldn't have bothered to help the people of Melt. Iria suspects that Sora might reveal the incident with the Lord of the Flies to tarnish her and Lars' reputation. As recognized adventurers, Iria and Lars are a source of pride for the villagers in Melt. If news of their involvement in such an unfortunate event spreads, it would be a great disappointment to the villagers. Moreover, if her mother, the priestess of God's law, were to find out, Iria could risk losing her status as a warrior priestess. It could be seen as a form of retaliation. However, her mother and the villagers have been treating Iria as they always have since she arrived in the village. For now, Sora seems to be inactive. What is he planning? Yawn. While she ponders, exhaustion takes over, causing her eyelids to grow heavier. With a yawn, Iria gently closes her eyes. Regardless of Sora's intentions, she knows she needs to be well rested and prepared to face whatever comes her way. Gradually, her breaths grow steadier, and the tension on her forehead relaxes as she drifts into sleep. Chapter 2, Swearing in the Name of God. On the border between the Kingdom of Canaria and the Holy Kingdom lies a long mountainous region known as the Rem Range, stretching from east to west. When people speak of the rumored nest of orcs, they are most likely referring to the Rem Range. While there is a fortress of the Kingdom of Canaria in the Rem Range, its main purpose is to ensure road safety. The fortress also serves as a rest stop along the road. Sending troops to the distant village of Melt, away from the road, was a challenge. Despite rumors of orc sightings, it was unclear who had actually witnessed them. That's why I'll observe from the sky. I understand, but why do I have to come along? It was the day after Iria and I reunited in the village of Melt. In response to my request to explore with Clausurus, Iria gave me a skeptical look. When it comes to riding a wyvern, she would have to choose between holding onto me from behind or me holding onto her from the front. In Iria's case, her answer would most likely be not in a million years for both options. She probably didn't say it out loud because her mother and the villagers were nearby. She couldn't be rude to the benefactor of the village. The fact that she refrained from speaking meant that it was worth bringing the recovery medicine and holy water at a reasonable cost. While inwardly amused, I gave a casual answer to Iria's question. Even if we observe from the sky, one person can only do so much. It's better to have two than one. Besides, I don't know much about the territory around here. I'd like a local guide. If it were just a simple guide, they would be a hindrance in a battle against a monster. However, in Iria's case, a sixth-class adventurer, there was no need to worry. After hearing the reasons I presented, the people around us were convinced and said, "I see." Seeing that, Iria nodded, seemingly giving in. "All right, I suppose it's fine. I'm truly grateful that you've agreed." As Iria and I conversed, the three rascals looked at us with envy. "Lucky you, Iria Nietzsche. I want to ride a dragon too." "Me too. Me too." The three of them raised their hands and voiced their desires. I glanced at Priestess Sarah, but I didn't expect her to say, "In that case, me too," in front of the villagers. It was a bit disappointing. With that in mind, I led the three lively children toward Priestess Sarah. "Hey, move aside. It's dangerous. We're not here to play." The three of them protested with booing sounds, but as they reached Priestess Sarah, they calmed down. Observing that, I approached Clausurus. The indigo wyvern was waiting with its long neck lowered, making it easier to mount. It let out a joyful roar, clearly eager to take flight. "All right, let's go, Iria." "I have one question for you. Do you prefer to be in front or behind?" Whether she wanted to hold onto me or wanted me to hold onto her, I was certain Iria would choose the better option. "I want to go behind." "All right, make sure to hold on tightly. Otherwise, you might end up as a stain on the ground or something." I invited her to get on without warning or making any threats. After a moment, Iria positioned herself behind me. It seemed she still hadn't done it. Her hands hadn't touched my body. "Well, once we start flying, she'll have to hold on to me whether she likes it or not." I grabbed Clausurus' reins and shouted loudly, "Let's go, Clausurus." In response to my command, the wyvern vigorously flapped its wings, and its large, scaly body lifted surprisingly lightly. The wyvern didn't rely solely on the strength of its wings to ascend. It also used magical power to aid its flight. Clausurus and I had trained in this magical flight, and now it could fly and land smoothly. Something was crawling and climbing on the sword attached to the saddle. It was a mysterious floating feeling that could only be experienced by those traveling on Clausurus. Naturally, it was Iria's first experience. I could hear her let out a scream of eek. From behind, immediately after, Iria's hands wrapped around my body, searching for a place to hold onto. The sensation of the warrior priestess' soft and supple body seemed to unconsciously transmit itself. It was a bit disappointing that I couldn't feel the sensation of her breasts due to my leather armor. Then, Clausurus turned its head in our direction. It blinked a couple of times, as if questioning its decision. Perhaps it was sensitive to Iria's scream and fear. "It's all right, no problem," I reassured Clausurus and lightly patted the scales on its neck. Realizing that I wasn't angry, Clausurus calmly turned its attention forward and flapped its enormous wings. As long as I was fine, Clausurus probably didn't care what happened to Iria. Ascending into the sky, the indigo wyvern now started moving forward. The village of Melt quickly receded from my view. To the left, I could see the beautiful Kale River, and to the right, the varied terrain of Canaria, a mix of plains and forests. Ahead, the lush mountainous areas of the Rem Range unfolded. Beyond those mountains lay the Holy Kingdom of Caritas, a sacred country where the main shrines of various religions, such as the Mother Earth and the God of War, were located. I believe the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild must also be in the Holy Kingdom. But for now, the Holy Kingdom wasn't the focus. I needed to search for orcs. The Rem Range consisted of a series of moderately high mountains. It was possible to traverse these mountains on foot without the need for a wyvern. That meant monsters and humans could easily cross the mountains. For now, I would aim for a suitable mountain and search for signs of orcs in the vicinity. With determination in my mind, I heard an exclamation from Iria behind me. "Amazing. I can't see the village anymore." In a sense, it seemed she was calm enough to enjoy the view. However, the strength in her arms wrapped around my body indicated that she wasn't completely stable. I had used a small trick to bring Iria along, and it wouldn't be interesting if she regained her composure too quickly. Should I perform an aerial somersault to make her heart skip a beat? I pondered such a merciless act. However, it would be problematic if something unnecessary happened just because I went a bit overboard. It's not that I wanted to take care of Iria, but I couldn't let emotions get the best of me. For now, let's be satisfied with the fact that Iria was desperately holding on to me. I secretly thought that as I pulled Clausurus' reins to slow down. Afterward, we searched for traces of orcs in the slopes of the Canaria Kingdom within the Rem mountain range. One advantage of searching from the sky was the excellent visibility. A large area could be seen at once, making it easier to spot a group of orcs if they were in an open plain, for example. However, this was the Rem mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were only trees, and more trees. 100 or 200 orcs could easily hide among them, regardless of whether there were 1,000 or 2,000 trees. Lowering the altitude was necessary to search more effectively, but that would limit the view and take more time. Well, this outcome was to be expected. Even when soaring through the skies, searching for monsters in a mountain range is no easy task. First of all, the existence of orcs is highly doubtful. Most of it is based on rumors, and it's unlikely that anyone would admit now. I mistook it for a bear, but that's not a problem. I'll say it again, if I inform the villagers that I thoroughly searched and found no orcs, it will provide them with reassurance. Furthermore, even if I can't find any orcs, I can use the search as an opportunity to humble Iria. In fact, that was my intention all along. After searching for orcs for a little over an hour, we landed on a treeless mountain surface. I explained to Iria that it was for Clausurus to rest after extensive flying. She nodded, released her grip from around my body, and quickly dismounted. Her cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment. Perhaps during our flight, Iria was so nervous and excited that she momentarily forgot about clinging onto me. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she remembered. Observing this, I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, an indigo wyvern, the tallest species among wyverns, expends hardly any physical strength or magical power during 1 or 2 hours of flight, especially if there hasn't been any fighting involved. So why take a break? It's for the sake of seeing Iria's expression. Naturally, with a break, Iria wouldn't need to cling on to me any longer. For her, who had no choice but to hold onto me, it would be a moment of relief and tranquility. But once we took flight again, she would have to embrace me once more. This pattern repeated each time we took a break. It was a delightful sight for me to witness Iria's blushing face on these occasions. The deliberate repetition served the purpose of desensitizing the infamous Iria to physical contact. In a sense, it was training for when I would consume her soul. Additionally, it was aimed at attracting orcs with Iria as bait. Orcs have a highly efficient reproductive system and can crossbreed with other races such as humans and elves. If they caught the scent of a woman, they would surely come without being called. Well, taking Iria alone into the vast Trem mountain range wouldn't yield much, but it was better than nothing. Reflecting on the guilt I felt for what happened with the Fly King, I couldn't feel remorseful about these actions. During the 7th break, I noticed a scent. It was the moment when the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the trees began to take on a reddish hue. Sitting in the shade of a tree and contemplating our return to the village of Melt, a sudden aroma tickled my nose. With a furrowed brow, I stood up. Iria, who had been sitting nearby, also rose to her feet. Clausurus let out a roar as if on high alert. 30 seconds later, what we had been waiting for appeared. Footsteps echoed, and the scent grew stronger. And then, it appeared. Hairless black skin, a flat face, and a distinctive hammerhead. Its limbs were as thick as tree trunks, and it stood a head taller than me. The empty eye sockets were as deep and dark as bottomless wells, radiating hunger, lust, and destruction. Its nose was small and unremarkable, but its mouth was wide open, likely more than twice the size of a human's. Its set of solid teeth could easily crush human bones. To be frank, it was an unsettling sight. Its facial features resembled those of a human, making it all the more terrifying. Moreover, the smell was overpowering, and one could tell just by looking at it that it was incredibly strong. If it came to close-range combat, the stench would be even more intense. As mentioned earlier, orcs possess a highly efficient reproductive system. Merely imagining the source of that smell could severely impact one's mental well-being. Suddenly, the orc let out a loud roar, a somewhat metallic sound, and naturally, its gaze was fixed on Iria. In the next moment, the orc charged towards Iria, drooling. On the other hand, Iria prepared to counter the orc with a determined expression. As expected from a 6th-class adventurer, she wasn't repulsed by an orc. Was her contorted face due to the overwhelming stench or her aversion to fighting an orc? It wasn't just Iria who was being observed. Clausurus sprang into action. Gra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Its roar shook the surrounding trees simultaneously. With its expanded throat, it unleashed a blast of fire towards the orc. It was the breath of an indigo wyvern, capable of incinerating a manticore in a single strike. There was no way a mere orc could withstand it, and as it attempted to attack Iria, its body caught fire and started to perish. Furthermore, due to the excess breath, the surrounding vegetation ignited, prompting Clausurus to lightly flap its wings and create a gust of wind to extinguish the flames. How was that? As if asking, how was it? I stroked Clausurus' neck when it turned towards me. Yes, it was perfect. I felt like this creature was growing stronger with each passing day. That wind must be an application of magical power, truly a dragon-like ability. It seemed as formidable as a mythical species. Regardless, this event confirmed the presence of orcs. Their tracks were clearly visible on the ground. By following them, we could potentially come across a group of orcs. Of course, it was also possible that this was just a lone wandering orc. In that case, it would be wise to return to the village of Melt and make preparations. All right, let's go. Oh, Clausurus, you stay here. A wyvern would be too conspicuous, knocking down every tree in its path, and the orcs would quickly become aware. The first step was to assess the enemy's strength. Clausurus let out a disappointed poo-ey roar but made no attempt to follow us. In this situation, it was crucial for it to follow orders correctly. Apologizing silently, I petted its scales once more. While doing so, I glanced at Iria, and our eyes met. What will you do? You can wait here with Clausurus if you'd like. This concerns Melt as well. I can't do something so irresponsible. Frowning, she approached, having made up her mind. Standing by my side, Iria expressed her gratitude to Clausurus, though she seemed somewhat apprehensive. On the other hand, Clausurus remained unresponsive, averting its gaze as if disinterested. It was the usual reaction, and Iria let out a sigh. "Don't worry. It's the same with everyone except for that female knight I met at the stable the other day." Of course. Iria's response came in the form of a shaking head. "I really don't mind. If we're going, then let's go already. When the sun sets, we won't be able to find anything." As I observed Iria's retreating figure, a faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. In summary, tracking the trail and locating the orcs had proven to be a straightforward task. Perhaps if I had spent a bit more time searching with clawsaurers, I would have discovered them earlier. If you're wondering why, it's because they had constructed a sizable settlement in a secluded corner of the mountains. They skillfully manipulated the trees, bending them and covering them with grass to resemble houses. At first glance, the settlement appeared to host over 50 orcs. Taking into account those inside the houses and those outdoors, the number might even exceed 100. While it wasn't unheard of for orcs to establish collective settlements, the usual count would be around 10, with 30 being the upper limit. Thus, the sight of over 50, nearly 100 orcs, was an abnormal occurrence. This abnormality was reflected in Iria's rugged expression. Unlike her previous disgust towards me, it now bore a sense of imminent danger. Standing before that imminent danger was a massive orc. Orcs were already known for their imposing size, but this particular one was even larger. Its limbs resembled steel pillars more than tree trunks, and its glistening skin resembled that of certain insects, seemingly as hard as a mirror. Clad in armor and wielding a war axe, presumably acquired from humans, it displayed a subtle distinction from the other orcs. A superior species. The words trembled uncontrollably from Iria's mouth, filled with horror. On the other hand, I heard them and was impressed and said, "Oh, just as humans have levels, so do other creatures. That's why long-lived individuals become stronger and more intelligent. And of course monsters also have levels." Superior species refer to individuals that have reached an exceptionally high level within their race. Carnivorous hunters generally target prey that is weaker than themselves, be it animals or monsters. That's why their level doesn't increase as much. Killing a creature stronger than you is a shortcut to leveling up, and it doesn't change much for humans or monsters. This is also true for goblins and orcs, but at the same time, goblins and orcs are known to be more likely to have stronger species than other races. The reason for this is simple: goblins and orcs will always be defeated by adventurers as soon as they are discovered. From their point of view, they are being attacked by humans stronger than us, and by superior species they mean the individual who defeated the adventurer who came to hunt them. There are also superior and subordinate races within the superior race. The main monsters, called the Goblin King and the Orc General, were individuals who have raised their level within the superior race, the leader of the settlement, and this Black Orc seemed to have reached that level. Iria whispered with a tense voice. "Sora, let's go back. We have to inform everyone in the village. Then we must fly to Ishka and inform the guild. If a subjugation force isn't prepared, it will be a big problem." "A big problem, huh?" "Surely this is a situation where it is necessary to prioritize the report, even if it means sacrificing others." I dared to speak in a frivolous tone and say it back to her. When Iria heard this, she furrowed her brow and looked at me. "By the way, what I mean by surely this is a situation where it is necessary to prioritize the report, even if it means sacrificing others, is a fictional argument about what happened with the Fly King and the Falcon's Sword in the guild. If they had tried to help me back then, the Falcon's Sword would have been destroyed. Then no one would have reported the Fly King's appearance to the guild. Given the Fly King's reproductive system, delaying the first report could lead directly to the destruction of Ishka, so they decided to flee. Well, Miroslav and Iria reported it that way to the guild staff. Luna Maria, by the way, said she wasn't here to explain, as she had returned to Titis to lead the quickly organized subjugation force. Iria grimaced and spoke in a bitter tone. "What do you mean?" "HMPH, looking at your face, I don't think there's any need to explain," Iria replied with an irritated and frustrated expression. "I'll listen to everything you have to say later, but now is not the time for that." "Be more aware of the situation." "Be more aware of the situation? No, Let me assure you that I am more aware than you think. I even used the children to make you come with me, Iria. After arriving in Melt, I removed the mask I had been wearing all along and smiled. It seemed like Iria sensed the change and took a couple of steps back. What are you saying all of a sudden? Ha ha. I'm sure you already understand. Right now, I am in the position you were in back then, and you are in my shoes from back then. There's a group of nearly 100 orcs, led by a superior species. The orcs use human women as breeding grounds. If we leave them alone, nearby villages will be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, the southern area of Canaria could be invaded by orcs. To prevent such a situation, we needed to report this fact to the people as soon as possible. To achieve that, those who made the discovery must return safely. However, what would happen if the orcs were to find those who discovered their settlement? The answer was obvious. In that case, someone would have to sacrifice themselves and divert the orcs' attention. And in such a scenario, what bait would be most effective in luring these lustful orcs? That answer was also clear. It would have to be a woman, Iria. That's why you will have to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Don't worry. Unlike the Fly King, who trapped prey to make them live food, the orcs' intention is reproduction. If you remain calm, they won't kill you. Of course, I'll inform Lars about this. He would be the first to volunteer for the subjugation squad. So, do your best to handle the orcs until you have a heartwarming reunion with Lars. As I deliberately made that statement, Iria's expression transformed, shedding the tension, frustration, irritation, and distrust she held. All that remained was the same hostility she displayed upon seeing the orcs. I just want to confirm something. Are you serious? Or is this tasteless harassment? She asked. In response, I shrugged slightly, and Iria muttered, I see, in a hauntingly low voice. Just then, Iria exhaled sharply and launched a kick with her right leg. The attack was nearly imperceptible, with minimal telegraphing. If I were still my former self, I would have been struck directly in the stomach and crumpled to the ground, heaving. However, it was effortless for me to anticipate her attack now. I lowered my right hand gently and caught Iria's foot with my gloved hand. Although I felt a strong impact through the glove, it was not enough to overcome my defenses. In the next instant, I realized something. With my glove successfully blocking the blow, Iria's body floated gently in the air. Her white suit fluttered before me. Iria, weightless and swift, deftly twisted her hips in midair. With a swift and powerful spinning kick that could decapitate anyone, she unleashed her attack. I swiftly intercepted the kick using the glove on my left hand, feeling a much greater shock than before. Had I taken it head-on, my leg would have likely been broken. Earlier, it was Clausurus who defeated the orc, but Iria could have easily accomplished the same feat. After all, she wasn't a 6th-class adventurer for nothing. However, the battle had come to an end when she failed to land the initial blows. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed the hem of her white suit with my free right hand and pulled her down. With no support in the air, Iria crashed onto the ground. Ow! Jumping puts you at a disadvantage. Well, you could have defeated me if I were still my former self. While saying that, I swiftly stepped on the hem with my shoe, pressing her suit against the ground. The force caused her suit to lift, exposing her thighs in a rather provocative manner. Upon realizing this, Iria glared at me, but her hostility was futile. I quickly straddled her and grabbed both of her wrists to immobilize her. She resisted fiercely, but my arms, empowered by energy, remained immovable. You let me go. Let me go. I refuse. I taunted her resistance, gradually bringing my lips closer to hers. Perhaps realizing my intentions, she struggled to move her limbs, lowering her face in an attempt to free herself. However, no matter how hard she fought, her efforts were in vain. She resorted to shaking her head from side to side in a desperate attempt to escape my grasp. Damn it! HMPH. Making too much noise will alert the orcs. Is that what you want? Shut up. Get away. Only Lars can touch me. As I tightened my grip on both of her wrists with an iron-like strength, Iria's face contorted in pain. Seizing that moment, I covered her lips with mine, swiftly devouring her soul. Unlike when I attacked Miroslav, I was now well versed in the act of soul devouring. How to efficiently consume a soul. What reactions would the opponent exhibit when their soul was devoured? How could I elicit the desired response? What was the optimal posture for subduing a furious adversary? I had become well acquainted with these intricacies. Therefore, Iria couldn't escape my grasp. Her resistance, despite her martial arts prowess, paled in comparison to my current energy abilities. I continued to forcefully and ruthlessly enjoy the taste of her soul against her will. Finally, as Iria's limbs went limp, as if drained of all strength, my level increased to 9. "What have you done to me?" Iria managed to utter those words through the excruciating pain she endured. Meanwhile, Sora was tying her with a rope that seemingly appeared out of nowhere, wearing a wicked expression. He didn't answer her question. Iria wanted to resist in some way, but her hands and legs were bound, rendering her unable to struggle. Even if the ropes binding her were untied, Iria knew she wouldn't have the strength to stand. Sora had drained her both physically and energetically. There was no way she could summon enough vigor to resist his advances, which had encompassed her lips and intertwined their tongues. She could only surmise that Sora had done something to her. Recalling the preceding act, a sense of nausea welled up from deep within Iria's throat. She longed to wipe her lips, still tainted with Sora's saliva. She yearned to cleanse herself, rinse her mouth, drink the strongest alcohol available, and forget everything that had transpired. The thought consumed her mind. While Iria was lost in thought, Sora's savagery continued unabated. Just as she believed she would be forced to stand, her body pressed against the trunk of a nearby tree. She found herself being bound to the tree with a rope. Loop after loop, Sora wound the rope around Iria, tightly securing her in place, ensuring she would never escape. Then, "I suppose this will suffice." Satisfied with his handiwork, Sora nodded. Iria was now ensnared by the tree, resembling an insect caught in a web. Even if she were to regain her physical strength, she would be unable to move. All she could do was glare hostilely at the man standing before her. "Ha ha, I'm surprised you still possess such a defiant gaze after devouring so many souls." "Devour souls? Is that the strange power you possess now? Is that the cause? Are you seeking information in this predicament?" "Well, it's not something I guard closely. I'll tell you." "Yes, that's right. It's the power I acquired after becoming bait for the Falcon Sword and being consumed by the Fly King." Sora grinned wickedly as he drew closer to Iria, attempting to distance herself from Sora. Iria recalled the futility of her actions, realizing her bound body rendered movement impossible. She found herself backed against the trunk of the tree. "Cuckoo. That's why you'll have to give it your all if the orcs find you, Iria. It's possible that you, too, might awaken a new power, just like me." Mocking Iria openly, he watched as she bit her lip. Beneath her defiant expression, she maintained a calm composure. If Sora truly intended to use her as bait, he need only sever her arm and leave her behind. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of binding her with rope. Contemplating his previous actions, Iria speculated that Sora harbored lustful desires toward her, and this was likely part of his intimidating act. It would spell disaster if the orcs were to discover her in this state. After ensuring that Iria acknowledged this fact, he would surely demand, "If you want me to untie the ropes, you must do as I say." On the contrary, Iria believed that Sora valued her enough to go through such lengths before a large group of orcs. If that were the case, there was still something she could do. She possessed a fighting spirit that couldn't be swayed by the cowardly intentions of her captor. However, HMPH, I can see what you're thinking, but it's a shame. Let me tell you that you're not worth as much as you think. Blossoming fire flower, illuminate the darkness. Light. As Sora whispered those words, a brilliant light appeared in the air, dispelling the encroaching darkness. The surrounding trees, which had been swallowed by shadows, swiftly regained their vibrant colors. That was the spell Light, a basic first-grade fire magic. It was the most fundamental of fire spells, and with the right resources and training, Iria could have easily learned it herself. Therefore, it wasn't Sora's use of magic that surprised her. What truly caught Iria off guard was his decision to employ light in their current situation. The place where Iria and Sora had stumbled upon the group of orcs was distant enough that the orcs remained oblivious to their brief skirmish. However, if such a bright light were to manifest in the darkening mountains, it would undoubtedly attract the immediate attention of the orcs, no matter how oblivious they might be. "What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm alerting the orcs to our presence. And as for why I tied you up, it's for your own sake. At this moment, you lack the strength to fight back. Even if you're a 6th-class adventurer, you would likely only be able to defeat 1 or 2 orcs. But in the heat of battle, the enraged orcs might accidentally end your life. That's why I bound you. By doing so, you won't have the means to kill the orcs. I doubt they would kill a woman they chanced upon. I'm sure they'll bring you back to their lair and show you plenty of affection." Iria barely registered Sora's harsh words. Instead, what reached her ears were the distant roars of the orcs. Those hostile and alert voices were clear indicators that intruders had entered their territory. Naturally, Sora was well aware of this fact. The young man with black hair merely shrugged his shoulders in a deliberate manner. "Oops, I might have said too much. Farewell for now, Iria. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be sure to inform Lars and the others, so don't lose hope and do your best." No way. "Sora, do you realize the consequences of your actions? If I report this to the guild, you'll be finished." "Haha. When that time comes, I'll simply say this. The reason I didn't assist Iria was to swiftly relay the orc information. Iria is spreading falsehoods out of resentment." Something along those lines. If we were to compare the disarrayed falcon sword with me, who possesses an indigo wyvern, who do you think the guild would support? I believe you're well aware of how the guild operates. As Iria listened, she clenched her teeth. The current Iria and the current Sora. It was clear which one held more value to the guild and to Ishka. It was entirely possible that the guild would side with Sora. In fact, during the Fly King incident, the guild had shown favoritism towards the falcon sword. Meanwhile, the roars and tremors grew closer, as if a landslide were approaching. The orcs were drawing near. "I believe it's dangerous to remain here." "Well then, farewell, Iria. This time, for good." Sora's words of abandonment echoed within the Adventurers Guild, directed towards the falcon sword and the guild personnel. As Iria watched Sora attempt to leave without hesitation, she realized it. This wasn't a negotiation or any form of discussion. If she remained silent, Sora would truly abandon her to the mercy of the orcs. "Wait." Her voice trembled with urgency as Iria called out to him. Yet Sora didn't stop. Was it due to the cacophony of orc roars that he couldn't hear her? Or perhaps he heard her but chose to ignore her plea? "Wait." This time, her voice resounded clearly from her lips. It reached Sora's ears without interruption. But he didn't turn back. He didn't halt his steps. It was as if his retreating figure was telling her that her words were insufficient. Gritting her teeth, Iria mustered her courage and continued, her voice trembling. "I apologize for everything up until now. So please, help me," she pleaded desperately to Sora, giving it her all. Her actions had some effect. Sora's footsteps came to a halt. However, he didn't look back. It was as if his stance conveyed that her plea fell short. After clenching her teeth, Iria pressed on with a quivering voice. "I apologize for abandoning you when you were attacked by the Fly King. I am truly sorry." "Finally, you said it." Sora slowly turned around in response to Iria's words. A forced smile appeared on his face. Witnessing the absence of malice, Iria felt a sense of relief. It was as if she were seeing the same Sora who had been with his mother and the children in the village. Turning towards her, Sora began to approach. Yet his pace was slow, causing frustration to well up within Iria. At any moment, the orcs could emerge from the shadows. She wanted to scream, "Hurry up and free me from these bonds." However, changing her demeanor might make her apology appear insincere, as if she were manipulating him for assistance. In order to prevent Sora from reverting to his previous attitude, Iria lowered her gaze, as if feeling remorseful. "I'm sorry for everything. Are you thinking something like, who does this guy think he is? Acting intimidating when he hit his talent limit and leeched off the group for half a year, and only got abandoned once, right?" Sora directly confronted her thoughts. Unable to bring herself to say yes, Iria fell silent before Sora, who smirked with a hint of frivolity. Did I hit the mark? I am sorry. HMPH. Well, it doesn't matter. Given your circumstances, I can't blame you for thinking that way. I'll forgive you for what happened with the Fly King. Sora, once again standing before Arya, gently placed his hand on her cheek. The touch evoked memories of his lips, causing goosebumps to ripple across Arya's skin, but the feeling of disgust that arose within her wasn't solely a result of her own will. With a smile on his face, Sora observed Arya. Then, he spoke. All right. Once you're rescued, I'll apologize too. That way, we'll be even. He said it with a cheerful expression and light-hearted words. Arya froze, sensing a mocking undertone concealed beneath his smile. Huh? What's the matter? I'm saying that I'll acknowledge my wrongdoings and apologize once you're rescued. I'm sorry for abandoning you. Forgive me for not coming to your aid. I forgive you, so I'm certain you'll forgive me too. Compared to being devoured by larvae, being violated by orcs is a minor issue. What are you saying? If you look up at me like that, it ruins your facade. You know, your expression makes it seem like your earlier apologies were merely a desperate attempt to save yourself. Sora no longer attempted to conceal his intent to ridicule Arya. The corners of his mouth curled upward, mocking the surprised Arya. You never planned to help me from the beginning, did you? Obviously. If you had apologized when we were arguing at the guild, things might have been different. Well, it's too late to say that now. Oh, just as Sora was about to finish speaking, black shadows surged into the area illuminated by the light. It was evident that the orcs had arrived. 1, 2, 3, about 5. As expected, it took too long. When they gather like that, the stench becomes unbearable. Sora chuckled, covering his nose in a playful manner. However, Arya wasn't laughing. The eyes of the orcs fixated on her all at once, measuring her up. Their gaze roamed over her body, lingering on her breasts, hips, and legs. A copious amount of drool cascaded from their mouths like a waterfall. It was a nightmare, as something sinister stirred beneath the fabric covering the orc's groins. In that moment, the wind shifted, carrying an unusually pungent odor. Arya couldn't shield her nose, and the foul smell assaulted her senses, contorting her face with disgust and fear. To be violated by those creatures over and over again for days on end. I can't bear it. No, no. Sora, please, help me. Don't go. Arya's words slipped out involuntarily. I'm sorry. I'll apologize. If words aren't enough, I'll do anything. So please, help me. Her voice cracked and trembled, desperate to elicit compassion and avoid abandonment. In response, Sora twisted his lips and inquired, his tone laced with mockery. Just another improvisation, isn't it? Regardless, you'll change your tune once I untie you. Arya vehemently shook her head at his words. You're wrong. This time, I truly mean it. I'll do whatever you ask. I'll become your slave like Luna if that's what you want. So, I find it hard to believe you. If you're serious, then swear it here and now, in the name of God. As expected, Arya couldn't respond immediately. For Arya, a priestess, taking an oath was not a matter to be taken lightly. Breaking an oath sworn in God's name would result in losing divine favor and tarnishing one's reverence for God for a lifetime. More specifically, it would diminish her authority as a priestess, including her sacred magic. Even if she were coerced into swearing in such a manner, it wouldn't change the fact that it was lamentable to invoke God's name for self-preservation. To admit that one's faith is not strong enough to live and uphold true devotion is to acknowledge one's own impurity, casting a shadow over the entirety of a priest's life. That's why priests rarely swore oaths in God's name. Even if compelled by others, they would staunchly refuse. They had to refuse. They mustn't use God's name to save themselves. Arya knew this. She had already made her decision in that regard. That's how it should be. But even so, she wanted to be saved. The law upholds order, and order is the light that dispels the darkness of the human world. The teachings of divine law spilled from Arya's lips. Howling, sobbing, confessing, I swear in the name of God's law. I, Arya, swear to serve you, Sora, for the rest of my life. I swear to serve you for the rest of my life. Are you satisfied? Iria cried out desperately, offering something more precious than her chastity. Tears streamed down her face without ceasing. And as if in response to Iria's fervor, she heard that voice. Soul Reborn equipment. Devour everything, Solita. In an instant, a surge of magical power emanated from Sora, palpable even to Iria. Realizing it, a black katana materialized in Sora's hand. It was a different weapon from the one he wore at his waist, and its mere presence sent shivers down Iria's spine. In the next moment, the black katana swished through the air. Given its length, it shouldn't have been able to reach the orcs. That's how it should be. However, the upper bodies of the 5 orcs were severed. Confusion etched across the faces of the orcs, unaware of what had transpired. And just like that, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, the 5 severed upper bodies thudded to the ground. The orcs had been cleanly sliced, dividing their torsos into upper and lower halves. Sora had dispatched all 5 orcs with a single strike. Confronted with such a scene, Iria's earlier fervor dissipated, and a dumbfounded voice escaped her. When Sora turned his gaze toward Iria, he swung his katana, severing the rope that bound her. The sudden turn of events caused Iria's knees to give way, and she sank to the ground. In her line of sight, a multitude of orcs appeared as if the trees themselves had been toppled. They roared with excitement at the scent of their fallen comrades, and a lone woman, facing the horde of orcs, Sora laughed. His laughter was carefree, devoid of any trace of nervousness or doubt. "This is what they mean by expecting the unexpected," Sora declared, positioning himself in front of the approaching orcs as if protecting Iria. Of course, Iria didn't find solace in his back. Even with his sworn oath, she felt no reassurance from the person who had pressured her until now. But even so, as long as she remained behind the back, for some reason, Iria was convinced that the orcs would never harm her. Voices from the distant village could be heard. Melt Village was currently immersed in the festivities of the annual harvest festival. Usually, the villagers would retire to their beds once the sun set, regardless of age, but tonight, they were singing and dancing, their square adorned with lights. Even the children were allowed to play in the dark, running about in excitement. The harvest festival wasn't limited to the residents of Melt. People from neighboring villages had also gathered, including leaders like mayors and chiefs. It was a lively affair, surpassing the usual festivities. Heavens! This isn't going to end. Did I take on too many orcs? I excused myself from the banquet table, claiming that I needed to use the bathroom, and scratched my head in contemplation. The battle against the orcs had ended in my victory, and I had successfully devoured the souls of the entire orc horde, including the superior species. Not a single orc remained. The news of the orc extermination brought joy and relief to the villagers. I was in an exceptionally good mood. I had managed to bring down Iria, leveling up by devouring her soul, and gained the favor of the people of Melt by defeating the orcs. Everything had gone according to plan. To be honest, I felt a slight unease that everything had gone so smoothly. That's why, in a sense, I decided to make a grand gesture in the village of Melt. I donated the rewards and materials obtained from the orc horde. Monsters that actively attack humans and livestock, such as orcs and goblins, will give you a reward for killing them. The corpse of a monster is also a treasure trove of materials. Orc flesh has a strong smell and an unpleasant taste, so it's not edible. But when washed and dried it can be combined with grain to make highly nutritious food for livestock. Bones and hides are used to make tools, and testicles and hearts are ingredients in invigorating medicines. There are many other uses, such as spreading the entrails on the ground and using them as fertilizer, or as food for carnivorous henchmen. Combining the profit from the sale of these materials with the reward for submission would surely go a long way towards compensating for the damage caused by the plague. Even if this year's harvest, like next year's, is zero, the village of Melt shouldn't have any problems with malnutrition. The target of the aforementioned important people from neighboring villages was the unexpected treasure that Melt had received. Other villages had been hit hard by the plague. They praised my actions and at the same time envied the benefits I had brought to the village of Melt. That's why the chief of Melt welcomed them with a smile. If they monopolize their profits, they will be hated. Surely the chief will also benefit the neighboring villages. And as a loan to the neighboring villages, the village of Melt will benefit in ways other than money. That was a fun banquet. For me, the act of giving up the benefits of defeating the orcs was like the final blow to the village of Melt. By this time, Melt's trust in me should be solid. It wouldn't be a big deal if Iria had a strange attitude towards me. This speculation hit the nail on the head, and the villagers are very happy. Fortunately, Iria, who returned to the village with me, remained calm and didn't disapprove of my actions when the orcs were defeated. Since she had witnessed my battle with my soul equipment, whenever I spoke to her she stumbled over her words and shrank back, so I was convinced she had no energy left to resist. That's why this case ended more or less well, but there was a miscalculation in the environmental conditions. It's a bit problematic that they're making such a fuss. Isn't it cruel that I haven't been able to eat a kebab since the banquet started? Please stop looking at me with dollar signs in your eyes. I can't count the number of times I've been asked, "Wouldn't you like to visit my village?" The chief of Melt also insisted that I stay longer, as if he did not want to let me go. In the end, I think I'll have to retract my earlier statement. That's why I had to use the excuse that I had to go to the toilet to get out. I had no desire to return to that place, so I walked to the empty field behind the village. I contemplated giving something to eat to the other person, or rather, the other contributor, Clausras. To my surprise, there was someone already there. Priest's heir, the dwarf children were also present. At that moment, I was loudly booed. "I'm not a dwarf, and I'm not a child either." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not." "Haha, what a shame. From my perspective, all of you are dwarf children. If it bothers you, try surpassing me in height and age. Darn it. Just you wait. I'll be taller than you. And much older too. It's impossible with age." "Ain't completely impossible, huh?" "Oh, I see that you understand." "Why, Dora?" Ain seems quite surprised. While the three of them argued, Priest Sarah spoke up. "The children said, since we have delicious food, we should also give some to the dragon, so I prepared it before noon. When we came here, I thought about calling for Sora-san, but yes, I was completely surrounded." "By the way, did Clausras do anything mischievous?" I asked with concern. Clausras hadn't yielded even with Seal keeping an eye on him. I wondered if he had intimidated Priest Sarah and the children. Then Priest Sarah smiled quietly and dispelled my worries. "Don't worry, he has been very calm. He truly cares about the children." "In that case, I'm glad." Saying that, I glanced at Clausras. The indigo wyvern hadn't realized that I had arrived and was burying its head in a barrel, devouring its contents. Its tail thumped the ground several times, indicating that it was thoroughly enjoying the food prepared by the priest. Could it be that it is solely absorbed by the food and not concerned about the children? Judging by the faint fragrance in the air, the contents of the barrel were pickled with vinegar? Yes, that's right. I heard that sour food is its favorite, so I tried making it. I'm glad it liked it." Priest Sarah puffed out her chest with satisfaction. The ample volume protruding from her priest's outfit definitely surpassed that of her daughters. "No," I shook my head from side to side, dispelling such thoughts. There was no reason to compare her to her resentful daughter. I focused my attention on Priest Sarah's culinary skills. Based on what I observed, Clausras was enjoying quite an elaborate feast. We recently caught a small boar, and after removing its skin and organs, we filled it with herbs and skewered it with a large iron skewer. It took about 3 hours to cook over a fire. It was a roasted boar, not a roasted pig. While the meat was roasting, the vinegar was also being prepared, requiring considerable effort. Vegetables harvested from the village underwent various treatments, including boiling, grilling, frying, and pickling, to blend the acidity of the vinegar with the vegetable flavors. For those who don't cook, it may be hard to realize the amount of work involved, but I understand the effort it took. Once the meat was cooked, it was cut into bite-sized pieces and placed in a barrel filled with vinegar, where it soaked for about 3 hours. It's more elaborate than the food served at the banquet. I'd like what I'm about to say to be a secret. Sure, it took longer to prepare than the food for the chief and the others. I figured, let's keep it a secret. All right. Priest Sarah put her index finger in front of her lips, looking very cute. Ahem. I coughed and looked away, remembering what I did to her daughter. By the way, Arya had been accompanying me as another contributor to the orc subjugation. Putting that aside, I was a little worried about Clauser's future. Who would remember the taste of such time-consuming food? He won't stop eating raw meat after remembering a better taste, will he? I'm sorry, but it's impossible to serve such complicated food every time. Luna Maria has the skill to cook, but being an elf, she has an aversion to meat dishes. Seal, coming from a large family, has a mindset of delicious dish equals economical and generous dish. As for Suzume, who has lived alone in the Titties forest, she prefers boiling or roasted food over a fire. Lately, I've been seriously considering hiring a housekeeper who meets my expectations. In this situation, it would be practically irrational to provide Clauser's with the same luxurious food as Priest Sarah's. But wait, could I use this as a reason to come to the village regularly? The distance between Ishku and the village of Melt is approximately a 7-day carriage ride. It's not an easily manageable distance, but if I were to fly through the sky, it wouldn't take more than half a day each way. Visiting Priest Sarah without any valid reason might raise suspicions, but I could dispel those suspicions by using the excuse of making Clauser's favorite food. It would be beneficial if I could recruit Priest Sarah into my clan, but she's a talented user who can't be easily obtained, even with the miracle of high virtue. If she were to leave the village, it would undoubtedly cause a major commotion. No, Priest Sarah, who holds the responsibility of the church and the care of the orphans, wouldn't be able to accept my invitation. I'll have to abandon my plan to recruit her. Or maybe not. In that case, wouldn't it be advantageous to find another miracle user? Furthermore, I could take care of those 3 orphans. Fortunately, my mansion is excessively spacious, and there are enough funds to support and look after 3 or 4 children without any issues. Ah, but I heard that Priest Sarah's husband's grave is in this village, so it would be impossible. Besides, there's also Arya. The reason I manipulated Arya in that way was to increase my supply of souls during the night. If we were to live under the same roof, Priest Sarah would undoubtedly notice her daughter's condition. However, Luna Maria and Seal are still in the mansion. From an outsider's perspective, it would seem like I'm a womanizer who changes partners and spends time with them every day. I don't want to imagine Priest Sarah's eyes filled with disgust. I'll focus on establishing a future connection with Priest Sarah without any strange desires. With a serious expression, I tried to talk to her. I have something to ask. Yes. What is it? When it's pickled with vinegar, does the meat have a long shelf life? Well, it's somewhat like that. However, with the increasing heat, it's better to consume it quickly. Although there's no need to worry in this case. Priest Sarah chuckled a bit as she glanced at Clauser's. Well, I think the amount of food this time is sufficient. In fact, he just finished eating. Clauser's, who lifted his face from the barrel with a satisfied sigh, noticed me and widened his eyes. He soon lowered his head with an apologetic gesture. Your face is covered in vinegar. It's only natural since you had your head in the barrel. Was it that delicious? Pooji, as I asked while wiping his face with a towel I took out of my pocket. Clauser's thumped his tail against the ground and let out a vigorous roar, flapping his wings at the same time. It seems like he really enjoyed it. And it seems that he not only liked the food but also Priest Sarah, because Clauser's didn't reject her hand as she cleaned the vinegar off his face together with me. He usually dislikes when others touch him, but he has become quite docile. Maybe this is what they call attacking through the stomach. I think eventually this guy will bring the prey he catches to the priest instead of me. If it's a request from the contributor who saved the village, I'd be very happy to cook. But it would be impossible to do it every day. I would be very grateful. Can I really ask you seriously? Of course. I won't ask for something unreasonable like having it every day, and I will pay the appropriate price. Sure, I wouldn't mind. If you add to it, I would prefer it not to be seen as payment but as a donation to the church. Priest Sarah said with a smile, her face radiant with happiness. This is bad. Just now, I thought, I want to devour her. I feel like talking to her will make me lose self-control. Anyway, I achieved results. Well done, Clausras. Now I won't have to worry about the reason for my next visit. I can return to Ishka with peace of mind. When I said that, Priest Sarah looked at me in astonishment. Are you leaving already? Yes. I think I've stayed in Ishka for too long. I'm also worried about the clan and the Rotten Sea. The Rotten Sea should have burned more or less, but that doesn't mean nothing happened. I'm also worried about Sazum. I don't think I should be, as I asked Luna Maria and Seal to keep an eye on her. But the two of them are a problem in themselves. An elf, beauty, and a beast girl, beautiful, both wearing slave collars, are as eye-catching as Sazum. In a certain sense. In a way, the outcome of this trip to Melt was quite troublesome. If I were to elaborate, it would come off as condescending, so I'll have to explain it as succinct as possible. Nevertheless, Priest Sarah seemed to have sensed something. She bowed deeply and expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much. Let me thank you again. No, don't worry about it. When someone is in trouble, we should help each other. I put on a gentle smile, hoping to portray myself as a good person. Do I look like a good person? Suddenly, I realized that the children had been unusually quiet for a while. When I looked at them, they were rubbing their sleepy eyes. It was already their bedtime. When I looked at the three of them, they were rubbing their sleepy eyes. I can't blame them, it's usually time for bed. The dwarf Kaldane yawned and the other two younger ones staggered. Priestess Sarah spoke softly to the children. Ain, please take Zwei and Dora to their room. Why yes. Ain nodded as he rubbed his eyes. Zwei held Ain's right hand and Dora held his left. I thought about it as I watched the three of them walk back to the village. Yes, Ain is a good elder brother. I think there was a time when Ragnar and I walked hand in hand, but my memories are already vague. When could that have been? If I remember correctly, it must have been when my mother and Ragnar's mother were around, so it was definitely before we were 7. Feeling nostalgic and bitter, I suddenly felt a gaze. When I looked back, Priest Sarah, who was supposed to be following the children, was looking at me. It was a look of concern. Even without words, she seemed to sense the loneliness that had entered my heart at that moment. Feeling embarrassed by her kind look, I turned my gaze in the direction I had been searching for. Chapter 3, The Sisters of the Duke's House. The territory of the Kingdom of Canaria is less than a third the size of its eastern neighbor, the Adastra Empire. Although smaller in size, the kingdom has several magical areas that become monster habitats like the Titis Forest, Skim Mountain, and Catalan Desert. While not as powerful as the Empire, Canaria's national strength has endured. In other words, Canaria can't be considered a small country that is easily disregarded. Many visit Canaria's very lively capital, Horus. In the Kingdom of Canaria, commercial activities flourished, and the wealth it generated greatly enriched the treasury of the kingdom. Why is small Canaria so economically active? As mentioned above, the Kingdom of Canaria has numerous magical areas within its borders. While there have always been bad consequences, there have also been benefits. That's why there is a great wealth that can saturate the treasury. This wealth comes from monster materials. The skins, bones, claws and fangs of monsters can be used to make powerful weapons. Over time, the people of Canaria have come to realize the commercial value of the monsters in their territory, including their meat, blood, fur and organs. Even the inedible flesh of orcs was used to feed livestock. The cumulative effort created an enormous economic base. While monster attack isn't constant, it is limited to the outskirts of the city. Frontline bases such as Ishku and Belka minimize incursions. Inside the walls, there are no monsters. Even a traveling merchant, as long as he sticks to the regular roads, knows it's not too dangerous, so he won't lose his spirits. Bordered by the Titis Forest to the north and the Catalan Desert to the west, the Kingdom of Canaria's only neighbors are the Empire of Adastra and the Holy Kingdom to the south. Relations between the two countries have been good in recent years, and there is no danger of other countries invading. As a result, the royal capital of Horus is thriving. But where there's light, there's shadow. In prosperous Horus, dark shadows crawl, like in Duke Drignote's household in the center of the capital. The Drignote family is a prestigious family that has existed since the foundation of Canaria and is the largest aristocracy in the kingdom. It can be said that there is no one living in the kingdom of Canaria who doesn't know the name Drignote. Pascal, the current head of the family, is particularly famous, and the name Ray, who led the Dragon Knights, has spread to other countries. And Pascal has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is called Astrid and the younger daughter Claudia. The eldest daughter, Astrid, shows great talent as a Dragon Knight and is the vice captain of the Dragon Knights, taking over her father's duties, which have been moved to the royal palace. Astrid has recently been given the name Ray, and that Astrid looked around at the entrance to the Duke's mansion with a heavy expression on her face. After a while, a carriage stopped at the outer gate. Her father Pascal was returning from the royal palace. Astrid ran to her father. When she saw his face, she took a deep breath. "Father, is it as expected?" "Yes," His Majesty said directly. "The engagement between His Highness Hazard and Claw must end. Finally, severing ties with that poison. If we had more time, surely." "I said the same." "But we've waited a year. We can't wait longer." "But, moreover, even without the poison concern, they couldn't conceive a child until the curse is lifted. That's..." Astrid's fists clenched at her father's words. Claudia Drignote, her younger sister and Prince Hazard's former fiancée, was now under an unexplained curse. This curse inflicted excruciating pain throughout her body, regardless of time or location. It was a merciless curse that defied magic, miracles, antidotes, potions, and even carefully crafted elixirs. No, to be precise, it's not that they had no effect. The pain could be temporarily alleviated, but over time, the curse reactivated. Many times, dozens of times. Claudia was a cheerful girl with a strong spirit, despite her young age. Even after her mother's passing, she smiled and held back her tears, not wanting to worry those around her. Initially, she resisted the curse, assuring her father and sister that it meant nothing to her. However, the curse grew stronger, mocking Claudia's resolve. For every pain she endured, 2 more would follow, and if she withstood those 2, 3 more would come. The curse relentlessly escalated, showing no mercy as Claudia's screams echoed through her suffering. Witnessing Claudia's heartbreak and her plea for death, her father and sister faced a difficult decision. To alleviate Claudia's pain, they resorted to using analgesics made from Tannasia herbs. These analgesics were potent but placed a tremendous burden on the body. They were typically reserved for severely injured or terminally ill patients who had no hope of recovery. It was never meant to be used on a 12 or 13-year-old girl, even if unintentionally. But for Claudia, when all other medicines ceased to work, she would have been in a frenzied state of pain if left alone. There was no other option. As a result, Claudia barely managed to survive. However, even the Tannasia pain medicine couldn't completely eliminate the pain of the curse, and Claudia was forced to live in fear of a possible wave of pain at any moment. Furthermore, while taking the Tannasia analgesics, the toxins it contained settled in Claudia's body, and the girl's body weakened every day and every minute. Pascal and Astrid tirelessly sought a solution to help Claudia, but renowned pharmacists and high priests couldn't save her. In that desperate moment, Pascal, known as the Lightning, and Astrid were on the verge of despair. A robust slave trader from Ishka arrived at Duke Drignote's mansion, presenting an unknown fruit called Jiria Oaks. The fruit in question is called Jiria Oaks, according to Fyodor, the self-introduced slave trader. He claimed it had powerful detoxifying properties capable of neutralizing even basilisk venom. Astrid and Pascal, however, didn't immediately believe Fyodor's words. They had doubts about his credibility, but the desperate situation of the Drignote father and daughter worked in Fyodor's favor. After confirming the authenticity of the fruit, they gave it to Claudia with great hope. The effect was remarkable. The visible effects of the venom and curse tormenting Claudia diminished. Needless to say, Astrid and Pascal were overjoyed. Although the underlying issue remained unresolved, they saw it as a step forward in a situation where no effective solutions were available. This was a significant change for the people of the Duke's household. The Jira oak's fruit could minimize the risks associated with the Thanasia herb. It allowed them to shift their focus to uncovering the cause of the curse, ultimately freeing Claudia from her pain. Astrid firmly believed in this possibility. However, intertwined with this belief was the cancellation of Claudia's engagement to the prince. It was the king's duty to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage. With Claudia's inability to bear children and no prospects of her health improving, it was undeniable that she couldn't be welcomed as the prince's wife. Even more so if the curse that suffocated Claudia could reach the prince. Furthermore, there were other motivations behind ending the engagement. The imperial faction has initiated an engagement between Prince Hazard and Princess Sakia as a replacement for Claudia. They've reportedly been discussing it for some time, and Princess Sakia is expected to arrive in the capital in about 2 months, with plans accelerated. Undoubtedly, the king and those around him had intended to cancel the prince's engagement with Claudia. Astrid, bitter in her thoughts, echoed her father's sentiments. Princess Sakia, the third princess of Adastara. An engagement with that country is akin to inviting an invader. Why can't those from the empire understand? Well, maybe they don't understand. Or if they do understand, they might be proceeding accordingly. Pascal's voice still carried bitterness. Pascal's dignified position as a recognized figure in Drignote and the king's strong trust in him wanting his daughter to be the future queen naturally caused others to feel jealous. Some courtiers from the imperial faction were attempting to counterbalance the support the Duke of Drignote received from the Adastra Empire. The cancellation of the engagement was undoubtedly the result of pressure exerted by the imperial faction on the king. In that case, suspicion would be cast on the empire's involvement in Claudia's curse, but no matter how much they investigated, nothing was found. With a heavy sigh, Duke Drignote spoke. In any case, we have to be prepared for the imperial faction. I won't be able to leave the royal palace for a while, so I'm entrusting the household to you. Meanwhile, securing those Jira Oaks fruits is essential. Leaving everything to the slave traders is like having Claudia's life in their hands. The Duke expressed his desire to avoid such a scenario, and Astrid nodded in agreement. As members of the Duke's household, they were well aware of the necessity of slaves and the importance of slave traders, but they couldn't completely trust them. According to Fyodor, the slave trader, he claimed that the rumored lone dragon knight found the Jira Oaks fruit. It's hard to believe that a simple adventurer could possess an indigo wyvern, but seeing her further muttering with doubt, Astrid corrected her expression. That's true, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was indeed an indigo wyvern. At that moment, during Astrid's visit to Ishka to verify the extent of the rotten decaying sea and the conditions of the Kale River, she decided to see the alleged indigo wyvern at least once and headed to the stable. It was somewhat ironic for Astrid, who had casually told the rider she met by chance, I hope we meet again very soon. With her own power, she had reached a position equivalent to that of a dragon knight, the epitome of strength in the kingdom of Canaria. It was impossible to overlook. Upon returning to the royal capital, Astrid had advised her father, considering inviting that young man named Sora to the Duke's house and indirectly conveying her thoughts. Although it looked much different from what was originally anticipated, it seemed that they would have the opportunity to meet again. As Astrid remembered Sora's mysterious face when he said, I hope we meet again, she gently narrowed her eyes, and her father's somewhat anxious voice reached her ears. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe. Taming an indigo wyvern, something I couldn't accomplish no matter how much effort I put in. How did he do it? If possible, I would like to learn the secret. It's an opportunity to fulfill my 30 years of longing, perhaps even 40. Seeing her father's heavy gaze transform into enthusiasm, Astrid smiled cheerfully. However, no matter which way she looked, there were only difficulties. Yet, her father, as the head of the Duke's household, must have been under even greater pressure than she was. At this moment, Astrid realized that even if she were to forget about the difficulties and solely focus on her hobbies, she wouldn't achieve anything. Provoking that kind of reaction from her father was worth talking to that young man. With that thought in mind, Astrid smiled once again. Section: How dull. I murmured inside the carriage heading to the royal capital. The carriage wasn't very spacious, so I suppose everyone could hear my voice. As proof of that, Luna Maria, who was sitting in front of me, opened her mouth with a somewhat complicated expression. It hasn't even been an hour since we left Ishka. It will be a long journey to reach the royal capital. I know, but once you get used to traveling on a wyvern, it feels strange to travel on land. And, how should I put it, this carriage is strangely uncomfortable. Perhaps it's because of the feathers stuck together. The seats are very soft. Since a carriage experiences constant jolts, it's best to have something soft. However, this squishy sensation on my backside doesn't put me at ease. Next to me, Seal, who was sitting next to Luna Maria, agreed, twitching her lynx ears on her head. I understand. It doesn't feel very comfortable. Is this a type of poverty or something? What do you think, Sezum-chan? I'm not used to carriages in general. The Kaijin girl, Sezum, sitting next to me looked somewhat anxious as she glanced around the carriage. Her hand firmly held onto the sleeve of my clothes. According to Luna Maria and Seal, who told me secretly, Sezum was very anxious while I was in the village of Melt. Sezum is usually cautious around others, but she is relatively open-minded with me. Perhaps it's because I saved her from the Lord of Flies and the Basilisk. I left Sezum behind and traveled to the village of Melt, entrusting Luna Maria and Seal with her care in my absence. However, I couldn't avoid feeling blamed for my lack of consideration. While contemplating this, Sezum asked me with a worried expression, is the royal capital bigger than Ishka? Yes, it's about 3 times the size of Ishka. I can't even imagine that. Then, how does the royal palace compare to your house, Sora-san? Let's see. It's like comparing a lizard to a wyvern. Do we really have to go there? Yes, I believe it's for the best considering the future. After all, Fyodor Donor went through the trouble of arranging it. That's right. This journey to the royal capital was planned by Fyodor, the slave trader. It might sound negative to put it that way, but I practically agreed to it. It's an invitation from the royal palace to evaluate my achievements, so I shouldn't complain. Speaking of achievements, it refers to defeating the basilisk, stopping the spread of the blighted rotten sea, discovering the Jirya oak's fruit, and making antidote from it. Including those achievements, I have a track record of working with an indigo wyvern. According to Fyodor, it's undoubtedly an invitation from the king or a high-ranking noble. Regardless of whether it's the former or the latter, it's simply bothersome to me. While I do hope to raise my fame, I don't intend to do it by serving someone. Normally I would refuse official invitation, but I don't think the nobles and royalty will simply let me go with a simple I see. It will surely be quite troublesome. That's why I wanted to find reasons to reject going to the royal capital. But when I heard the following, I couldn't say, I won't go. And of course, it concerns Sezum. Currently, no one in Ishka tries to harm Sezum. This is thanks to the achievements of the Slave Association, providing materials for the antidote against the blighted sea's poison and the subjugation of the basilisk. It was the result of spreading that information. Simultaneously, when it was declared that anyone who wanted to harm Sezum would become an enemy of the Slave Association, the effect was significant. I entrusted the Jirya Oak's profiteering to the Slave Association for this exact reason. In that sense, I'm grateful for Fyodor's response, but it seems that once Fyodor decided to invest, he went all out, thinking of providing Sezum with even more security than she already had. At this stage, only those who fear the Slave Association are afraid to make a move. On the contrary, it's difficult to control those who are not afraid of the association and want to go after Sezum. Those who are not afraid of the Slave Association would be the royal aristocrats. So Fyodor came up with the idea of getting the king to recognize Sezum's rights. If the king publicly acknowledged the achievements of a Kaijin, the royal aristocrats would surely hesitate. To be honest, when I first heard it, I wondered if it was really possible. But by the time Fyodor approached me, he was already working with the country's top noble, Duke Drignote. It seems that all this is the result of bringing the Jirya Oaks to the Duke and improving the condition of his daughter, who is suffering from an illness. When I heard this, I was amazed at Fyodor's ability and remembered the rumors I had heard before in the guild. The story of a nobleman's daughter who was cursed and couldn't be cured by a high priest's miracle or an elixir. For a 10th class adventurer like me, who couldn't even make a living, it was irrelevant. So I forgot about it when I heard it. Anyway, Fyodor realized that the invitation to the royal capital was a great opportunity. That's great, but I don't feel very comfortable having extensive dealings with a slave trader. Well, in Fyodor's case, he seems to be using the Jira Oak's antidote as bait to deepen his ties with the royal family and aristocrats. So I don't think he needs to benefit from me one-sidedly. Yes, that's why this trip to the royal capital is inconvenient, but necessary when thinking about the future. On the other hand, it must be like sailing a small boat in a storm for Sezum, who has just entered the human world and is being taken here and there for the convenience of others. No wonder she's afraid. I smiled as cheerfully as I could to reassure Sezum. I'll be by your side the whole time in the capital, so don't worry. Saying that, I stroked her head. The girl with the 2 horns still seemed worried, but she felt somewhat relieved and nodded. I'm counting on you. If anything happens, we can always escape on Kurosora. Let's stay calm and take it easy. Kurosora should be flying above the carriage. By the way, if you're wondering why we're not flying to the capital, it's because I felt bad that Kurosora had to carry 4 people when it wasn't an emergency. We can ride it, but it's primarily meant for 1 person. Besides, the comfort is very poor, so I don't think the 3 of them, except for me, can endure it. Above all, we couldn't simply leave the royal palace official who came to Ishka to pick us up and quickly head to the royal capital. It's worth noting that Fyodor is not present because he understands the implications of having a slave trader there. He knows that his role is in the preparation and not to come along unnecessarily. He handles these matters like a good trader. As for Iria, she's not accompanying us to the royal capital. In fact, she wasn't even in Ishka in the first place but stayed in the village of Melt. This was my instruction. I completely eliminated the orcs that settled in the Rem mountain range, but there's no guarantee that there isn't one that managed to escape. Additionally, if Iria and I were to leave at the same time, some villagers might take aggressive measures in search of the rewards and materials Melt had gained. To protect the village from such danger, I left Iria. Well, to be honest, it's not for the village, but for Priest Sarah and the children. Of course, I don't intend to leave Iria in the village forever. She's a valuable asset that I acquired. Once the situation has calmed down, I will have her return to Ishka. I was curious about Priest Sarah's expression in the village, but in the end, I couldn't do anything. With a great deal of anxiety, Priest Sarah might notice the change in her daughter, so I told Iria to be careful in that regard. In case she does notice, it will be reported to the village chief and other key figures that I am favoring the priest. For the village chief and the others, they wouldn't want to lose connection with me, a generous dragon knight. If I were to say that I'm considering marrying a woman from the village, I'm sure they would be willing to cooperate. The cooperation and support of the villagers are crucial for Priest Sarah, the church operator who also takes care of the orphans. Therefore, I must consider the villagers' suggestions. No matter how careless they may seem, it would be possible for me to forcefully take the priestify influence and rally the village. Unlike before, I now have the reputation and financial resources to do so. Of course, I really don't want to do that. However, there's no harm in reaching a state where I could if I wished. For Iria, who is unaware of my internal thoughts, it's a gamble whether her mother will receive my venomous fangs or not, so she must pretend to remain calm with all her might. It will take approximately 2 days to reach the royal capital by carriage. Although we had to spend the night, since we were invited by the royal palace, we didn't have to camp. Instead, we could stay in a government-run lodging along the road. Just when I thought of deepening my friendship with Sezum and the others, night fell quickly. Seal led Sezum, who couldn't keep her eyes open, to her room. When Luna Maria and I were alone, the wise elf spoke as if she had been waiting for this moment. Master, there's something I would like to discuss. I mentioned it before, but what is it? I encouraged Luna Maria to continue, sensing her hesitation. What she said was something I had heard before. My blood, being that of a dragon, grants great power to those who come into contact with it. At the time, I didn't have the chance to delve into the details due to the issue with Suzume. And since Suzume, who drank my blood, recovered from extreme exhaustion, Luna Maria's words may have been accurate. Today's report from Luna Maria further solidifies this conclusion. It appears that the power of Luna Maria and Seal has returned to their previous levels when I left for Melt. Is that so? Yes, Seal and I are exactly the same. According to Luna Maria, their physical and magical strength has reverted to their previous states. In other words, my blood acts as both a remedy and a reinforcement. This had come up before, and now Luna Maria seems greatly troubled by it. By mentioning it herself, she's evidently touching upon my secret. At that time, Luna Maria had told me, I sensed a dragon. As an elf and a spiritual carrier, she detected the same source within me, but after that, Luna Maria didn't delve any further into the matter of the dragon. It was likely because she thought I was trying to conceal the power of the dragon. Indeed, I have hidden the dragon. My soul equipment. I use my soul equipment when there's no one around, and I abstain from using it when others are present, such as when I confronted Lars. This isn't because I want to pretend to be weak. I don't mind if they know I'm strong. By defeating the griffin in the silo, there's no way they would think he's weak. But why am I so strong? How did I become this powerful? In what way do I fight? I've been cautious about these aspects. It's a precautionary measure. Information about the illusory sword style, soul equipment, and energy isn't invisible. For an adventurer, there are no true boundaries. Surely, there are those within the Empire who are aware of the illusory sword style. It's highly possible that those who have witnessed my soul equipment and observed my energy abilities could deduce my connection to Onigashima. And once that information spreads, countermeasures will be taken against me. For instance, Odd is a magical ability derived from the magical power within one's body. Therefore, if there are sealing elements or barriers, it would become a significant disadvantage. To minimize such dangers and disadvantages, I have concealed my soul equipment. And Luna Maria noticed that, naturally, there must have been a reason why she intervened in this manner. Throughout history, the method to attract talented individuals has been determined by the opposite sex and the market. Luna Maria explained. If you were to casually engage with a noble woman who was offered to you, your secrets could leak. Something like that? Yes. In the case of Seal and me, we won't speak out. Even if we try, the master can stop us. With this collar, Luna Maria touched the black collar around her slender throat. The collar, provided by the Slave Association, contains magic that enables locate, paralyze, and asphyxiate. Needless to say, these are magical measures in case they attempt to escape or rebel. By the way, this collar is made using the association's unique technology, making it impossible to copy or replicate. On the contrary, if someone were to attempt such a feat, the association would deal with them severely, regardless of their status. Therefore, the slave collar is an invaluable item for the Slave Association. Setting that aside, I understand what Luna Maria means. As a slave, even if she knows the secret, she can be eliminated. However, that cannot be done to a woman who has been offered by a noble. That's why she advises me not to readily accept such invitations. I gratefully accepted her advice. I don't know if a woman will approach me, and even if one does, I won't accept if it's at the request of an overly adorned noblewoman. To be honest, I have had plenty of experience with banquets as the eldest son of the Mitsurugi family. I have also attended them as a representative. Well, none of the high-class women I met during that time left a good impression. Therefore, this invitation hasn't altered my expectations in that regard. To be honest, I simply want to conclude matters quickly and return to the village of Melt. Alternatively, going on an adventure with Luna Maria and Seal might be a good idea. Until now, I had to act differently intentionally because of my soul equipment, but upon hearing Luna Maria's words, I no longer believe it's necessary. While contemplating these things, I pulled Luna Maria towards me forcefully. The wise elf appeared surprised for a moment, but upon seeing my expression, she seemed to understand my intentions. Her cheeks flushed red, and she made no resistance. The following day. Wow. In the morning, we resumed our carriage journey and passed through the Horus Gate of the royal capital when the sun was at its peak. A voice of exclamation escaped Sezum's lips as she looked outside, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The Kaijin girl still appeared tense, but the sight of the royal capital seemed to excite her. For a girl who had lived in a forest since birth, the view of the royal capital must have felt like a dreamlike world. Horus's grandeur seemed boundless. Even the roads differed from those in other cities. A city where roads and sidewalks were well separated resembled a true city in Canaria. As far as I know, there isn't such an organized street in the capital of Adastera. There are 2 lanes instead of 1, and carriages are compelled to move to the left in the direction of travel. As a result, even if hundreds of carriages come and go simultaneously, there are no traffic jams. The sidewalks are wide enough to accommodate a large number of people without collisions. Between the road and the sidewalk, trees and herbs are planted, providing a pleasant sight and fragrance for passers-by. Horus, the royal capital, is a city with 10 boulevards extending east and west, and 10 extending north and south, creating a grid-like landscape. It is a city that has evolved based on meticulous calculations through sophisticated urban planning, rather than simply expanding due to population growth. This was the royal capital, Horus. The first king who established this royal capital must have been remarkably talented. Just by looking at the landscape, the royal capital of Canaria surpasses the imperial capital of Adastera. That's what I thought. At that moment, the sound of an instrument could be heard from outside the carriage. Looking out, I saw a handsome boy playing the lute on the road. He appeared to be a traveling bard. As the carriage continued on, we encountered many more performers. Some showcased their art through singing or acting, while others performed impressive feats like blowing fire into the sky or gambling with monsters called black hounds. Sezum's and Seal's eyes sparkled with fascination. Sora-san, what are those people doing? Sezum asked. They are people who display their art and receive money from passers-by. It's also known as a ainrai, I explained. A ainrai refers to the money given by someone who is impressed by the displayed art. Sezum nodded in understanding. The concentration of such performers in the city indicated its wealth, as those who couldn't afford the luxuries of everyday life wouldn't pay for temporary art. As we conversed about these things, the carriage continued to move, and the bustling street gradually disappeared from view. Eventually, we arrived at a magnificent building in the heart of the royal capital. The prime location and grand appearance made it obvious that it was an aristocratic mansion. It likely belonged to a high-ranking aristocrat, possibly even surpassing the rank of a count. It wouldn't surprise me if it turned out to be a royal residence. Ahead of the mansion, several individuals seemed to be waiting for the messenger who had run ahead. There were soldiers, knights, stewards, and maids, each positioned with utmost precision. They all displayed a polite attitude, as if welcoming a king. In front of the main gate stood a silver-haired lord, who appeared to be the master of the others. He exuded an extraordinary aura and possessed an intensity that could make a wild tiger submit with just a glance. At first glance, he seemed to be over 50 years old, but his demeanor showed no signs of aging. This person was undoubtedly stronger than Elgert, the guild master and first-class adventurer. Who could he be? Well, I have a vague idea, I muttered to myself. Then, immediately after alighting from the carriage, my suspicions were confirmed. I am Pascal Jimdrignote, the minister of King Torvald of Canaria, heroes who saved Ishka. Welcome to the royal capital, Horus. Duke Drignote extends a warm welcome to you. As soon as Duke Drignote spoke, those behind him greeted us in unison. The knights and soldiers on the right side of the Duke placed their right hand on their chests. The stewards and maids on the left side of the Duke bowed deeply. Their flawless conduct resembled that of a well-trained army, leaving Sezum and Seal astounded. As for me, I wasn't trembling, but I felt a slight apprehension inside. Are we going to stay at Duke Drignote's mansion while we're in the royal capital? In the mansion of the Lightning of the Kingdom of Canaria? I wondered if they would allow us to stay at an inn in the city. I think the 3 of them would gladly raise their hands in agreement. It was a sincere wish, but I couldn't say no. I'm fine to a duke who welcomed me in such a conventional manner. That would be more than rude. There was no choice. Let's hope that the members of the duke's household won't be bothered by etiquette. It would have been a good idea to teach Sezum and Seal the basics of etiquette during the journey. I am familiar with the imperial style, but it would have been better than knowing nothing. No, I should have done it much earlier. As I pondered, I realized that Luna Maria had received education at the Academy of Sages, so her knowledge of etiquette should be impeccable. I could have learned from Luna Maria about the customs of the kingdom. It's too late to think about that now, though. With those thoughts in mind, we passed through the gate under the Duke's guidance, traversed a vast garden, large enough to accommodate the entire Ishku Adventurers Guild, and entered the mansion. Inside, the Duke's family awaited us. Among them, I spotted the girl I had met in Kurisora's stable, and my eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that she had also noticed me, or rather, she must have known I was coming, as she smiled gently, careful not to draw attention from those around her. It was only later that I discovered she was Astrid Drignote, the eldest daughter of Duke Drignote. And there was another person who captured my attention besides Astrid, a slender girl, leaning on Astrid for support, gave us a somewhat bashful smile. She was likely Claudia Drignote, the one Fyodor mentioned as the Duke's daughter suffering from an illness. My gaze remained fixed on Claudia, not in a positive sense, but rather in a negative one. She stood out as an anomaly, especially since Astrid's soul, standing beside her, emitted a radiant glow. Claudia's soul was exceptionally faint, so faint that even a slight taste would deplete the girl's soul. Even if she didn't die today or tomorrow, I doubted she would last another month. Claudia's condition had already reached such a critical stage. If this was the result of a curse, the person who cursed Claudia seemed to possess the ability to manipulate her soul, a power similar to mine that devoured souls. My disposition and gaze became cold. When Claudia looked at me, she blinked as if perplexed. Section. King Torvald, Prince Hazard, and Marquis Corquia. Only these three individuals matched the names and faces as stipulated. Speaking of the king, it was refreshing to witness a simple ceremony. The fatigue was less than half of the lengthy and extravagant ceremonies in the Adastra Empire. I didn't have a strong impression of the king himself. He appeared dignified and respectable, but his status seemed slightly lower than that of the Duke Drignote I had met earlier. Next was the prince, whose voice carried a strong presence. As soon as he saw me, he exclaimed, "Offer the indigo wyvern." The 13-year-old prince apparently aspired to have Kurisora as his dragon in the future. An indigo wyvern is considered the most powerful among the wyvern race, and Kurisora, who grew up in the wild, possesses a power that sets him apart from other wyverns in captivity. Regarding the difference in power, when Kurisora was placed in the Dragon Knight's stable, the other wyverns present immediately calmed down and assumed a posture of obedience, lowering their long necks to the ground one by one. It's not surprising that he caught the prince's attention at first glance. Of course, I have no intention of giving away Kurisora. However, the prince seems to believe that I will agree without hesitation, which is quite troublesome. Despite the prince's behavior, I don't find him unpleasant. His desire for Kurisora stems from a genuine liking for the wyvern. Additionally, he harbors some jealousy towards me. Apparently, he resents the fact that his father, the king, referred to me as the Indigo Dragon Knight. Well, it's like having an alternative name, and I understand that having a nickname is highly appealing to a child. However, his reference to me as a Dragon Knight was a way to belittle me and impress others by saying, "This man is beneath me." It's not something to be envious of, but I don't think a 13-year-old can grasp all that. In any case, Prince Hazard is a young man filled with youthful ambition and royal arrogance. By the way, when the prince noticed Duke Drignote and Astrid, he distanced himself from me with a somewhat embarrassed expression. I couldn't deny his request to have Kurisora. As I found the prince's behavior peculiar, the duke explained the situation with a tinge of bitterness. It seems that the prince recently called off his engagement with Claudia. The cancellation of the engagement was conveyed to Duke Drignote by the king, and the prince hasn't said a word about it to the duke. He hasn't even visited Claudia. I see. I can understand why it would be difficult for him to face the Duke and Astrid. The last person is Marquis Corquier, the second in line among Canaria's aristocrats after Duke Drignote. He claims to have a friendly relationship with the Adastra Empire and reportedly disagrees with Duke Drignote's policy of independence. Are you from the Empire, Sorodono? We will soon make some preparations, so I would like to know about your hometown, said Marquis Corquier, laughing amiably. He reminds me of the number one with his wiry frame and towering height. He doesn't exude the same level of power as Duke Drignote. However, there is a sharpness in his gaze, and his grey eyes possess an intense brilliance akin to a sharp blade. He is likely a talented bureaucrat. Marquis Corquier's strangely specific about broken engagement, probably to imply that Duke Drignote's power is diminishing. Although I'm not particularly interested in the political disputes of the Canaria Royal Palace, it only adds to my unnecessary knowledge. I engaged in conversations with various counts and leaders, but it became quite tiresome to remember everything. Well, at least Sazum's accomplishments have been acknowledged. I'm grateful for that. Section. The next day, as I woke up in Duke Drignote's mansion, I shrugged and brought breakfast to Kurisora. King Torvald praised Sazum for their achievements, as requested by the Slave Association. Sazum now has the assurance of staying in the Kingdom of Canaria. There shouldn't be any audacious individuals willing to challenge a Kaijin who received compliments from the king himself. If anyone still dares to go after Sazum despite all this, I will devour them without hesitation. With that thought in mind, I made my way to the Wyvern stable in the Duke's mansion. Initially, Kurisora was supposed to be placed in the palace stable, but considering the prince's potential recklessness, I asked the Duke to move him here. If the prince were to interact with Kurisora inappropriately, the angered Wyvern might crush him with his tail. I refused to be held responsible for the prince's demise. Upon entering the stable, I saw a figure standing in front of Kurisora. What gave me a sense of déjà vu was the prince's long blonde hair. I wondered if it was Astrid, who had come to visit Kurisora. But the shadow of the figure was small. Astrid is taller than me, even without heels. Unlike her, this presence reached only to my chest. She noticed me and turned towards me with a slightly awkward movement. It was Duke's daughter, Claudia Drignote. Good morning, Sora-san. Yes, good morning, Claudia-sama. Did you come to see the Indigo Wyvern? Yes, that's right. When I heard what my sister said earlier, I really wanted to see him for myself. She had long blonde hair and clear purple eyes. Her fair skin was extremely pale, and her limbs were slender. But her demeanor was strong, and the intensity in her gaze emitted a powerful aura. To be frank, she was my type of girl. But why so early? I go for a morning walk because I've been feeling well lately. If I don't make the most of it while I can, my body will grow weaker. The Duke's daughter struck a pose, clasping her hands together. She seemed quite active. As I approached, Claudia bowed and turned her gaze back to Kurisora. I didn't need to see her face to know that her eyes were sparkling. She blushed slightly, likely due to the excitement of being able to see an indigo wyvern up close. But these indigo scales are truly beautiful. I can understand my father's obsession. Can I touch him a little? That's something you should ask him, not me. Right. Kurisora, I'm sorry, but may I touch you a bit? Pooji. Please. My name is Claudia. Closest friends call me Claw. Pooji. You're Claw, and I'm Claw. We can consider ourselves companions. Pooji. Kurisora hesitated for a moment, but the fact that they shared the same name seemed to catch his attention, as wyverns hold great importance in their names. He tapped the ground with his tail once, as if saying, "Oh well, thank you so much." Expressing her gratitude, Claudia reached out her hand to touch his scales. She was determined to reduce the distance to 0, just like Seal had done so many times. She was a formidable girl. By the way, is it normal for a dragon knight or something to speak naturally with a wyvern? Speaking of that, her sister Astrid was touching Kurisora in Ishika's stable. The wyvern ridden by a dragon knight is basically owned by the country, and as seen in the stable, Duke Drignote possesses many wyverns. Only those sisters who grew up in such a household could make Kurisora feel something. By the way, Sora-san. What is it? Did Hazard, the prince, say anything about him? He asked me to give Kurosora to him. When we started talking, I replied. Upon hearing my response, Claudia furrowed her brow with a complex expression. I thought so. Please don't think poorly of him. He can be a bit rude and impulsive at times, and he has his weaknesses, but aside from that, he is a good person. He has always had a fondness for dragons and used to say as a habit that he would become the strongest dragon knight. So, when he saw an indigo wyvern, I believe he couldn't resist his desire to have it. After expressing her thoughts, Claudia seemed to realize that it was pointless to continue discussing that description and quickly resumed the conversation. He won't use his power to force you to yield, so don't worry. Hoo-hoo, really? Certainly. I couldn't perceive any malicious intent if I can get whatever I want. When I saw him avoiding Duke Drignot and Astrid due to the cancelled engagement, if he had that kind of character, he would have been able to greet the Duke and Astrid without worrying about the broken engagement. Yes, that's right. If he allows himself to be influenced by Lord Corquier and the others, I'll give him a good lesson. Although it may not seem like it, I was much better with the sword than His Highness. I was also better at handling dragons. Apparently, Claudia used to be quite the tomboy. As I contemplated that, the Duke's daughter spoke somewhat dejectedly. That's why I think His Highness didn't really like me. He prefers a gentle girl. I made an effort to grow my hair and improve my way of speaking. But after all, it's not easy to change what's on the inside. After saying that, Claudia lifted her head. She shook her head from left to right as if in a hurry, causing her long blonde hair to sway along with her movements. I'm sorry. This is not a topic related to Sora-san. No. I was relieved to learn about His Highness Hazard's personality. To be honest, I was worried about what to do if the royal family tried to take Kurosora away. In that case, I would have to ask Claudia-sama to teach a lesson to the greedy prince. Why yes. Leave it to me. After a brief moment of hesitation, Claudia understood my intentions and her expression brightened. Seeing Claudia like that, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Just like her elder sister Astrid, despite being the daughter of the Duke, Claudia didn't have a sense of superiority. I don't know if it's due to her gratitude for the Jiraiya Oaks or if it's simply her innate nature. Regardless, her behavior towards me so far has been kind and treating me as an equal. I have a soft spot for people like that because those types of humans are usually hostile towards me. That's probably why individuals like Astrid and Claudia receive unconditional favor. If I could, I would like to release the curse that afflicts the girls standing before me. My eyes clearly perceive Claudia's anomaly. Her soul is extremely diminished. It resembles what I witnessed when I devoured Iria's soul the other day. At first, I wondered if there might be someone with a similar ability to mine in Claudia's vicinity. However, it seems that no such person exists within the Duke's family. In fact, it would be impossible to devour Claudia's soul, considering she is under constant protection from family members and vassals. Furthermore, Claudia's condition was peculiar in that her soul was being consumed in isolation. If a soul is lost for any reason, it typically recovers over time. This has been proven with Miroslav and Luna Maria on numerous occasions. Regardless of how many times I devoured their souls, they eventually recovered. However, Claudia's soul hasn't shown signs of recovery since yesterday. In fact, it appears to be even weaker. Her soul continuously diminishes without being devoured by anyone. The reason was the lack of a vessel that could contain Claudia's soul. It's easy to understand if you imagine a bowl with a hole at the bottom. If the amount that spills out is greater than the recovery, the contents of the bowl will decrease. This curse afflicting Claudia functions in this manner. All the physical and mental abnormalities are merely consequences of soul depletion. That's why symptoms reappear immediately after temporary recovery through miracles and elixirs. At this rate, Claudia's soul will reach rock's bottom. To fully heal her, the hole at the bottom of the vessel must be sealed. I comprehend that, but I don't know how to accomplish it. All I can do is consume souls. I cannot provide healing. No, wait a moment. Is it necessary to heal her right now? Of course, eventually. A complete healing will be required, But our priority should be to prevent further deterioration of the symptoms. If we cannot stop the leakage, then we must pour in more souls than what is lost. As a soul devourer, I believe I can contribute souls. Admittedly, I have never attempted this before. It has never even crossed my mind. Therefore, even if it is possible, I am uncertain if it will work with Claudia. Injecting a substantial number of souls could potentially rupture the vessel. Additionally, we would have to press our lips together to pour in the souls, so it seems unlikely. No, I suppose not. If I were to suggest that, Duke Drignote would likely dismiss the idea. As a last resort, I could sneak into Claudia's room at night and perform the procedure while she sleeps, but doing so would resemble a midnight visit. Well, I can consider it as a final option. In the meantime, I will investigate the curse devouring Claudia. If we can remove the curse, Claudia's soul should recover without requiring a nocturnal visit. There will undoubtedly be questions if the curse that even the Duke couldn't eliminate is suddenly eradicated shortly after my arrival in the royal capital. However, we won't know until we try. Lost in contemplation, I returned to the mansion with Claudia. A concerned maid greeted us. Claudia deliberately chose not to bring a companion to avoid unnecessary excitement about Kurisora. Yes, she's a well-behaved girl. While pondering my plan to save Claudia, I entered the Duke's mansion. The first person I suspected of cursing Claudia was Marquis Corquia from the Imperial faction. The curse had not targeted Pascal, the mansion's ruler, or Astrid, the vice-captain of the Dragon Knights, which makes Claudia's situation noteworthy as the Duke's daughter alone. Furthermore, her importance lies in preventing her engagement with Prince Hazard. I heard that the wedding preparations between the Prince and Princess Sakuya of Adastra are already well underway. Despite Claudia's engagement being recently dissolved, it appears Princess Sakuya will arrive in the royal capital within 2 months, with plans moving swiftly. It's a rapid progression following the broken engagement. I'm uncertain which country orchestrated it, but it suggests that preparations have been in motion for some time. In other words, they foresaw Claudia becoming unsuitable for the marriage. Such circumstances raise suspicion in themselves. However, both Duke Drignote and Astrid have surely considered what I'm thinking and thoroughly investigated Marquis Corquia and the nobles close to him. Yet, they failed to gather substantial information. This suggests that external searches have their limitations. Hence, I believe we should investigate internally. When I visited Astrid's room and proposed this idea, the young vice-captain of the Dragon Knights contemplated, placing her hand on her chin. From that position, Astrid spoke. After last night's audience, your name and achievements as the Indigo Dragon Knight became known throughout the court. Undoubtedly, Marquis Corquia desires to win you over to his side. At the very least, he wants to prevent you from becoming an ally of the Dragnotes. I'm certain he will make contact sooner or later. Yes. At the banquet last night, he mentioned that preparations would soon be made. If we reinterpret his words, it implies he wishes to have me under his influence. Well, apart from fighting, I can't envision myself defeating Marquis Corquia, who was born into nobility. In that sense, investigating internally may seem obvious, but we have an advantage. He still believes that nobody has discovered the nature of the curse. The user of the soul-draining curse cannot be pure and innocent. Once I get close enough, the foul odor will become apparent. Hence, infiltrating Marquis Corquia's residence should prove fruitful. However, since I haven't discussed souls with Astrid, I cannot elaborate on the significance of this plan. As expected, Astrid expressed reservations about responding to Marquis Corquia's invitation. It's not that she expects positive results even if I were to be influenced. It's that she worries about me. Since the founding of Canaria, the Corquia family has been renowned. The current head, in particular, is known for his talent and has attracted many nobles from our faction. He possesses great persuasiveness and adapts his methods to the situation, employing both sweet words and whips. If he deems assimilation impossible, he will exert every effort to crush his opponents. I'm genuinely concerned. Will I be crushed? Not in a direct confrontation. He excels in spreading rumors to create scandals, pressuring vassal houses associated with the opponent, and threatening merchants to sever any business contracts they have. He goes to great lengths, just shy of breaking the law, making it challenging to withstand his tactics. Astrid sighed deeply but swiftly regained her composure. These methods apply even when dealing with high-ranking nobles. For someone like you, Soradono, who lacks titles, he would undoubtedly employ even more ruthless means. Naturally, I cannot allow you to. Astrid paused and covered her mouth, expressing frustration. While wondering what was happening, she bowed as if apologizing. I apologize. The way I spoke made it sound as though you have joined the Drignote faction. Despite your intention to help Claw and your lack of interest in Canaria's political conflicts. Why yes. Well, that's correct. Was it that obvious? Astrid smiled as she touched her face. Your attitude towards the nobles at the banquet made it clear. Frankly, I expected you to request a return to Ishka today. By staying in this mansion, whether you like it or not, you will be perceived as part of the Drignote faction. I couldn't help but chuckle at her astute deduction. In truth, if it weren't for Claudia, I would have already returned to Ishka. However, Claudia isn't the sole individual in the Drignote family who piques my interest. Her elder sister, too, intrigues me. And being part of a duke's household provides certain conveniences. If they find themselves in a predicament, I wouldn't mind lending a helping hand once or twice. So I decided to confide in Astrid. Indeed, I have no interest in court politics, and I have no intention of becoming a vassal of the Drignote family. Nevertheless, I appreciate the advantages of this invitation and the warm welcome extended by everyone in the mansion. If I can be of assistance, I will do what I can. Then, Astrid smiled brightly, her surprise quickly transforming into a cheerful expression. Soon after, she lowered her head respectfully. Likewise, I am incredibly grateful to Soradono and Sazumdona for providing the detoxification method. Judging from my sister's smile, a simple invitation hardly seems enough. If there is anything we can do to assist you in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. The Drignote family will never forget this favor. Afterwards, I discussed future plans with Astrid, but just then, there was a knock on the door. Astrid called for the person outside to enter, and in response, two individuals came in. As I caught sight of them, my eyes widened in surprise. It was an unexpected pairing. With your permission, Nae-sama, Sora-san, please come in, Sazum-chan. Why yes. With your permission. Claudia entered, dragging Sazum along with her. Sazum was wearing the black one-piece dress that Seal had bought for her, and she had donned a wide-brimmed hat to conceal her horns. What's with the hat? I asked. Sazum had ditched her usual flat hat in favor of a wide-brimmed one, similar to what noble ladies wear when going out. It could make her look fashionable if worn normally, or she could hide her face by pulling it down deeper, making it suitable for covert activities. Indeed, it was a hat reminiscent of a certain tomboy princess sneaking out of the mansion. True to form, the tomboy princess made a declaration, proudly puffing out her chest. I thought it would look great on Sazum-san, so I gave it to her. How does it look? It suits you very well, Sazum-san. Thank you so much. Astrid spoke gently, and Sazum responded with a soft whisper, seemingly nervous. Coming straight from the forest, Sazum was still unfamiliar with human society, and it appeared to be the case this time as well. Had she known for certain that the other person was Duke Drignote's daughter, she probably would have been more than just nervous. In fact, both Sazum and Seal had been quite tense during their conversation. On the other hand, Luna Maria spoke with familiarity. While contemplating this, I noticed Claudia gazing at me. Was it just my imagination? I also felt a gaze coming from her older sister. I still haven't given my opinion on the hat. Yes, Sazum. It looks great, I remarked. Thank you very much. Sazum's face lit up, and indeed, she looked incredibly cute. Since we're in the capital, why don't we go shopping for clothes later? I suggested. It was something essential for a girl her age. Now that I think about it, I had never paid attention to those kinds of things with Seal. Perhaps I should take both of them shopping? Just as I was about to propose the idea, Claudia seemed even more interested than Sazum. In that case, Let's go to the store where Nae-sama and I always order our clothes. Oh, you mean the supplier for the Duke's household? Yes, the fabrics are of excellent quality, and their tailoring is impeccable. I highly recommend it. Suzume-san is about the same height as me, and our limb lengths are similar, so getting measurements should be easy. Ah, but what? The difference in chest size between Suzume-san and me will have to be factored in according to Nae-sama's specifications, Claudia said, flashing a smile. As she spoke, I inadvertently glanced at Suzume and Astrid's ample bosoms. No, I didn't. HMPH, I won't fall into your trap, Claudia Drigg note. No, even if I were to stare, I doubt the two of them would get angry. Hey, Claw, don't tease your elders, I chided. It's just a plan to showcase Nae-sama's charms, Claudia retorted. Claudia appeared slightly dejected as she glanced at her own chest. Astrid simply sighed. This is what they call backfiring. Just take it easy. Your physical condition seems good, but if you push yourself too hard, there will be consequences at night. After warning her younger sister, Astrid turned to Suzume and spoke gently. Thank you for keeping my younger sister company, Suzume-san. Due to her position, my sister doesn't have many close friends. It must make her happy to have a friend her own age. It may sound silly, but as her older sister, it would mean a lot to me if the two of you get along well. No. Well, I am also happy. Claw-san has done so much for me. Suzume hurriedly replied to Astrid's kind words. Amidst it all, she glanced at me as if seeking help, but judging by Astrid and Claudia's expressions, her response seemed to be just right. The talk about the clothing store didn't last long, but it was put into action the following day, driven by Claudia's eager anticipation. The remaining day was spent considering Claudia's physical condition, which seemed to be improving remarkably well. The next day, Claudia's complexion looked much better from my perspective. She must have taken some advanced healing medicine the previous night. Her soul was also visibly recovering. Although the abnormalities were more pronounced than those of a normal human, it was an improvement from yesterday. Around this time, not only her physical recovery through the Jiraiya Oaks but also her mental recovery, thanks to having Suzume as a friend, seemed significant. Suzume had a vivacity that could fully recover if she spent a month with her. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple, given that an enemy was cursing Claudia. No, wait. If the enemy's goal was to break off the engagement between Claudia and the prince, is it possible that their hostility towards Claudia has already dissipated? Lost in these thoughts, I observed Claudia pulling Suzume and Seal into the store from outside. It's not that I was left out. I simply couldn't keep up with Claudia's pace, or rather, her feminine fervor. Seal, who had been shy, seemed to have opened up to Claudia as well. The topic of clothing appeared to serve as a means of communication for girls, regardless of their status or race. I feel like they're treating Suzume like a dress-up doll, but I needn't concern myself with the details. However, it was hard to ignore the discomfort caused by Seal's slave collar. The same went for Luna Maria. I think it's time to seriously consider liberating them from slavery. At this point, I couldn't help but worry about the possibility of rebellion. The Drignote sisters may not voice their concerns, but that doesn't mean they don't feel anything. Moreover, considering the subsequent invitation to Priestess Sarah, I believe it's necessary to resolve this matter promptly. Speaking of Priestess Sarah, I wonder what Iria, who pledged her service to me in the name of God, is doing now. Lost in my wandering thoughts, Astrid exited the store and approached me. Were you waiting here? I apologize for my younger sister's noise, Astrid said as she approached me. No, Suzume and Seal seem to be having a great time. I would never have thought of bringing them to a store like this. I'm grateful to Claudia-sama, I replied, casting my gaze upon the magnificent store. The presence of signs for the Duke's house supplier indicated its prestigious nature. Upon closer inspection, it seemed unlikely that common people would easily adapt to new clothes. The same went for adventurers who mostly stuck to old clothes, except for the essentials like underwear. Even the black one-piece dress Suzume was wearing now was an old garment prepared by Seal. Although it was called old clothing, it had both quality and mediocrity, and it suited Suzume quite well. Entering a store like this was primarily reserved for nobles and merchants, with prices tailored for affluent families. Just imagining the cost sent a chill down my spine. While contemplating this, Astrid casually made an unexpected statement. If it's all right with Soradono, I would like to offer you clothes as a token of gratitude. Eh? Me? I responded unintentionally to the unexpected question and cleared my throat before continuing. Are you referring to me? No. No, even if I were to wear fine clothes, I am still an adventurer. It would be like giving a gold coin to a cat, although I appreciate your consideration. Of course, you don't need extravagant attire during an adventure, but I don't think Soradono is merely an adventurer. Wherever you go, being prepared for any situation shouldn't be a problem, Astrid said, squinting her eyes momentarily, and added, furthermore, I could feel the intensity in her gaze, similar to how she looked at me in Ishka's stable. It wasn't an unpleasant gaze trying to uncover my secrets, but it made me feel somewhat uneasy. I thought so when I saw you at the court the other day. I sensed something substantial in Soradono's mannerisms and behavior. Someone who has learned proper etiquette. I'm not saying you have to dress like a noble, but if you could leave behind your usual attire, acquire more suitable clothes, and live your days with a refined style, people's perception of you will change. Your hair and body are well kept, so it would be a shame to remain as you are now, Astrid continued. Is that so? I replied. It's not that I only keep myself clean, I simply enjoy using my wooden bath, but it seemed to align with the beauty standards of a duke's daughter. Astrid continued speaking. Yes, that's right. Your body appears thin, but your muscles are strong and flexible. A tiger's physique with a wolf's agility. Since ancient times, it has been considered the body of a superior warrior, and I find it very attractive. In that case, I think a slim cloak would suit you well. Why yes, thank you for the compliment, I said as Astrid showered me with compliments, her expression serious. This wasn't just empty flattery. There was no reason for Astrid to pretend to praise me. In other words, it was her sincere opinion as the daughter of a duke. What should I do? I'm feeling embarrassed. While I was internally conflicted, Astrid reached out and touched my left hand, as if she had seen through my thoughts. She refrained from holding my hand, likely out of respect for the dominant hand. In addition to the compliments I received, her awareness of my situation. Well, shall we go then? Astrid said. Why yes, I could only nod. And so, we left the clothing store much later than expected. Initially, it was intended for Sezum and Seal to be measured for fabric selection, but in the middle of that process, they ended up taking my measurements as well. In the end, even Sezum and the others became engrossed in choosing my clothes. By the time everything was done, I had to make an effort not to collapse on the spot. I couldn't comprehend where all the girls got their energy from. In any case, after completing the task, we began walking toward the Duke's mansion. We opted to walk rather than use a carriage, as Claudia insisted. Along the way, Claudia made a request. She expressed her desire to visit her mother's grave at the National Cemetery north of the royal capital. Claudia, who had been bedridden for a long time, could only walk within the confines of the garden, even on good days. As a result, she hadn't been able to visit her mother's grave for a considerable period. It seemed like the perfect opportunity now. We couldn't refuse such a request, so we headed to the cemetery. According to Claudia, there was a rule in the Canaria Kingdom's cemetery. Regardless of whether the deceased was a noble or a commoner, all tombstones were uniform in size and shape. Upon arriving at the cemetery, I realized it had a peculiar site, a grid pattern layout. Some might consider it a picturesque landscape, while others may beg to differ. Perhaps this cemetery was created by the first king, given its resemblance to the structure of the royal capital. It was said that the country covered all burial expenses, including the cost of the tombstone, as long as the proper procedures were followed. Astrid and Claudia's mother rested in the National Cemetery. The tombstone of someone from the Drignote family would have been built magnificently, according to their wishes. In fact, many nobles had elaborate tombs on their territories, serving as their family's final resting place, and the Drignote family was no exception. However, Astrid and Claudia's mother had chosen to rest in the general cemetery, One could somewhat grasp a person's personality based on that choice alone. Of course, it was just my assumption, but considering Astrid and Claudia's personalities, it seemed that their mother wasn't far from my expectations. Behind the sisters, who joined hands before their mother's grave, Sazum, Seal, and I followed suit. At that moment, the sound of a melody reached our ears. When I looked in the direction of the sound, I saw an old man seated on the ground, playing a musical instrument a short distance away. He held a long-necked stringed instrument, likely a biwa. It resembled a lute from the east. His clothes had noticeable holes, and his limbs were as thin as a withered tree. If it weren't for him playing the biwa, I might have mistaken him for a beggar. "Excuse me, old man. I see you're still here," Claudia said. I was surprised by the comment coming from someone seemingly unrelated to the old man, but upon further inquiry, I discovered that Claudia had spoken to him out of curiosity every time she visited her mother's grave, before the curse became severe. According to Claudia, the old man wandered around the vast cemetery, performing requiems and playing songs that were difficult to hear. When Claudia asked him skeptically, "Why do you do that?" he responded with the following explanation: "There's no particular reason. If I had to say, I simply cannot stop." "You cannot stop?" "That's correct. The music serves to soothe the god of devastation, and it is my duty to purify and cleanse the malevolent spirits that harm others. Only then do I play the biwa in this manner." "Are there malevolent spirits in this cemetery?" Claudia inquired. He. "Not exactly. But in a cemetery like this, many wander without finding enlightenment. I guide them towards the celestial realm. If a disembodied soul lingers in this world for too long, it can turn into a malevolent spirit." Saying that, the old man showed his missing teeth and laughed. Claudia couldn't confirm the truth of his words, but there was nothing sinister about the old man's music. Whenever she saw him, he would earnestly play his instrument. Concerned about being considered a nuisance by the cemetery administration, the old man revealed that he had resolved the issue through conversation. While Claudia reminisced about the past, the old man skillfully strummed the biwa's strings with his hands. His smooth movements, defying his age, indicated years of practice. And his voice, occasionally, the old man would utter words that didn't seem like prayers, accompanied by his song. Yet, there was a certain power in his voice. I couldn't determine whether he truly calmed the gods or exorcised malevolent spirits, but it was evident that he dedicated himself to his musical work. Lost in thought, I followed Claudia's lead as we approached the old man. Afterward, when we returned to the mansion, it was Duke Dragonote who welcomed us, holding a captured deer with pride. He had gone to great lengths to provide a lavish meal for his daughter. The Duke smiled and said, "Enjoy the dinner," while briefly glancing at Astrid. In response, Astrid smiled and nodded, visibly putting the Duke at ease. This didn't mean that the residents of the Duke's household weren't concerned about Claudia's outing. However, they didn't attempt to stop her, as they undoubtedly wished to give her hope after her prolonged confinement to bed. As a result, Claudia's excursion went smoothly, and she showed no signs of concealing her illness. Duke Dragonote could sense this from Astrid's smile. For me, it seemed that Claudia still had time to find a solution. Little did I know that my optimism was unfounded on that day. Chapter 4, Consuming Everything. "I personally cut this venison. It's fresh and delicious, and I really want you to enjoy it," Duke Dragonote said, sporting a big smile as he introduced the main course of the dinner, roasted venison. As he described it, the venison had a rich flavor and emitted a wonderful aroma. I could tell it would be delicious even without taking a bite. Seal and Sazum stared at the dish with glistening eyes, unexpectedly revealing their carnivorous sides. The table was adorned with a variety of other dishes. There was stew made from sheep raised within the Duke's territory, steamed oysters from the Adastra Sea, boiled trout with seasonal herbs from Lake Toya, red meat beetroot with walnut sauce, and much more. The bread, as white as a jewel, was likely made from high-quality wheat. Although the soup seemed ordinary at first, it had an herb-infused taste that melted in my mouth, compelling me to have multiple servings. Even at banquets in the royal palace, There were elaborate dishes, but they often felt overly extravagant and didn't suit my palate. In contrast, the food in the Duke's mansion was undeniably luxurious, yet it was crafted to cater to the common people's preferences. Perhaps the original order would have been appetizers, soup, fish and meat dishes, and dessert, but they seem to have skipped that to avoid making the guests anxious. We were encouraged to eat whatever we preferred, in any order we liked, and I appreciated this considerate gesture. The fact that Luna Maria had a separate section for vegetarian dishes displayed Duke Drignote's thoughtfulness. It became clear that he was more than just a figurehead as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Canaria. And so, the dinner commenced with hope and enthusiasm. Both my companions and I were delighted by this splendid feast. Oh, the stew and bread complement each other perfectly. And the walnut sauce is simply exquisite, I murmured my thoughts, receiving an enthusiastic nod from Suzume, who sat beside me. She seemed to agree. Although we were informed that seconds were allowed, Suzume hesitated to make the request in the presence of the maids. Understanding her predicament, I attempted to raise my hand to inquire on her behalf, but at that moment, a sharp sound of something breaking reverberated through the dining hall. Turning my gaze towards the source of the sound, I noticed Claudia gripping her chest in pain at the table. Fragments of white porcelain and scattered seafood dishes lay at her feet. Astrid, seated next to Claudia, immediately changed her expression and hurried towards her younger sister. Not only Astrid, but also their father, the Duke, and the maids, all rushed to her side. Claudia responded, her voice trembling, "I'm sorry." My hand slipped a little. Claudia's slender frame convulsed along with a pain cry. And it wasn't just once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Claudia desperately covered her mouth, but the agonizing sounds escaped through her fingers. Witnessing this, Astrid attempted to support her younger sister's body with a pale face, likely planning to escort her to her room. But just before Astrid's hands could reach Claudia, Claudia curled her body into a shape, letting out a strained cry. It was likely her last resistance against the sudden pain. However, that resistance was shattered, and in the next moment, the girl's agony transformed into a deafening scream. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurt. Claudia, hang on. Her scream reverberated through the room, surpassing all expectations. I was truly taken aback to hear such a piercing cry from the tomboy princess. How much pain was she experiencing to produce such a sound? Astrid quickly gave brief instructions to one of the maids, who promptly rushed out of the dining hall. "Father, what's happening here?" Indeed, upon hearing Astrid's voice, Duke Drignote looked at us with a sorrowful expression. "My dear guests, I apologize for startling you. It seems Claudia has become overly agitated." Duke Drignote instructed us to return to our rooms, promising to bring the food later. Naturally, we had no choice but to comply. Observing Claudia's current state, any appetite we had previously dissipated. Furthermore, it was evident that the Duke wished to keep us at a distance. If we weren't doctors or priests, our presence would be of little help. Even with my secret ability, I wasn't sure if I could provide assistance. As we left the dining hall, the maids swiftly began cleaning up the shattered porcelain and food scattered across the floor. The faint echoes of Claudia's cries lingered in the corridor. "Master, there's something I need to report." Once we returned to our room, Luna Maria spoke with a serious expression. Seal and Suzume were in their respective rooms. It seemed she judged it necessary to keep them from hearing. I could tell from her grave demeanor that the contents of her report were far from ordinary. I furrowed my brow and continued the conversation. "What is it?" When you and the others were absent, Duke Drignote asked me if it was possible to neutralize the poison in the Thanasia herb using Jira oaks. Thanasia herb? Ah, the raw material for the sleeping pills. I see, so they're using that. The name of the herb rang a bell. I frowned at the mention of that poisonous plant. Sleeping pills were said to be analgesics, but in reality, they were deadly herbs that halted the body's functions, inducing pain and eventual death. They eliminated the pain and suffering while lulling the person into a sleep-like state, ultimately leading to their demise. To put it frankly, it was akin to consuming a limb to stave off starvation. If I had learned about this before the dinner, my anger would have been difficult to contain. However, after hearing Claudia's screams, I couldn't blame Astrid or her father. "So, what is your opinion?" I asked Luna Maria. "We haven't fully grasped the effects of Jira Oaks, so we cannot provide a definitive answer. However, even if Jira Oaks could completely counteract the effects of the sleeping pills, once the body is consumed by the poison, no part of it can be revived. Each intake of the sleeping pills brings the person closer to death. It's not something that can be prevented with an antidote." That's what I conveyed to Duke Drignote. Luna Maria, an elf and sage, spoke with a pained expression. After witnessing Claudia's suffering, it was difficult for her to present this conclusion outright. Claudia had to take the drug to alleviate her pain, but each dose brought her closer to death. Even Jira Oaks couldn't prevent this outcome. Certainly, Jira Oaks could minimize the drawbacks of the sleeping pills, prolonging the time until death. But that would only prolong Claudia's suffering. I involuntarily bit my lip. A curse, huh? I should have studied spells for situations like this. Speaking of which, with your spiritual sight, did you notice anything unusual? Unfortunately, there was no clear indication. However, there was something intriguing. Something intriguing? What was it? I inquired. Well, just before Claudia's armor collapsed, I felt a peculiar pressure in my ears. Leaning in closer, I listened attentively. A pressure in your ears? Did you hear a strange sound? I didn't hear anything distinctly. But, Master, are you familiar with a dog whistle? Yes, it's a tool used by trainers. A whistle that only dogs and wolves can hear. Skilled trainers can control a pack of wolves using this whistle. I had asked Astrid about it, and it turns out that the Dragon Knights have a similar item called a dragon flute, which allows them to give instructions to their dragons or summon them from a distance. She couldn't provide me with more details since it was confidential information of the Dragon Knights. In any case, Luna Maria's experience at the meal resembled the sensation of a dog whistle. However, I'm not sure if it's related to Claudius Armour's condition. If it were connected, it would be strange that all of us in that place didn't experience it. That's true, but it's too early to conclude that it's unrelated. Seal also has sharp hearing, right? We should ask her if she heard anything. Understood. I'll go fetch her. Wait a moment. I halted Luna Maria, who was about to leave the room. I gestured towards the elf, who looked at me with a doubtful expression. Though her doubtfulness deepened, I gently grasped Luna Maria's slender shoulders as she obediently approached me. Master? Is something the matter? Now, we'll conduct an experiment. An experiment? Yes. I intended to be more cautious, but now is not the time for hesitation. Of course, the experiment involved transferring souls into another person. Even if I succeeded with Luna Maria, who was an elf, the outcome might differ with a human. Speaking of which, Seal was a beastkin girl, and Sazum was a kaijin. I didn't have the time to return to Ishka and test it with Miroslav, let alone Iria, who was in Melt. Therefore, I had to conduct the experiment with Luna Maria here and now. I expected Luna Maria to resist when I suddenly mentioned the experiment, but to my surprise, the blonde elf didn't. She relaxed her shoulders and gazed at me intently. Her emerald eyes reflected the image of a man who was somewhat confused. What should I do? Just as usual, I replied. In response to my voice, Luna Maria gently closed her eyelids. Pushing aside my internal confusion, I pressed my lips against hers. I feel nauseous. Section. The next morning, walking alone outside the Duke's mansion, I groaned, covering my face with my right hand. Head pounding, dizziness overwhelming me, nausea twisting in my stomach, chills running down my spine, and joint pain making it difficult to walk properly. I must look like a walking corpse at this point. The gatekeeper seemed genuinely concerned as well. I felt worse than having a simple cold. I should be resting in the mansion, but the joint pain makes it impossible to find peace and sleep. To be honest, even walking is a challenge, but being outside, moving through the streets of the royal capital, feels slightly more comfortable than lying in bed and complaining. Therefore, I left the mansion and started strolling through the bustling streets of the royal capital. I didn't expect the backlash to be this severe. Naturally, the backlash was a result of the soul transfer experiment conducted on Luna Maria the previous night. The experiment itself was a resounding success. Luna Maria's level had risen from 19 to 20. Having the ability to intentionally raise others' levels was truly remarkable. The mere thought of the commotion that would ensue if this knowledge were made public sent shivers down my spine. To be honest, I was initially elated. Higher levels equated to higher quality souls. It would create an endless cycle. Raise Luna Maria's level, consume her soul to raise my own level, raise Luna Maria's level again. Oh, the feeling of invincibility. But then, a realization dawned upon me. My excitement instantly waned when I checked my own level. The number that should have been 9 after devouring Aria's soul had reverted to 8. Headaches, nausea, dizziness, joint pain, abdominal pain, chest pain. The toll on my body was evident. It seemed that these symptoms were a result of lowering my level. As I've mentioned before, souls are pure sources of experience. Even with a soul, increasing my level is no easy task. Comparing the amount of experience required for Luna Maria to reach level 20 and for me to reach level 9, mine was undoubtedly higher. Initially, Luna Maria's level and mine were completely incompatible. However, as I raised Luna Maria's level, mine decreased. To be honest, I wanted to scream, "Are you bloody kidding me?" with all my might. But in carrying out the soul-pouring experiment, I had to direct that anger and frustration toward myself. The simple truth was that, as a result of pouring souls, Luna Maria's level increased by 1 while mine decreased by 1. I had no choice but to accept it. Well, now I have a way to help that tomboy princess. Perhaps Claudia's excruciating pain was due to soul depletion. If I could pour enough souls into the vessel pierced by the curse, its effects should dissipate. At the very least, it might alleviate her suffering. Furthermore, leveling up brings other benefits. As I've always mentioned, level is a measure of human potential. And as the level increases, the capacity to hold energy also expands. In other words, the vessel grows along with the level. I could exploit this. By leveling up, I could close the hole in Claudia's vessel. Even if it couldn't be completely sealed, it would be smaller. If this is proven, the path to a solution becomes clearer. I might even raise her level 2 or 3 times to achieve perfection. The only problem is that my level would decrease to 7 or 6 as the cost. I couldn't forget Claudia's screams from last night. It had been a year since Claudia was cursed. For the entire year, that young girl endured unbearable pain that could strike at any moment. Yet she never lost her kind heart. If I think about never hearing the screams of such a lovely girl again, yes, losing 2 or 3 levels is insignificant. When I visit my mother's grave, I'll consider it just another event to proudly report to her. I just need to raise my level again. As I shouted with those thoughts, I'll be honest, I was willing to offer souls to Claudia. Being strong now meant everything to me. I was attempting to share souls, which were the source of my strength. However, there was also hesitation. Somehow, I could hear the growls of a discontented beast. Well, anyway, I won't stop. Nausea began to rise again, and I quickly covered my mouth. Originally, I should have gone to Claudia immediately, but now I was in a state where walking properly was difficult. In this condition, I didn't think I could provide them with souls. I might end up failing. Therefore, I had to recover as soon as possible. From what I heard before leaving, it seemed that Claudia's intense pain was somehow managed with sleeping pills. After some time, when the pain subsided, they eliminated the side effects of the sleeping pills with Julia Oaks. She could be considered calm for now. It appeared that she had been gradually recovering to this point, but it wasn't necessarily the end. One couldn't let their guard down unless they knew when the pain would return. All I could do now was recover as much as possible and be ready to pour the souls. The reason I left in such a manner was to visit a potion shop and have healing magic applied at a temple. I hoped that it would help me. In conclusion, none of it was effective. Apparently, these discomforts seemed to be inevitable symptoms when pouring souls. In other words, I had to endure them until I naturally recovered. Sighing, I realized it wouldn't be so easy to overcome this. Returning to the Duke's mansion, I listened to the melodious lute being played by a bard somewhere. Section. Before Claudius' armor collapsed, you say? Yes. It seems Luna Maria heard a strange sound. But, did you notice anything, Seal? Upon returning to the Duke's mansion, I asked Seal. Originally, I should have asked her yesterday, but I couldn't due to the side effects of soul pouring. Furrowing her brows, Seal tried to recall what had happened yesterday. It was just before the tableware broke, right? Yes. I remember it well. I heard crying. Crying? Yes, I think it was a woman's voice. Beastmen have keen hearing, so we often pick up sounds from neighbors and main streets. Especially loud voices of women and babies can carry quite far on the wind. Seal apologized dejectedly, expressing regret for not providing me with the information I needed. Of course, I didn't intend to blame her, so I reassured her not to worry. However, Seal's information did pique my curiosity. If she only heard crying, then there wasn't much cause for concern, as Seal had mentioned. However, the elf Luna Maria had also felt something abnormal in her ears at the same time. And simultaneously, Claudia experienced intense pain. With this in mind, the woman's voice Seal mentioned warranted attention. Some undead monsters caused damage through screaming. The source of the curse could be an undead. However, if Claudia's pain was due to the screams of an undead, it was strange that we hadn't suffered any damage despite being in the same place. Therefore, perhaps it wasn't directly caused by an undead, but it was still worth investigating. Fortunately, and strangely enough, I hadn't fully recovered yet. Until I was in a condition to pour the souls, I decided to explore the royal capital a little more. Section. Why am I performing like this in a place like this? Hi, I see. That's what a different person is asking me. The old man playing the biwa in a corner of the general cemetery said that, revealing his yellow teeth. There was no malice or hostility in his voice. However, if one thing could be said, it was that a sharp light, like needles, flickered in his eyes. No matter what this old man does, it has nothing to do with you. The Duke's guest, the old man said as he plucked the strings of his instrument. When Claudia exchanged greetings with the old man yesterday, we didn't pay much attention. We didn't introduce ourselves, but he seemed to remember my face from his proximity to Claudia. Surely it had nothing to do with me, but you were showing the way to heaven for the wandering souls in this cemetery, weren't you? I wondered why you acted so selflessly without anyone asking you to. When I mentioned this, the old man laughed in a shrill voice. He. I see, you heard that from the girl, didn't you? A story without any evidence. A normal person listening to the ramblings of an old man, an honest person. The old man continued, playing skillfully on the strings of his instrument. I told the girl the same thing. When I see a wandering soul, I can't just leave it. This old man, in ancient times, even used a staff and techniques to deal with evil spirits. It was quite exciting, I must say, I said in front of the old man, who started to laugh. Sir, I would like to ask you one more question. Is that all right? Go ahead. It's about last night. Did any suspicious person or spirit appear in this cemetery? I asked for any relevant information from the moment Claudia collapsed. The old man tilted his head and said, let's see. I couldn't tell you anything specific. No. Now that I remember, there was someone terribly suspicious. What kind of person was it? You're looking at him now, the old man said with a smile. At the time I was alone in the cemetery playing a song. If you ask for a suspicious person, I think I'm the most suspicious. He. As I listened to his laughter, I unintentionally furrowed my brow. He seemed to be teasing me. I thought about leaving, as I didn't think the old man would give me any more useful information. Did the fangs of the curse bite the girl? The old man's voice reached me like something slippery. I looked at the old man warily. What makes you think that? What a stupid question for someone who asked about a suspect in the cemetery. There's nothing else to think about but the curse, just like worrying about the ghost's movements. And the one who said that was you, who accompanied the cursed princess. In that case, there's only one answer. Impressive. He. I'm humbled by your praise. As a token of my gratitude, I will lend you the wisdom of this old man. About a year after you arrived in the royal capital. An old man has wisdom of his own. I would like to hear it. When I lowered my waist and asked him to teach me, the old man's eyes shone with a sharp light. Separated from the voice he had been using, he began expressing his opinion with a deep and weighty voice. What is truly frightening is not spirits, but people. If you want to get rid of the curse, it is crucial to look at the people, not the spirits. Are you saying we shouldn't look for what cursed her, but rather who cursed her? Exactly. When people gather and live, shadows are cast upon them. Envy and the cursed hearts of others arise from their shadows. No matter how noble a person may be, they cannot escape these shadows. It doesn't matter if they are close friends, parents, or siblings, shadows will arise. Are you suggesting that the person who cursed Claudia Sama is close to her? It is conceivable, albeit a product of human actions. There are numerous accounts of fathers committing filicide, and within the Drignote family, there exist potential dark secrets. Duke Drignote have two daughters, Astrid, the eldest, and Claudia, the second. I have heard that Astrid manages the household while Claudia is expected to marry the prince and become the future queen. However, if the responsibilities are limited to taking care of the house, it shouldn't matter which daughter fulfills them. It is customary for the older sister, as the future queen, to eventually become a minister and care for her younger sister. I wonder if a significant issue has arisen in this regard. Has the older sister cursed the younger sister? It is easier to curse someone when you are intimately close to them. Could it be possible that she has inflicted an illness upon her? Even during yesterday's collapse, it is likely that the older sister was in close proximity. That is my theory. What are your thoughts? Indeed, Astrid Sama was by Claudia Sama's side. Exactly. I have traversed this continent for decades, yet I have never encountered any noteworthy treatments or techniques. Therefore, I firmly believe that the hidden shadow within the older sister is the source of the curse afflicting Claudia, the old man asserted while the sound of his biwa resonated. Upon hearing this, I understood and nodded, unable to forget the astonishment in his eyes. I don't know if the old man perceived my expression, but he proceeded to share his encounter with Claudia. Despite her position, she approached this tattered old man and listened to my story without a hint of doubt. She even said, "Thank you for purifying my mother's resting place." That moment, her voice and appearance, remain etched in my memory. The old man pleaded as if invoking the heavens. I have journeyed across this continent, reaching this old age. Yet I have never encountered a girl like her. The reason the authorities didn't drive me away was because of her. Even animals express gratitude, not just humans. The melody of the biwa, playing incessantly from the beginning, escalated intensely. Then, the old man bowed deeply to me. "This is all I can do. The rest is in your hands. Please save that girl suffering from the curse." "You can count on me." "I promise," I replied resolutely, though I had not anticipated anything from the National Cemetery. It appears I have obtained unexpected leads. "I have a question for you, young one. Have we met before?" "You mean before yesterday, right?" "In that case, I don't believe so, unless you have visited the city of Ishka, where we might have coincidentally crossed paths." "No, I'm unsure if I've been to Ishka." "I apologize, it seemed like I recognized your face from somewhere, but it must have been my imagination." Section. Upon returning to Duke Drignote's mansion from the National Cemetery, I joined Luna Maria for a meeting with Astrid. It was not to interrogate her about the allegations made by the old man. That was not the purpose. Instead, I was capable of pouring souls, and that is why I sought this meeting. Initially, my intention was to eliminate the root cause, but since success was uncertain, Claudia's recovery became the priority. Even if I were to approach Duke Drignote abruptly, he would not believe me. Thus, I decided to speak with Astrid first before approaching her father. However, fate had different plans, as Astrid was engaged in conversation with their father. Claudia's condition may be extremely severe. As Luna Maria and I entered the Duke's office, I deemed further formalities unnecessary and skipped the pleasantries, proceeding directly to the main subject. Upon hearing the content, Duke Drignote spoke with a hint of suspicion. "A priest capable of detecting lies? If such a person exists, then what is your purpose for asking?" I request your excellency's belief in what I am about to disclose. Are you implying that I won't trust your words without the judgment of a licensor? Yes. I bowed, demonstrating respect towards Duke Drignote. Doubt still lingered in the gaze he directed at me. Astrid, standing beside her father, and Luna Maria, positioned behind me, wore similar expressions. I had not disclosed to Luna Maria the reason behind my peculiar request to the Duke. Ignoring the skepticism of the three, I continued speaking. I am well aware that every minute you allocate in this manner is exceptionally valuable. Furthermore, it is burdensome to summon a priest from the temple. Nonetheless, I hope you will grant me this favor. No, there is no need for such formality. You are a benefactor to our country and our family. Additionally, on a personal level, I am grateful for the information you provided regarding the Indigo Wyvern. There is no issue in hearing what you have to say. I glanced at Astrid. She nodded, signifying her agreement with her father's words, and fixed her gaze on me with seriousness. I share the same sentiment as my father. Even without a licensor, we will not doubt the words of our benefactor. If you have something to say, please speak candidly. Understood. In that case, I will be straightforward. I possess a method to aid Claudia. Hence, I am seeking permission to proceed. I endeavored to express myself openly. Duke Drignote and his daughter widened their eyes, yet they instinctively furrowed their brows, as if harboring doubts. They must have encountered similar claims numerous times before. Undoubtedly, their expectations have been betrayed on multiple occasions. A solemn voice escaped Duke Drignote's lips. Are you serious? At the very least, it is a better alternative to relying solely on painkillers for alleviating her suffering. The question that follows is how to cure her. To be proactive, the solution lies in raising Claudia's level. There is no need to take her outside. It can be accomplished within this mansion. I see. I comprehend that it may be difficult to believe. In fact, until recently, I was unaware of this ability's existence, let alone considering it feasible. However, at this point, I shifted my gaze to Luna Maria standing behind me. Luna Maria can testify to this. I raised her level by 1 yesterday. Though her affirmation as a slave may not hold as concrete evidence, it prompted my request for the licensor's presence. After concluding my statement, an eerie silence engulfed the room. The prolonged silence that ensued signified the magnitude of shock experienced by Duke Drignote and his daughter, or perhaps it indicated the depth of their doubt. Eventually, Astrid broke the silence with a slightly uncomfortable question. I have never heard of anyone possessing the ability to raise another person's level, irrespective of magic or tools. How does one raise a level? I could say it's by pouring out my soul. Actually, I don't even know the details myself, but the simple fact is that I was able to raise Luna Maria's level. If that's the case, it should be possible to raise Claudia's level. I believe that raising her level will increase her resistance to the curse. Is this the way to help my little sister? And what if I say I can't let my younger sister come into contact with such a strange method? I understand that you cannot leave your precious family in the hands of someone you met a few days ago. In that case we will return to Ishka. I had no intention of staying so long in the royal capital. I spoke honestly as I bowed my head. This time it was the father speaking for his daughter. You may raise your head. Yes, it's amazing, truly astonishing words. Honestly, I find it difficult to fully believe. However, as a duke, I have encountered many people. From your words, I can sense that you're not merely speaking empty words. I understand that. Otherwise, an indigo wyvern wouldn't be by your side. Duke Drignote smiled after uttering those last words. It was similar to when he asked me about Kurisora, but it seemed that the Duke's tone and attitude changed when it concerned an indigo wyvern. Perhaps we had taken one step closer, both him and I. The Duke's next words confirmed my suspicion. Therefore, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for revealing your secret to help my daughter. If it were to become known that you possess the ability to raise someone else's level, your life would never be peaceful again. Understanding the danger, you acted for Claudia's sake. I sincerely thank you. I am honored by your words, but I don't understand why you have gone to such lengths. As you mentioned earlier, someone you met a few days ago, Why are you doing all this for us? If I were just an adventurer, he would be convinced since it would allow him to establish connections with the Duke. However, for someone who tamed an indigo wyvern, defeated 2 beast kings, saved Ishka, and received honors in the palace, I don't think I need to delve deep into revealing my secret with the Duke. Moreover, the Drignote family has already expressed gratitude for Nigeria Oak's fruit. So, what is the reason for going to such great lengths to help the Drignote family, even to the point of revealing my secret? In response to Duke Drignote's question, I answered directly without needing to think. Your Excellency has done so much in Sezum's case. Moreover, if I may say so, I am deeply impressed by your Excellency's character, Astrid Sama and Claudia Sama. Above all, witnessing a young girl suffer and scream due to a curse, I believe it is only human to help her if one possesses the means to break the curse. Just like with Sezum, but Claudia is 12 or 13 years old, the same age I was when I was exiled from the island. To witness a girl of that age suffer and scream without any apparent reason. I don't think I need to list all the reasons why I want to help her. However, if I were to provide a reason, I will devour everything, that's all. One day, I said it aloud in a place where I couldn't relate it to a dream or a vision. Unable to fight, unable to protect, all I can do is devour. In that case, can't I devour 1 or 2 curses? Can't I devour the irrationality that causes a girl to scream like that? That's what bothers me. That's why I will help her. If necessary, I will offer her my soul. I hadn't mentioned it earlier because the story would become confusing, but if the Duke and Astrid rejected my proposal, I had planned to sneak into Claudia's room at night and ask her if she would agree. As Duke Drignote and Astrid listened to my words and observed my demeanor, they were deep in thought. Then, Duke Drignote slowly opened his mouth. As I opened the door and felt the air in the room, I instinctively furrowed my brow. A strong, sweet smell filled the room. Perhaps it was the scent of sleeping pills. On the bed, in a room permeated with the sweet aroma seeping into the walls, lay Claudia Drignote. She furrowed her brows and let out faint moans. She appeared better than the previous day, but still in great pain. Sleep alone wouldn't restore her health. Her soul, which had shown signs of recovery thanks to Sezum, was on the verge of exhaustion once again. Because I planned to pour my soul into Claudia in this state, I had to be more cautious than with Luna Maria. Then, Claudia's eyes opened. She must have sensed someone entering the room. Struggling to lift the upper part of her body, Claudia looked at me. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Sora-san? Why, are you here? Her voice was weak and muddled. Her consciousness seemed hazy, and her voice trembled. I spoke to Claudia as gently as possible. I am here to help you, Claudia-sama. May I come closer to your side? No, you can't. The air in this room, I have no ears to hear it. Regardless of her response, I entered the room without hesitation. Then, I knelt by her bedside and gazed at Claudia. Upon seeing me, she let out a pained laugh. Fufu, if you can't hear it, there was no need to ask for permission in the first place. Very apart from the fact that Claudia-sama didn't even want me to approach. You were probably going to say, the air in this room is poisonous to healthy people, right? There's no need to worry. If you were truly concerned about something like that, you wouldn't have allowed me to approach you in the first place. I thought I could explain it to her, but given Claudia's condition, there was no time to waste. So, I set aside all the unnecessary explanations. I decided to get straight to the point. In other words, I had come to break the curse. Upon hearing this, Claudia's eyes widened slightly, and she smiled, though it seemed both sad and weak. Perhaps she thought I was merely saying it to make her feel better. Help me, you say? How? By joining our lips, so that I can transfer my soul. Is it necessary to kiss? Yes. Think of it as blowing air into the mouth of a person drowning in a river. Your innocent lips will remain pure. Will my father be angry? He was very close to hitting me. I said it with seriousness, and this time, Claudia burst into a cheerful smile. Fufu, I would have liked to see that. But, the soul? Why would you go through all this? For me? If a girl is suffering, it is a man's duty to help her. Besides, Kurosora asked me to do it. Kurosora? Yes, He said he wanted me to assist someone who shares the same name. That's what Claudia had discussed with Kurosura in the stable. I could tell she realized it immediately. Her eyes widened, and her expression changed. Ahaha. Yes. I can't refuse. I see. Then let's begin right away. What? Having taken Claudia's response as a yes, I closed her lips with mine. I thought it would be better to do it all at once rather than letting time pass and making her nervous. At the moment our lips connected, as I poured my soul into her. Claudia's slender body jolted intensely. Claudia was now experiencing the pleasure I felt for the first time when I severed the larvae with my soul equipment. It was like concentrating it several times or even tens of times, without considering the intensity and density. According to Luna Maria, who I had experimented with, if the pleasure became too intense, it could be painful. In desperation, the girl pushed my chest with both hands, surprised by the unexpected impact. As if trying to push me away, her wide purple eyes stared at me with confusion and bewilderment. But I intentionally ignored her. I'm sorry, but if I stop halfway, only my level will decrease. If I start over, I'll decrease another level. In other words, it's like decreasing 2 levels to raise 1 level. That would be a problem. So, I held Claudia's waist with my right hand, gripped her chin with my left hand, and forcefully continued pouring my soul. I pressed the girl's body, which was wriggling in my arms, with brute force, keeping our lips connected. How much time had passed? Had Claudia, in my embrace, given up? Or perhaps she no longer had the physical strength to resist? She remained at my mercy. There was a reaction. The same reaction I had felt with Luna Maria. Claudia seemed to feel it too, as her weak eyelids widened. Normally I would have stopped there, but I was worried. I was worried if simply raising her level would really lift the curse. So I continued to pour more souls and waited for the second reaction. After confirming the second reaction, I released her lips. Phew, it's something like that. Not just something like that. As I muttered with a sense of accomplishment, an angry voice came from the girl in front of me. Why, you said it would be fine, but I would have preferred to take it step by step, with some gentleness. I think that would have been better. Claudia, her face flushed, covered her lips with her right hand and spoke indignantly. Well, I couldn't blame this princess for being in a bad mood because of my actions. Her reaction was natural. I understand your anger and I will apologize properly. But first I would like you to confirm something. What do you mean by confirm? Oh, I see, you mean whether my level has risen, right? My goodness, because of a certain someone, so many things are slipping my mind. Claudia stared at me as she revealed her level. Immediately after that, a scream came from the Duke's daughter. My level has really gone up, and by 2. Great. How is your physical condition? I see you're well enough to scream. Wait a moment, please. I'm too surprised because now I can move my hands and feet well, and the strange numbness I had is gone. Anything else? I also feel that my mind is very clear. Anything else? Anything else? No. Well, Claudia hesitated and waved her hands, and a strange sound reached my ears. Somehow I could hear the sound of groan. Although I felt sorry for Claudia, who blushed and looked down, I felt relieved upon hearing that sound. If she had an appetite, it meant her body needed energy for recovery. It was proof in a rather unfortunate way. Looking at her, her soul was also overflowing from its vessel. I wouldn't know the effects of the curse until I witnessed the process, but at least it wouldn't occur today or tomorrow. Even if a new curse was directed at her, Claudia would surely be able to fend it off. I was genuinely relieved by that fact. Then, at the same time, I collapsed. The reaction from pouring my soul had been suppressed until it suddenly hit. Although I had experience from Luna Maria's case, this time it was 2 days and 2 levels. The impact was not on the same scale as yesterday. Claudia urgently called out my name, but I didn't have the strength to respond. My consciousness was swiftly swallowed as if falling off a cliff. Section. Under the moonlight, which was shining at the tip of the royal castle, the excitement at Duke Drignote's mansion remained boundless. The Duke's second daughter, Claudia, who had suffered from a curse for a long time, had recovered. Remarkably, it could be said that she was cured. Needless to say, Her father, younger sister, and the household staff of the Duke's residence were overwhelmed with joy. Although the benefactor who performed this miracle was lying down, leaving the Duke and others concerned, the doctor from the Duke's household and the elven sage assured them that there was no problem, that he was simply fatigued and needed rest. Upon hearing that, both Duke Drignote and Astrid, as well as the recovered Claudia, felt relieved. Subsequently, a small celebration was held at the Duke's mansion. Although it was called a celebration, it was only slightly more extravagant than their usual dinner. They refrained from alcohol in consideration of Sora's sleep, but the atmosphere was so lively that it proved Claudia was loved by the people of the Duke's household. Those who were particularly happy were her father, Duke Drignote, and her older sister, Astrid. Throughout the year, they had been mentally and physically exhausted due to Claudia's curse. Today was a literal dream come true, a miracle. The same could be said for the servants and knights directly serving the Duke's residence. The celebration at the estate of Canaria's prominent noble continued late into the night, filled with a tranquil joy. If the day were to end like this, it would undoubtedly be remembered as one of the most memorable days in the history of the Duke's household. However, on this night, a calamity befell the royal capital. I bring a report. Upon hearing the voice, Astrid's consciousness immediately shifted into that of a knight. It was already late at night, and Claudia was in her room. Astrid had been planning to go to bed early, but upon seeing the soldier's face as he reported, that thought vanished. The soldier's voice and expression carried a sense of urgency, reminiscent of a surprise attack on the battlefield. "What's happening?" Astrid calmly got up from her chair. Glancing at the soldier's face, she recognized him as one of the night guards. She knew this because during the party, she had offered him a plate of food without hesitation. The soldier's face, which had blushed with gratitude and excitement upon receiving the plate from the Duke's daughter, was now as pale as a corpse. It's an attack. Undead monsters are overflowing from the National Cemetery and launching large-scale assaults on the houses of the royal capital. They are expected to reach here soon. Undead monsters? Astrid furrowed her brow at the soldier's words. She had anticipated bad news, but the content was unexpected. Indeed, the content was unexpected. The royal capital, Horus, and even the cemetery of the Grand City were protected by temple barriers without exception. This was a measure taken to prevent disturbances caused by necromancy. Especially in the case of the National Cemetery, a barrier had been created by the Temple of God's Law, mobilizing over 100 priests. It would require over 100 necromancers to break through it. As Astrid pondered this, another voice called out from elsewhere. "Has it been confirmed that they are truly undead?" Pascal Drignote, Astrid's father, who had been shedding tears until recently, now wore a grave expression as he addressed the soldier. "Yes, I heard it from an old man who escaped from the cemetery, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. The main street is already swarming with the undead." The soldier urgently replied, "How many undead are there?" Pascal inquired. "Not just 100 or 200. There were at least 1,000. And if there are even more undead beyond the main street, the total number would be even higher." The soldier reported. "Good job on the report. Return to your post immediately and inform everyone to defend the gate. We will join them as well," Pascal commanded. "Understood." The soldier nodded and quickly departed. At this moment, everyone in the Duke's household suppressed the joy in their hearts and followed the Duke's orders. Duke Drignote decided to leave the mansion with his family. He believed it was necessary to assess the situation outside first. As they stepped out of the mansion, they immediately realized that things were far from easy. Goosebumps appeared on Duke Drignote's skin. Chills ran down his spine, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. Despite it being summer, the cold air emanating from the ground made it feel like winter had returned. Astrid furrowed her brow and addressed her father. "Father, what is this?" "It's a chilling and sinister magical power, and this scent of death. It appears that the enemy is indeed a necromancer," Duke Drignote explained, his expression grave. He sensed that someone who could control the dead and emit such a strong presence was far from ordinary. This conviction stiffened the Duke's face. At that moment, a voice called out to them from the direction of the mansion. "Father, Naisama." Claudia's voice rang out. Claw! Astrid exclaimed, surprised. As her words implied, there stood her younger sister, who had been confined to her room. Astrid briefly wondered why her younger sister had come here, but then shook her head. It wasn't surprising considering Claudia's personality. Claw, I don't want to be told to stay inside the house. Further needs to go to the royal palace immediately, and even Naysama may have to go out to protect the city. In that case, my job is to protect this house, right? Claudia declared. Apparently, she had overheard much of what the mansion's servants were discussing. Claudia was already aware of the situation. Astrid also noticed that Claudia had a sword at her waist. Claudia's point was valid. Duke Drignote had his responsibilities as the Prime Minister, and Astrid as the Vice Captain of the Dragon Knights. Father and elder daughter exchanged a glance, finding the same answer reflected in each other's eyes. They sighed simultaneously. Thus, when the Drignote family reached the outer gate, the commotion had already reached their ears. The screams of people echoed in the wind, mingling with the roars of the undead. Fires had already broken out, casting a red glow that illuminated the night sky in various places. Fortunately, the scale of the fires did not seem to be large yet. However, since the fire extinguishing teams were unable to stay due to the presence of the undead, if the sparks spread with the night breeze, the fire could consume the royal capital. We must quickly eliminate the roaming undead in the city and extinguish the fires. Additionally, we need to investigate the national cemetery. If the source of the undead is truly there, it is highly likely that the culprits are also there. I will send soldiers there as well, Duke Drignote stated. Upon hearing the Duke's words, Astrid voiced her agreement. Yes, but our house's soldiers alone won't be enough. Father, go to the royal palace on a dragon and seek permission from His Majesty to dispatch the royal guards. Meanwhile, I will go to the cemetery with my dragon and determine the enemy's position. I understand. Be cautious. This is a large-scale operation. There must be more than 1 or 2 enemies, Duke Drignote cautioned. I know. Claw, while I'm away, protect the house, all right? Astrid requested. Yes. Claudia nodded in response. Just as Claudia affirmed her elder sister's words, an unexpected laughter echoed, startling everyone present. Hi hi hi. That voice, that appearance. Well, you have truly recovered. The laughter came from an old man leaning against the wall of the Duke's house, holding a biwa. As they turned their attention to the source of the laughter, they saw an elderly man joyously laughing amidst the dire situation. Duke Drignote furrowed his brow upon seeing him. On the other hand, the sisters recognized the face of the old man and appeared surprised. Claudia couldn't help but ask a question. You uncle? Why are you here? Claw, who is that person? Duke Drignote inquired. Claudia quickly answered her father's question. He is someone who plays songs for the deceased in the national cemetery. In the cemetery? Could he be the old man who fled from the cemetery that was mentioned earlier? He, correct. Well, to be precise, I wasn't fleeing, I was attacking. You assumed that I escaped and neglected your own home, Pascal Jim Drignote, the old man said, strumming his biwa. In that moment, Duke Drignote heard a strange sound that made him involuntarily furrow his brow. It was the soldiers of the Drignote house who were angered by the disrespect shown to Duke Drignote. Their expressions changed as they surrounded the old man, but the old man did not seem to see the soldiers as a threat and did not change his behavior. Seeing the old man, Astrid unconsciously reached for the sword at her waist. Attack? Attack? Does that mean you started an attack, old man? Astrid asked. That's right, Astrid Drignote. Music is used to calm the god of destruction, and it is my job to purify and cleanse the evil spirits that harm others. It is also my job to drive the calm god mad and to curse the dead who sleep in silence. The undead that have overrun the royal capital are all my doing. Hearing this, Duke Drignote spoke sharply to the old man. Nonsense. No matter how skilled you are, it is impossible to break through the graveyard barrier alone. Old man, as a wandering musician, you sometimes utter indescribable words to attract attention. I know, but there is a time and a place for that. Your ramblings now could be your ticket to prison. Hi, the barrier, huh? It indeed possessed strong magical power, but it's merely something created by the continent's users. No matter how many dozens or hundreds of individuals with levels 20 or 30 are gathered, they can't hinder my techniques. My level is 73. Have you lost your mind? Hi 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 is the Thunder Pascal Jimdrignote, who prides himself on his hearing, also narrow-minded. You fail to realize that there is someone formidable right in front of your eyes. If a man of this caliber is considered the strongest, then the kingdom of Canaria is sorely lacking. The ones infuriated by these words were not the individuals themselves, but those surrounding them. As expected, they didn't attempt to strike down the old man who resembled a withered tree, but some soldiers couldn't contain their composure and wanted to at least land a blow. In response, the old man twisted his lips and raised the biwa. Immediately after, "Gah!" the soldiers screamed, covered their ears, and instantly collapsed to the ground. With 2 or 3 more strokes of the biwa, the soldiers' bodies convulsed and trembled, despite their efforts to shield their ears. After a moment, a reddish liquid trickled from their ears. Witnessing this, Duke Drignote and Astrid, who viewed the old man as an enemy, acted simultaneously. Astrid had a level of 37, and Duke Drignote had a level of 49. However, their attacks were effortlessly repelled by a black barrier that seemed to protect the old man. An astonished voice escaped the mouths of the Drignote father and daughter. "What? Grand Fortress? It's 8th grade magic, and with an enhanced incantation too." "Hi. Didn't I tell you?" "Standing before you is someone formidable who surpasses you. Even if you bring forth your proud dragons, they won't even scratch me," the old man declared, then began to play the biwa with a wild intensity, as if he intended to tear the strings apart. He spoke softly to everyone, as if attempting to rectify the chaotic performance. "This is a requiem dedicated to all of you. Consider it my gift. I hope you can enjoy it." Magical power surged with each passing second. An overwhelming presence expanded with every moment. Unable to harm him, Astrid and the others gritted their teeth and endured the pressure from the old man as his voice resonated in their ears. Soul equipment. Scream and cry. Shitsukugazen. Chapter 5, Void Bite. Before Astrid's eyes, the old man's biwa underwent a transformation. It elongated into a slim shape, resembling the body of a human woman. The neck extended, taking on the form of a female yukai. When the old man gently plucked the strings, a scream emitted from its mouth. Plucking the strings forcefully produced a piercing shriek. Neither Duke Drignote nor Astrid could move, and the face of the old man playing that dreadful biwa in human form. They were being pressed by the old man's power, but they remained cautious. Over time, the fundamental magic techniques of earth, water, fire, and wind could reach the 9th grade. As the grade increases, the required magical power becomes enormous, making learning more difficult. Those who practice magic and master 9th grade magic earn the title of Lord and etch their names in the history of magic, but such individuals rarely appear. In the history of Canaria, the appearance of someone like that would be considered fortunate. At least, that was the case until now. The magic the old man performed, Grand Fortress, was 8th grade earth magic, very close to the 9th grade. Furthermore, the old man achieved that powerful magic without chanting. Astrid had never seen a user capable of such a feat. Only the court mages of the Kingdom of Canaria could achieve up to the 7th grade, and even then, they required chanting. To discard the chant and reach 7th grade magic was already rare. The old man's claim of being level 73 carried a genuine sentiment. Large beads of sweat formed on Astrid's forehead. Then, Duke Drignote, who stood beside her, spoke with a strained voice. "Did you mention soul equipment? Are you a user of the illusory sword style?" "Hi, that's correct. It seems you know, Thunder, the Onigashima Guardians, who have been sealing the Demon Gate for 300 years. Of course, I'm aware, but why is one of the Guardians here in our country?" The illusory sword style was a martial art created 300 years ago by the master swordsman who sealed the demon god. Its power was immense, and the Adastra Empire, which supported them, had expanded since its inception. The Duke himself had witnessed their fighting style during his childhood, and the greatness of the illusory sword style was etched into his memory. If users of the illusory sword style were to lead an invasion, the Empire's continental unification would become a reality. However, that was something that should never happen. At least, according to Duke Drignote's knowledge. The reason for this was that the Mitsurugi family, which united the users of the illusory sword style, adhered to a principle of not invading unless invaded in their conflicts with other nations. They would fight if the empire were invaded, but they would never lead an invasion. Even the emperor could not use the Mitsurugi family for an invasion. The Mitsurugi family did not permit it. The illusory sword style users' opponents were limited to monsters. If the enemies were Yuma-demon entities, they could assist other countries. In fact, about 40 years ago, the Kingdom of Canaria borrowed the power of the Mitsurugi family to annihilate the Kaijin. It was then that Duke Drignote witnessed the illusory sword style firsthand. Currently, there was no intention to invade the Adastra Empire from the Kingdom of Canaria. While Duke Drignote considered the Empire's invasion philosophy dangerous, there was no intention of launching a counter-invasion. In that case, why was a user of the illusory sword style bearing their fangs in the Kingdom of Canaria? If he had to come up with an idea, it would be, is it because of the Kaijin girl's protection? The image of the Kaijin girl named Suzume flashed through his mind. For the Mitsurugi family, the demon god and the Kaijin who worshipped it were their most hated enemies. Duke Drignote wondered if they had incurred the wrath of the Mitsurugi family by honoring a Kaijin and allowing her to stay in the country. However, the old man's response to this was straightforward. I can't deny that. Those who serve the demon god must be exterminated. But, in this case, it's merely a coincidence. My sole target is Claudia Drignote. Are you attacking the royal capital to kill Claw? If she had quietly died from my curse, it wouldn't have come to this. I don't know how they did it, but they broke the curse. Even though it gradually eroded her body and shattered her engagement over the course of a year, it's a problem that she has recovered to this point. The old man continued speaking, exposing his yellow teeth. The wedding ceremony between the prince and Lady Sakuya will take place in 2 months. Once Lady Sakuya reaches adulthood, there is no time to cast another curse. Therefore, I had to resort to a little brute force. If you want to hide a tree, you have to put it in a forest. If you want to hide a corpse, you have to create a grave incident. By covering the royal capital with corpses, they may not pay attention to the death of a duke's daughter. So, you cursed my daughter for over a year to avoid suspicion of the empire's involvement, and now, you involve the people of the royal capital to divert attention from my daughter's death. Is this how the Mitsurugi family operates? Aren't the Onigashima guardians supposed to be a symbol of national protection? The country we protect is Adastra, and when the reign of Adastra illuminates the continent, the people of the world will be saved. This is national protection. Some will be crushed along the way, but when elephants walk, ants die. No one accuses elephants of being cruel for this. Claudia, who had remained silent until now, spoke up in response to the old man's laughter. Oji's, was everything you told me in the cemetery a lie? The old man looked at Claudia with a solemn gaze, his expression changing. This demeanor was clearly different from the mocking attitude he had displayed earlier. No, what I said about purifying untrustworthy spirits was true. Claudia Drignote, I was genuinely impressed by your actions. The old man continued with a calm voice. Music is used to calm the god of devastation, and it is my duty to purify and cleanse the evil spirits that harm others. There is no falsehood in those words. However, that is not all there is to me. As a member of the Mitsurugi family, one must obey orders at any cost, even if it means becoming a despicable person who curses and kills a young girl. Well, that's correct. The old man spoke again, as if to prevent Claudia from saying anything. His mouth twisted into an expression of twisted pleasure. Oyakata-sama's instructions were to break off the engagement between the prince and you, while avoiding suspicion of the empire's involvement. They left the method up to me. In other words, it was my idea that subjected you to the curse and prolonged suffering. That's also why I attacked the royal capital tonight. Your screams and agony that I relished for a year were truly heavenly. The screams from last night were the best. Pleasurable. Wonderful. Life truly shines when faced with predicaments, agony, worry, despair, and crying. Ever since the day I strangled and killed my wife, I have found amusement in listening to the screams of girls, Claudia Drignote, and now, I will make you scream even more. The old man forcefully strummed the transformed biwa, which had become his sole equipment. Instantly, the biwa quivered and emitted an indescribable sound. The sound, coming from an invisible source, immediately seized both Duke Drignote and Astrid, causing excruciating pain akin to nails being driven into their brains. As the father and daughter writhed in agony, the old man turned around and calmly inquired, "But there's something I'd like to know first. How were you able to break my curse? It was my masterpiece, crafted with my soul equipment. I was convinced that it couldn't be broken, not even with an elixir. Don't you know, Oji-san? A princess's curse can be broken with a prince's kiss." Hi. If a curse could be broken so easily with just a kiss, sorcerers would be out of a job. Well, if you're not willing to tell me, I'll just take my time until you do. It's a characteristic of the strong to savor the anticipation. Just as the old man attempted to speak and revel further, something unexpected occurred. It was as if the sound had become distant and muffled, and a pitch-black flash erupted within the Duke's mansion, releasing a silent shock wave. The impact even shook the black barrier of grand fortress that the old man had erected. "What's happening?" The old man narrowed his eyes, holding back the words on the tip of his tongue. A daunting sensation clung to his skin, accompanied by a suffocating dryness in his throat. He could sense a fear within the mansion that he had never experienced before. The old man, who had been about to kill the Drignote father and daughter, experienced a sudden shift in consciousness. He realized he needed to change his course of action. Soon, a young man emerged from the Duke's mansion. There was something familiar about his figure. He was the young man who had visited the cemetery, treating the old man with respect despite his beggar-like appearance. And there was something else that felt familiar. "Sora-san." Claudia called out the name. It held significant meaning for those who served the Mitsurugi family. "Sora, Sora, Sora." "Ha! Who?" Upon hearing Claudia shout the name, the old man's eyes narrowed with interest. That name was etched in the old man's memory. Having served the Mitsurugi family for many years, Mitsurugi Sora, the unremarkable son of the esteemed master swordsman. "So, you were in Canaria?" "I see, that's why you seemed familiar." But, doubt laced the old man's voice. Sora exuded an energy akin to a torrent, pulsating power that reverberated through his body and shook the atmosphere. It was difficult to fathom that this was the same person who couldn't overcome the trial ceremony. This overflowing energy undoubtedly belonged to someone who had mastered soul equipment. If the old man were to guess, the black katana in Sora's right hand was likely his soul equipment. The illusory sword style was an exceptionally rare martial art, and soul equipment was inaccessible to those outside its purview. If that were the case, this Sora must be Mitsurugi Sora. However, Sora, who had failed to progress beyond the trial ceremony, had never officially learned the illusory sword style. If someone like him had independently mastered soul equipment, it was truly incredible. The old man chuckled with a pleasantly low voice. He found it intriguing. There had been no contact or fondness between the old man and Sora, the eldest son of the family head. However, if Sora had risen from obscurity, gaining power and mastering soul equipment, it deserved respect. After all, it was a path the old man had once walked. "Pleasure to meet you, Mitsurugi Sora Dono. I am Jijinbo, a senior member of Siren. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." Given the circumstances, with the Duke's house in disarray and the perpetrator present, it was natural for Sora to perceive Jijinbo as a threat. Indeed, it seemed that Sora shared that sentiment, merely looking at Jijinbo without offering a response. Undeterred, Jijinbo continued speaking. Claudia Drignote's curse was no different from her sister Astrid Drignote's. Was the advice provided by this old man helpful? The sisters looked at Jijinbo as they heard that, and then looked at Sora. On the other hand, Sora shrugged. It was very helpful. The one with eyes as murky as a jailer accused Astrid Sama based solely on her name. In other words, It's evidence of Astrid Sama's innocence. Hi. That's truly perceptive. It appears you've grown despite your inability to even defeat a sparrow and being exiled. Sora responded with an equal amount of malice, much like the old man. Well, if we talk about exile, then we are quite similar. Your position isn't much different from mine, is it? Hi. Those are unexpected words. What does this old man, entrusted with a high-ranking order, have in common with you, who was exiled? If what you say isn't mere delusion, I'd like you to enlighten me. It's quite simple. If the Mitsurugi truly needed you as a force, you wouldn't have left the island in the first place. Saying that, Sora pursed his lips and gazed at Gyojinbo. The martial law of the Mitsurugi family dictates that the users of Siren Hatsuki's soul equipment must protect Onigashima under the Master Swordsman's leadership. Otherwise, the monsters overflowing from the Demon Gate would quickly breach the island's defenses. The exception is for newly equipped individuals, victims who have lost their ability to fight, or those unable to endure battles on the island due to their soul equipment abilities. Those individuals leave the island. Even if they cannot fight on the island, they may possess enough strength to face external monsters or human adversaries. It's an effective utilization outside the island's confines. By freeing them from the Empire's interference, they can protect the island with a formidable force. Sora knew that was the current head of the Mitsurugi family's style. And yet, here you stand. Your mere presence implies power and position. If I was exiled, then you were simply relegated to a lower rank. As you can see, there isn't much difference. Hi, how ludicrous. My level is 73. You know, it's not something to be dismissed. In response to that mocking retort, Sora countered from a different angle. Observing your biwa transformed into soul equipment, it's evident that your power specializes in sound and curses. If the curse traveled from the cemetery to this mansion, there's no better long-range attack. However, are you no longer needed to fight on the island? Could it be that your power doesn't work on opponents with a certain level of energy? In other words, the only thing you can do is go after someone weaker than you. No matter how high your level is, there's no reason to fear someone like that, Sora asserted bluntly, his black katana flickering in his hand. In the next instant, a sound like the shattering of 100 ceramic pieces resonated throughout the Duke's house garden. It was the sound of Gyojinbo's manifested black wall, the grand fortress, crumbling into countless fragments. It was the result of Sora's flying slash technique, known as the tornado. Thousands of shattered wall fragments cascaded down, melting away like snow and disappearing. Gyojinbo widened his eyes, realizing that his formidable shield had been shattered with a single strike. However, there was no time for surprise. Sora, swinging his black katana, swiftly emerged from behind the broken wall. Gyojinbo, cornered against the Duke's house wall, had no means of escape and defended himself with a biwa, Shitsukigazan, in his hands. As the two soul equipment clashed, a cry emanated from Shitsukigazan, its built-in counterattack taking effect. The sound attack intensified, affecting the Drignote father and daughter. Against an average opponent, this attack would pierce eardrums and cause blood to gush from their ears. Yet, Sora calmly withstood the counterattack, unaffected by it. As he had surmised before, the sound attack from Shitsukigazan held no sway over those with a certain amount of energy. On the contrary, the sound of Shitsukigazan cracking could be heard. At this rate, Gyojinbo would be defeated. The old man realized this as the clash between their soul equipment unfolded. Simultaneously, a sharp laughter escaped his lips. Hi. Delightful, truly delightful. To think that I, who sought to make Claudia Drignote vanish, would find myself in such a predicament. Life without amusement is dreadfully dull. Very well, now I shall get serious. Immediately after, Gyojinbo roared like a beast, and Sora was sent flying backward as if struck by an invisible hammer. Gyojinbo unleashed an energy blast toward Sora. There was no reason why Gyojinbo couldn't handle energy-based abilities like Sora's. The damage inflicted on Sora was inconsequential, but Gyojinbo paid it no mind. The crucial factor was maintaining distance from his opponent. Gyojinbo began his next incantation before Sora could regain his footing. millions of iron soldiers, wounded veterans. The chant was swift, precise, and notably elaborate. The woven magical power seamlessly composed the spell without deviation. If there were mages present, they might have admired Jijinbo as a practitioner who had reached the level of a lord with such a chant. Without weapons, without food, without water, yet the flag remains unbroken. Gathered are the diverse, united in revolution. Stack rooftops to form a wall, clear debris to create a trench. O impregnable castle, grand fortress. With the completion of his chant, a black wall materialized, a rampart encircling Jijinbo. This was not a partial manifestation achieved by forsaking the chant. The wall surrounding Jijinbo possessed a thickness, height, and density entirely distinct from the previously shattered black wall. It resembled a small citadel, to say the least. This is my strongest shield. With such an abundance of magical power, don't think you can break through it with a mere slash as before. Now, your attacks will not reach me, but mine will reach you. Jijinbo chuckled, his throat trembling. Hi. You claimed there was no reason to fear me, correct? Did you truly believe you could defeat me with the power you possess? It appears you judge a book by its cover. Indeed, my soul equipment may be ineffective against the monsters of Onigashima. However, there is a way to compensate for that, through the ability of my soul equipment. With that, Jijinbo commenced his next incantation. The trees decay, the grass dies, the soil rots. It was a resounding chant. Simultaneously, another voice began intoning a different spell. That boiling blood, that burning hair, those shining eyes. It was the voice of Jijinbo's soul equipment, Shitsukagezen. The soul equipment chanted with a voice resembling screams. Dancing turns to ash, filling the air with miasma. Castle of the regime, throne of skulls. The flutter of the rebel flag, the void of a sacrificial knife. A dual chant. This was Jijinbo's other soul equipment ability. Decay and corrode, corrosive earth. Bloody eyes and burning hands, envelop my enemy in death. Flame Princess. With the completion of Jijinbo's chant, 7th grade earth magic was activated, and the garden of the Duke's mansion swiftly began to decay. Starting from where the grand fortress had stood, the ground turned into a muddy expanse. It became a manifestation similar of a magically decayed rotten sea. Even the stone pavement connecting the gate and entrance succumbed to the corrosive magic, transforming into a sticky substance. The once beautiful green grass rapidly withered into a dark purple hue, emitting a foul stench that prompted one to cover their nose. The ensuing voice that reverberated was the cry of dismay from the Duke's household servants. The eroded garden morphed into an unfathomable swamp, dragging down those standing on the ground. The entire garden had already been tainted by the old man's magic, leaving no means of escape. Those ensnared in the garden sank deeper as they struggled, their movements hindered. The same fate awaited Sora. Moreover, over 10 flame tentacles conjured by Shitsukagezen snarled and advanced towards Sora. If it were just Sora, he could undoubtedly force his way out by bolstering his body with energy. But if he did so, the flames would engulf the others who were trapped, especially the Drignote father and daughter. From Sora's perspective, Jijinbo's mouth formed a crescent moon shape. I see, Sora murmured, momentarily trapped within the corrosive magic and pressed by the flames. Jijinbo sought to shield himself with 8th grade defensive magic, comparable to a citadel, and then overpower the enemy with 2 types of magic, complemented by his soul equipment. It was akin to a siege battle and likely represented Jijinbo's true combat style. Listening to the chant, Jijinbo was an exceptional magician, capable of wielding advanced magic even without relying solely on his soul equipment. Furthermore, by combining the powers of energy and soul equipment, he surpassed the realm of a mere magician. If he so desired, Jijinbo could single-handedly contend with an entire army. The power of the 5th grade fire magic, Flame Princess, that drew nearer was also remarkable. Previously, when I accompanied Miroslav to the Lord of Flies' nest, I encountered a similar magic, but hers was weaker with only 3 or 4 fiery arms. However, Jijinbo's flames surpassed 10, their thickness and speed completely different. If those flames were to directly hit me, My body would swiftly burn like firewood and vanish. Well, that would be the case if they managed to hit me. I swiftly sliced through the first flame that approached me with my soul equipment. The roaring, fiery arm attacking me disappeared instantly, consumed by an unseen force. It didn't disperse, it simply vanished. It was as if it had been swallowed by an invisible monster. I didn't feel even a hint of warmth on my face. The only sensation was, at best, a scent of burning. I swung my katana even more vigorously. 2, 3, 4. It didn't matter that I was stuck in the ground. As long as I swung and cut with my katana, it didn't hinder me. I devoured the successive flame tentacles that approached. When their number reached 12, the flame princess magic dissipated. After confirming that, I pressed my katana into the ground. The magic that had decayed the earth was absorbed by the katana as if being drawn in. The decayed ground didn't return to its original state, but those trapped in the mud would no longer be engulfed. Gaijinbo, witnessing this series of events, voiced a mixture of astonishment and consternation. Hi. I see. The ability of your soul equipment is absorption. Huh? It appears it also specializes in absorbing magical power. That was how you destroyed my grand fortress earlier, wasn't it? It's a natural enemy for an old man who wields magic. Gaijinbo struck his soul equipment forcefully. However, it seems cutting with the katana is essential to activate that ability. If you were to be attacked from all sides by wide area magic, you couldn't prevent it. Additionally, there must be a limit to the total amount of magical power that can be absorbed. Now that you've absorbed all of the Flame Princess, how much more magical power can you absorb? If you exceed the absorption limit, your body will disperse due to the accumulated magical power. That's the nature of this ability. With the essence of my magic, I will send you to the hell of satiety. Shitsuke-gazan began to chant, resonating with the chilling ambience of the Duke's mansion at night. Ayus, protect the praetor, enclose the Onryo, explode throughout the state. The chant was even more agonizing and resonant than before. The soul equipment stemmed from the same source as its user. It lived and existed, albeit with a different meaning from that of a human. It likely possessed its own will. While Gaijinbo subjected his other half to immense suffering, he gleefully continued speaking. Allow me to share one of the secrets of magic. Magic in this world is accompanied by a positive element. For example, Grand Fortress, the 8th grade earth magic. In the case of Flame Princess, it is 5th grade fire magic. Very few magicians understand the concept of positive. Gaijinbo explained, this concept normally does not exist in this world. Magic operates on an unparalleled doctrine, a technique that normal humans cannot grasp. The ancient users introduced magic to humanity. They forged contracts with immensely powerful demons and adapted their magic for human use. That is the magic of this world. Positive magic is properly modified magic. Of course, there is also original magic that remains unmodified. We exceptional magicians refer to it as eclipse magic. Eclipse magic is a demonic technique that cannot be wielded by human hands. It requires a vast amount of magical power and vitality. Even if a demon doesn't utilize anything, it is unbearable for humans. Utilizing eclipse magic causes irreversible changes to the mind and body. In other words, the more it is used, the less human one becomes. In certain regions, vampires are referred to as liches. Some of these creatures have succumbed to the magic of humans. Needless to say, this knowledge is dangerous, but to ascend to a higher rank as a magician, mastering eclipse magic becomes inevitable. To enhance a potent curse, one must be versed in wicked prayers. Fortunes that consist solely of goodness are worthless. Eclipse magic is not taught even in the Academy of Sages. Being aware of its existence, learning it, and harnessing its power are prerequisites for becoming a top-tier user. Gaijinbo added. And with the conclusion of his explanation, Shitsuke-gazan resumed its earlier chant. Hi. Now, I shall unleash the original Grand Fortress, a forbidden 8th grade curse. If my soul equipment shields me, I won't be affected by the drawbacks. Only the soul equipment will be cursed and fall. Then, under the influence of the potent curse, The soul equipment will grow stronger and be reborn even deeper. This is the essence of Shitsuke-Gazan, the embodiment of my wife. All right. All right. All right. All right. Mitsurugi Sora. Consume this forbidden curse if you can. Stack the 5 organs and form a wall. Squeeze the blood and turn it into a trench. O Castle of Limbo, Starvation Fortress. At the end of the chant, a blood-colored door materialized before Jijinbo. With a sound, the castle gate swung open. What emerged from within was an army of malevolent spirits and demons. It was a grand magic that summoned an entire castle from hell and an army of the deceased. If the grand fortress focused on defense, this magic likely focused on offense. No matter how powerful my soul equipment was, I couldn't simultaneously counter an army of the dead attacking from all directions. I couldn't consume the nearly infinite army. Jijinbo must have thought so. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, the goal is understandable. But I had no reason to follow his methods. I hadn't merely stood by, watching Jijinbo babble while Shitsuke-Gazan chanted. I had already infused a limited amount of energy into my right hand's soul equipment. Just like when I defeated the group of manticores in the Titis forest, the spiraling energy enveloped the black's blade. The tip of the blade would deliver a single slash, a wild strike that devoured both distance and foes. If I were to name it, it would be the Void Bite. The blade trembled, it roared, it laughed like a child throwing a tantrum, demanding to be fed. We knew that the enemy possessed a soul incomparable to that of a manticore. I would fulfill its desire. With a loud cry, I raised the katana high and swung it. Section. Ho! It was Jijinbo who broke the silence in the Duke's mansion garden. Jijinbo examined his body, starting with his left shoulder and then his right waist. From left shoulder to right waist, he confirmed the deeply carved cut. Moreover, even his soul equipment held in his left hand was more than half severed. As if waiting for Jijinbo's confirmation, a thunderous noise, like thousands of shattered mirrors, resonated in the ears of everyone present. It was the sound of my katana slicing through both magics, the sound of Grand Fortress and Starvation Fortress shattering. With the magic disappearing, the army of malevolent spirits that was about to be unleashed returned to where they came from. Hi hi he, hi hi he. Jijinbo's mouth erupted with loud laughter, or rather, it was more like a scream. Impossible. 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 You eliminate those 2 8th level positive and dark magic with a single slash. No, that's not a slash. There is no magic power left in the fragments. Did you absorb it? Did you drink it? That can't be. The ability to absorb must be terrifying, and since the container must be powerful as well, it won't be balanced otherwise. I slowly approached the deranged old man. The rotting ground made it difficult to walk. But there was no problem as Jijinbo made no attempt to escape. Well, even if he did try to escape, the wound on his body is definitely fatal. Whether he understood this or not, Jijinbo continued to shout in a shrill voice. The soul equipment is the embodiment of the user's soul. To drink the forbidden curse. Hey, what kind of monster do you have in your body? He changed his tone. I wanted to mock him, but I would gain nothing by repeating the words of this dying old man. Besides, even if he was an enemy, I didn't want the Drignote sisters to see me harassing a dying old man. So I won't say anything unnecessary. I'll just open my mouth to ask for his last words. I think you already know you're going to die soon. Do you have any last words? Die? Die? Are you going to kill this old man? Wait a moment. You, the eldest son of the Mitsurugi family, are planning to kill a Siren standard bearer? Unfortunately for you, we've severed our family ties. So I don't have to restrain myself for your master. Don't rush. I know this old man will be your witness. This old man is the 4th standard bearer of Siren, the one with the 9th seat. Judging by your power, I'm sure Oyakata-sama would consider it. It is not necessary. I have no interest in restoring our family ties at this time. Well, Mitsurugi is also my mother's family name. Eventually, I'll get my family name back, but I have no intention of asking for your help. With that, I quickly moved my soul equipment. The blade of the black katana sliced through Shitsuke-Gazan's face. Earlier, when we clashed, Shitsuke-Gazan had the same toughness as my black katana, but now it was as fragile as an ordinary biwa. probably due to the damage it had suffered earlier. The automatic counterattack didn't activate, and the Shitsukegazen turned to dust and disintegrated. At that moment, for a moment, I felt someone whispering in my ear. The voice was too faint to make out what was being said. What I did understand was that the voice was very calm and gentle. Then Gyojinbo, who had lost his soul equipment, opened his eyes wide and his mouth. Just before he could scream, I decapitated him with my black katana. It was clear that Gyojinbo did not want to say his last words, so there was no need to waste any more time. Having decapitated the old man, I turned around. His wrinkled head detached from his torso, tumbling to the ground, while blood spewed from the severed neck like a gushing fountain. When Sora approached the blood fountain, it would be a lie to say that Claudia didn't feel fear welling up in her heart. Despite lacking combat experience like her father and older sister, Claudia understood the terrifying nature of Gyojinbo. Her father, renowned as the strongest in Canaria, and her elder sister, whom she deeply respected, lay defenseless on the ground. Reluctantly, she had to acknowledge the fear within her. Above all, Gyojinbo was the one who had inflicted all that suffering upon her. Just the thought of it made her body tremble, akin to a cornered dog. But Sora had defeated Gyojinbo. The horrific magic, the abominable techniques. Witnessing Sora effortlessly behead the old man, rather than relief or confidence, fear gripped Claudia's heart. In Claudia's eyes, there was something about Sora that appeared inhuman, like a dark creature with black scales. A mysterious shadow capable of engulfing not only her but also her elder sister, father, the Duke's house, and even the kingdom of Canaria. So, when she saw Sora drawing near, she instinctively tried to step back, dragging her battered body along the muddy ground. And in that moment, Sora suddenly collapsed. Unintentionally, she was taken aback. At first glance, Sora, with one knee on the ground, seemed to be in agonizing pain. He clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tightly as if enduring something, and gripped his chest. Large beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Throughout the battle, he displayed no signs of distress. So, why now? Claudia pondered this question and, in doing so, noticed something that surprised her. Claudia had witnessed Sora's current condition before. She racked her memory. It was when he had promised to break her curse by offering souls. Right after that, Sora had collapsed with the same expression he wore now. Claudia had no understanding of what it truly meant to offer souls. At first, she believed it to be mere words of comfort. However, her level had increased by 2, and the curse that had weakened her physically and mentally had been lifted. It seemed that such a miracle came at a price. Hadn't she witnessed firsthand the suffering Sora had endured? In that moment, the sound of a cheek being slapped resonated through the Duke's house garden. Despite any fear she may have had, Claudia Drignote, at the very least, should not be afraid of Sora. She was supposed to know that without anyone reminding her. With her cheeks red and swollen, Claudia rushed towards Sora with determination, her feet treading on the muddy ground. She called out to him with a resounding voice. Sora-san, Sora-san. In response to Claudia's call, Sora seemed to attempt to say something but could only groan in response. At that moment, a pale-faced Claudia tried to hold onto him, desperate to call out to him. Claw, calm down. Astrid, her older sister, placed a hand on Claudia's shoulder and spoke firmly. Claudia turned around to face her. But, Nae-sama, Sora-san is. I understand. I will fetch a remedy immediately. Astrid attempted to give instructions to her subordinates. However, Sora's groans brought her to a halt. I don't need medicine or healing magic. Upon hearing this, the sisters looked at Sora. Sora continued to endure pain. This will take time. I just have to wait for the pain to subside. But, Sora-san, perhaps something could help, even if just a little. With time, I will heal. I don't need medicine or magic. But the commotion outside, as Claudia and Astrid listened to Sora's words, they exchanged glances. That's right. Despite Gyojinbo's defeat, the undead monsters he had brought along still raged outside. The turmoil in the royal capital, which reverberated even within the confines of the estate, was proof of that. Perhaps these were Sora's final efforts. His face tensed, and he finally collapsed onto the decaying ground. Sora's face met the dirt. Sora-san. Claudia swiftly settled on the ground, lifting Sora's head and cradling it in her lap. She wiped away the mud from his face with the sleeves of her clothes, disregarding their soiled state. Afterward, with the help of Suzume, Seal, and the maids who emerged from the house, Claudia managed to transfer Sora onto a bed in the mansion. Her father and older sister led a group of knights under their command to battle the undead monsters. Although her older sister was concerned about Sora before leaving, the vice captain of the Dragon Knights could not afford to remain at home during such a crisis. Astrid Drignote was not someone who would prioritize personal emotions over matters of public importance. Sora was entrusted to Claudia by her older sister. From the beginning of the chaos until now, she remained close to Sora, wiping his sweat, offering hydration, and holding his hand when pain racked his body. During this time, Suzume, Seal, and Luna Maria, who had been present in the residence during Jijinbo's attack, shared their accounts. According to Luna Maria, Sora regained consciousness when Jijinbo revealed his soul equipment. Despite being in no condition to join the fight, Sora was compelled to assist Claudia and the others. Indeed, Sora had gone out after consuming Luna Maria's soul, using it as compensation to fulfill the soul offering to Claudia. Consequently, Luna Maria, temporarily unconscious due to the sudden and violent soul consumption, was entrusted to Suzume and Seal. However, Luna Maria, lacking permission to disclose the details of soul consumption in this particular case, omitted that part when explaining it to Claudia. Claudia would eventually learn the truth, but that's another matter. Although Claudia felt a sense of unease regarding Luna Maria's explanation, why hadn't Luna Maria and the others accompanied Sora? She determined it was not the appropriate time to raise such questions. There were other matters she needed to address. Sora-san said he must endure until the pain subsides. But is there anything we can do? Even something minuscule. Please, inform me if there's anything at all. I believe that what Claudia-sama is currently doing is the best course of action. However, what is it? You can confide in me. Well, it's not just the face that perspires. Wearing sweaty clothes will be uncomfortable, so changing them periodically to keep the body clean is necessary. Luna Maria's words prompted Claudia to nod, but then she comprehended the implications and her face flushed red. That is, in other words. Why yes, that's correct. Of course, we will take care of it. There's no need to trouble yourself, Claudia-sama. No, it won't be like that. Sora-san is my savior. If there's anything I can do for him, I'll do it. Even if it means overcoming my embarrassment. Claudia declared firmly, determined not to repeat her past mistakes. Naturally, Luna Maria, Suzume, and Seal were taken aback by Claudia's reaction. The announcement of an unmarried aristocratic daughter was quite troublesome. It was something along those lines. If Duke Dragnote were present, his expression would have changed, and he would have objected. But, for better or worse, her father, the Duke, was not there. And no one could quell Claudia's enthusiasm, fueled by gratitude and guilt. Later, with a pigeon-like expression, Sora timidly inquired about what happened after that from Luna Maria and the others. However, they merely responded with vague smiles. The calamity that had befallen the royal capital of Horus persisted even after Jijinbo's defeat. However, the undead creatures that appeared in Horus were mostly low-level, so once the initial chaos settled, it didn't take long to deal with them. Perhaps Jijinbo had no intention of completely devastating the royal capital. Doing so would have jeopardized the marriage between the Prince of Canaria and the Princess of Adastera, scheduled for 2 months later. Hence, it seemed he refrained from unleashing powerful undead throughout the city. According to the guards stationed in the vicinity, the knights from the royal castle, and even the priests from the temple, the group of undead was eradicated from the royal capital the following day. The situation had calmed down. I could return to Ishka without any prejudice. I believed so. However, Duke Drignote questioned me extensively about the matter. Everyone who was present had overheard the conversation between Jijinbo and me. At this point, I couldn't deceive him, and I had no intention of doing so. Therefore, I divulged all the information I possessed to the Duke. Following several discussions, including with Astrid, It was decided to conceal my actions and identity in this case. This decision was made not only for the Empire's sake but also for Canaria's. Duke Drignote was the one who defeated Jijinbo, and Jijinbo had provided valuable information about Hanagashima and Adastara. Although it might seem like the Duke was taking credit for my accomplishments, it was my suggestion. At this point, I believed it wasn't wise for Mitsurugi Sora to be in the spotlight. Instead, I chose to hide in the shadow of His Excellency the Thunder. The reason behind taking this approach was to buy time. Regardless of the circumstances, Jijinbo was someone who had mastered soul equipment. If they concluded that I, who had been exiled from the island 5 years ago, had killed a practitioner of the illusory sword style, the Mitsurugi family would undoubtedly turn their attention toward me. Initially, I could deny any connection. My father wasn't like that. For someone who had severed ties with his own son, I was merely a stranger. Moreover, that stranger had defeated a member of Siren Hatsuki, so it was certain that they would come to crush me with the illusory sword style. Currently, I no longer feared being at odds with my father. However, to be honest, I had hoped the inevitable confrontation would come a little later. My current level is 10. When I arrived in the royal capital, my level was 9. Afterwards, by offering souls to Luna Maria, it decreased to 8. When I raised Claudia's level by 2, it further decreased to 6. Then, upon defeating Jijinbo, I gained 4 consecutive levels, reaching 10, surpassing my original level of 9. Undoubtedly, I was confident in my ability to defeat an opponent who had mastered soul equipment. However, as mentioned during the battle, Jijinbo had been demoted to the lowest rank of Siren Hatsuki. If he had been a superior adversary from Siren, I would have faced considerable challenges. Hence, I wanted to buy time to grow stronger. With the addition of Iria, the supply of souls had finally increased to 2. I desired to raise my level by 1 or 2 before the attacks on my homeland commenced. Furthermore, by concealing my name, the Mitsurugi family's focus would shift toward Duke Drignote, the one who defeated Jijinbo. No matter how renowned the Thunder may be, they wouldn't stand a chance if they became the target of high-level flag-bearers of the illusory sword style. In that sense, I regretted endangering him. However, the Duke himself laughed it off, saying, "There's no need to worry." From the Duke's perspective, it was the Mitsurugi family who had wronged him. It was inevitable to harbor hostility toward those who had cursed his daughter and caused her suffering for over a year. Furthermore, even if my name were associated with the defeat of Jijinbo, it wouldn't diminish the Empire's or the Mitsurugi family's animosity toward the Duke. To the Adastra Empire, which aimed to invade Canaria, Duke Drignote remained an obstacle. Whether I concealed my name or not, the Duke would still be a target for the Empire or the Mitsurugi family. Hence, there was no need to worry. That was the Duke's perspective. Once I finished conversing with Duke Drignote, Astrid spoke up. Soradono, there's something I'd like to ask. What did that old man want when he fought against you? He mentioned that the curse on Claudia Drignote was no different from her older sister, Astrid Drignote. Those were his words. Ah, about that. I explained the circumstances that led to hearing those words. I recounted how I had visited Jijinbo alone at the National Cemetery, just before offering souls to Claudia. Jijinbo's argument, when he stated that the elder sister should take care of the younger sister, caused Astrid to grimace. Naturally, her displeasure was not directed at me but at Jijinbo's reasoning. However, she acknowledged that there was a certain logic behind it and sighed. It's an unpleasant argument, but it's not entirely baseless. Eh? Are you resentful of me, Ne-sama? Of course not. Astrid gently stroked her younger sister's head. Claudia deliberately kept her head lowered, but a small smile played on her lips. Being a queen is an incredibly suffocating role. It can't compare to the freedom of soaring through the skies on a dragon. I even felt sorry for you, Claw. I think I feel the same. I'm tired of pretending to be the woman who favors His Highness. The sisters of the Duke's household continued their conversation. They knew each other well enough that when someone suggested, perhaps the older sister cursed the younger sister, they could only laugh it off. With those words, I became convinced that Jijinbo was the mage who had cursed Claudia. Originally, judging by the amount of his soul, that old man had a fairly high level. I knew he was unusually high level for the continent. Furthermore, his behavior left no doubt. I believe it would have been ideal to stop Jigenbo in that empty cemetery. If we had done so, Jigenbo wouldn't have invaded Duke Drignote's mansion, and the streets of the royal capital wouldn't have been flooded with undead. However, I wasn't sure if I could defeat Jigenbo with all my power. If I had been defeated, no one would have been able to break Claudia's curse. Requesting reinforcements from the Duke's house was also an option, but if Jigenbo, as a flag-bearer of Siren, had anticipated that, there would be no advantage in numbers. Therefore, the priority was to heal Claudia. If I could raise her level, I could break the curse at its root. Additionally, if Jigenbo were to curse her again in the future, Claudia wouldn't succumb as easily. So, I wanted to ensure Claudia's safety and wait for the effects of pouring souls to wear off before stopping Jigenbo, but I didn't expect it to happen that night. This was completely my fault. I should have warned them that breaking the curse might provoke the sorcerer into action. Well, even if I had warned, I don't think they would have believed that only a flag-bearer of Siren could cause all that damage. While contemplating that, Astrid spoke with a somewhat mysterious expression. Soradono, did you doubt me when you heard the old man's words? As I said, I think it's reasonable. I didn't doubt you at all. I don't know how to say it in front of you, but when I first met you at Kurosora stable, I thought you were a wonderful person. Even now, after having this conversation, my admiration for you has only grown stronger. When that old man said those things about you, I knew I did the right thing by drawing my katana. As I expressed my true feelings, Astrid's face turned red in an instant. Claudia, who was beside her, clapped happily. Yay, I'm happy for you, Nae-sama. Sora-san said you were wonderful. See Claw. Her mischievous younger sister seemed to be restrained by the flustered older sister. Then, their further mumbled with a furrowed brow, if possible, I would prefer if you didn't flirt with my daughter in front of me. Well, those things happened, but anyway, I've already talked to Duke Drignote. I will proceed with my plan to return to Ishka. If necessary, I will travel to the capital on Kurosora. When I mentioned this to Duke Drignote during dinner, Claudia was the first to react. Father, I also want to go to Ishka with Sora-san. What? Duke Drignote blinked several times at his daughter's unexpected statement. What are you saying all of a sudden, Claw? The Duke asked, astonished. Claudia, on the other hand, spoke a few words with a cheerful smile. As a hostage, father. Those were strange words to me, but Duke Drignote seemed to understand his daughter's intentions and had an expression like he had just tasted vinegar. I quickly interjected. I think I just heard something that I can't ignore. Section. Based on the previous and subsequent conversation, I deduced that Claudia would be the hostage, and I would take her with me as the hostage. Why did it have to be like this? Sora-san, in certain situations, nobles have to put aside their personal feelings, Claudia said with a serious face. I could only stretch my ears and listen. After you return to Ishka, there's a possibility that my father will cancel the agreement with you. For example, let's say, the Empire is about to launch an invasion on the Kingdom of Canaria due to this incident. However, if your identity is revealed, they will halt their military actions. Under such conditions, His Majesty and Marquis Corquia will definitely be in favor. And your father will also be in favor, right? Of course. My father is against it. But my father is the head of the Duke's household and a minister to His Majesty. It would be very difficult for him to defy orders given in such a manner. Still, in the case of the opposite happening, the Duke's household could be engulfed in a rebellion. Claudia said that with a serious expression. That would expose thousands and tens of thousands of vassals and people from the Duke's territory and their families to war. My father, as the head of the Duke's household, cannot choose that option. The responsibility of the aristocracy's leader is to protect the household. They cannot afford to put the household in danger due to personal circumstances. In such a situation, Duke Drignote would have to sacrifice me and offer me as a hostage. Claudia stated this with an unusual expression and unconventional reasoning. I see. So, That's the reason for the hostage scenario. That's correct. If that happens, you can propose the necessary procedures for me. I see. You've come up with a well-thought-out plan to be able to come to Ishka. Yes, I worked hard and thought it through with Naisama. Yeah, she has a lovely smile. And what about you, Astrid? It seemed strange that this wasn't Claudia's reasoning. Her father wore a forced smile. Then, Claudia continued with a serious expression. Furthermore, I think it will be very advantageous for Sora-san to have the second daughter of the Duke's household by his side. There should be few people who can oppose our household. Well, that's true. There are many factors to consider when deciding to live together, but as a simple fact, if it becomes known that the second daughter of the Duke's household is residing with me, my influence in Ishka should be greater than ever. The Adventurers Guild will no longer be able to underestimate me. It can also be expected to ease the hostility against Suzume, who also resides in the same household. I glanced at Astrid. Why did she cooperate with Claudia's plan? Perhaps Astrid wants to keep her younger sister away from the royal capital to avoid involving her in political disputes again. Now that Claudia's engagement with the prince has been annulled, she will no longer be a target of curses or assassination. However, by regaining her health and exposing the Empire's plot, there is a chance of reviving the previous engagement. Surely, many aristocrats will bring up the engagement again, knowing that Claudia is no longer under the curse. I want to shield Claudia from that scandal, and it seems Astrid, as her elder sister, shares the same sentiment. Furthermore, if the Duke's mansion were to be attacked again by political enemies or the Empire, having Claudia in Ishka would protect the Duke's lineage from being extinguished. Astrid, who witnessed the power of a soul equipment user, seems to have taken that into account as well. Section. Master, I have something to discuss. It was the night before returning to Ishka when Seal, the beast girl, approached me with a serious look. I tried to express it that way, but hesitated when I looked at her face. Well, what kind of conversation will it be? Seeing her expression, it was clear that it was something serious. If that's the case, I should be serious too. Besides, I had a slight idea of what Seal wanted to talk to me about. Is it about what you saw on the night of the attack? In response to my words, Seal nodded. I scratched my cheek, thinking that it might be the case. Of course, I'm referring to the night when Jijinbo attacked. At that time, I had collapsed after giving many souls to Claudia. When Jijinbo manifested his soul equipment, I woke up due to his strong presence, but I wasn't in a condition to immediately join the battle. And about what happened, it was there. I was being taken care of when I collapsed. I devoured Luna Maria's soul. So, Seal, and Suzume, who were also taking care of me, witnessed that scene. Given the circumstances, I devoured Luna Maria's soul quite aggressively and in large quantities. It's not surprising that the two of them would suspect that. After all, it was evident that Luna Maria had collapsed because of my kiss. Upon calmly thinking about it, I realized that I had several ways to handle the situation with Seal and Suzume, but I was in a state of panic. If I were to tell Seal, I always kiss Luna Maria every time I wake up, I don't think she would be convinced. Ordering her, using the master-slave position, to forget about it might eliminate her doubts. But I'm trying to increase the number of people to devour their souls, including Luna Maria. The chances of Seal witnessing a similar scene while living in the same household only increase. In each case, I would have to come up with an excuse, and ordering her to forget is very troublesome. In this attack on the royal capital, information about my identity, the illusory sword style, and soul equipment leaked to Duke Drignote. In that case, it doesn't make sense to hide it from Seal. Seal and Luna Maria know my secret that the Duke doesn't even know. Furthermore, it doesn't make sense to hide it. In a way, it should be seen as a good opportunity to reveal the secrets. The problem is that Seal might be frightened by my ability to devour souls, thinking of me as some kind of vampire, and try to escape. If that were to happen, then it's fine. I would simply release her from slavery as originally planned and send her back to her homeland. Of course, after silencing her, and if she doesn't comply, I would simply consider Seal as an enemy. While contemplating all that, I explained the situation to Seal. She listened attentively and nodded with a serious look. Then, After hearing everything, Seal exhaled and spoke up. So, that's what it was. Thank you very much for telling me. I'll explain it to Suzume-chan. Is that all? What do you mean? Well, I don't know if I should say this about myself, but it's chilling that someone devours other people's souls, isn't it? I expected you to be scared or something. When I asked Seal, who actually hates ghosts, she looked surprised, then immediately crouched down and held her head. Kaya. Wow, that's the first time I've heard a scream like that in the form of a question. I raised my eyebrows, somewhat puzzled by her reaction. Well, as long as Seal can make jokes after hearing everything, I'm fine with it. Seal stood up with a giggle after the laughter subsided. I scared myself there for a moment. No, I didn't say you should be scared, but it's quite amusing that after freezing up from your ears to the tip of your tail when we first met, you can now make jokes. At that time, I didn't know what kind of person had bought me. After that, he stroked my ears and tail so many times that I couldn't sleep for several days. Seal added that it took her some time to relax. Seeing her face without resentment, I averted my gaze. Seal happily laughed again when she noticed my reaction. Then, when the laughter subsided, unexpected words escaped the beast girl's mouth. Do you also plan to eat me? I tilted my head in confusion, and she did the same, mirroring my gesture. Aren't you training me to level up and then eat me? Upon hearing her question, I clapped my hands together, realizing the misunderstanding. Letting Luna Maria teach her to fight, sleeping with her, and empowering her, all of that was taken as preparation to devour her soul by Seal. To be honest, it was a misconception. The truth is, I recently discovered that my seed can affect others. The reason I have nocturnal activities with Seal was simply due to lust. However, from Seal's perspective, it seemed like my actions were all part of a plan to devour her soul. Understanding her misunderstanding, I attempted to deny it again. But before I could, she exclaimed, "I'll always be willing." The beast girl clenched both fists and approached me. Instinctively, I leaned back, taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. What do you mean by willing? I'm willing to do the same as Luna-san. I'm prepared. She stood close, gazing at me with determination and urgency. Her ocelot ears stood upright, giving her a fierce yet earnest appearance. I hurriedly waved my hands back and forth, stepping back slightly. No, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm not going to force you to let me devour your soul. It won't be by force. I'm offering because I want to be of help to the master. Seal's sincere words left me momentarily speechless. To be honest, I had a desire to devour Seal's soul. I had no doubt it would be delicious. There were moments when temptation struck while we were together at night or when I observed her sleeping up close after our encounters. However, devouring another person's soul, whether it's by killing or eating parts of it, I had decided that I would only devour the souls of those who harbored hostility towards me or posed a threat. Seal had not violated those conditions, and I couldn't bring myself to devour her. Yet, in a way, there was a voice in my head saying, I suppose it's okay if I have her consent. Initially, I established the conditions for devouring souls to prevent myself from becoming a monster consumed by power, attacking others indiscriminately. If individuals understand the circumstances and willingly offer their souls, I believe it's unnecessary to fulfill the original conditions. After pondering for a moment, I raised an important point to Seal. By devouring the soul, it doesn't mean that there won't be bad effects manifest later, you know? The souls I devour will recover in time. That's what I've decided, but it's not unlikely that Miroslav, Luna Maria and Daria will suddenly die or become disabled one day. It's also possible that the soul devourer could suddenly change their personalities. In the case of Miroslav, who hated me like never before, he became eerily docile. In several cases it was the same with Luna Maria. I told Seal about it too, but the beast girl didn't change her attitude towards me. At this point I'm glad about Seal's decision. So, let's get started. I was going to say that, but when I saw the slave collar around Seal's neck, I stopped myself. I am in complete possession of Seal. Obviously that should have had a strong influence on the situation. In other words, the words "it's okay to devour her soul" are not free will for Seal. Because Luna Maria, who is also a slave, is doing it. There seems to be a certain pressure. It wouldn't be right to exploit that feeling, although it may not be forced. It left a sour taste. Thus, I decided to take a step back. "Well, in that case, I'll release you from slavery." "Eh?" "But that's..." Interrupting Seal's attempt to say something, I continued speaking. "If your feelings don't change after that, then I'll proceed without any reservations. For now, this conversation would be postponed until we return to Ishka." As I conveyed my decision, Seal displayed an unusually annoyed expression. It appeared that they had prepared themselves and now felt frustrated. Well, considering I was delaying the conversation immediately after they had mentally prepared for it, it was understandable that they would be in a bad mood. I apologized for that, but devouring Seal now might damage her consciousness. However, I didn't expect Seal's response. I didn't know if Sazum would express a similar sentiment in due time. With that in mind, I continued interacting with Seal. Ordinarily, she was a calm girl, or perhaps precisely because of that, she proved difficult to handle when in a bad mood. Fortunately, Seal's sour mood didn't last long, and by the time we left the royal capital the following day, she had returned to her usual self. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Claudia did not accompany us on the return journey. She expressed a desire to come with us, but considering the recent attack and her just being released from a year-long curse, Duke Trignot vehemently shook his head at the idea of immediate emigration. Claudia would wait a little longer, allowing her physical condition to stabilize before joining us in Ishka. In this manner, we departed from the royal capital, where the aftermath of the attack still lingered, and set off towards Ishka. To be honest, I expected some form of contact or obstruction from the prince, who was infatuated with Kurosora, or from Marquis Korquia, who had ties to the empire. However, due to the recent events involving Jayajinbo, they didn't seem to be in the mood for such interactions. Thus, the journey back was rather peaceful. Just as I started to feel relieved after a few days, my state of alertness resurfaced the moment I laid eyes on the familiar walls of Ishka. I was glad we had returned without any incidents. That's what I thought. However, it was premature to feel at ease. That's because standing in front of the house, wearing a troubled expression, was a young man who looked remarkably familiar. The instant I saw his face, I instinctively furrowed my brows and murmured his name. Lars. Chapter 6. Broken Sword. In front of Ishka's house, Lars gazed at me, his face filled with urgency, and bowed deeply, almost as if prostrating himself. The suddenness of his actions caught me off guard. I had no obligation to entertain Lars' request, but his weakened state piqued my curiosity. On another note, I couldn't help but wonder why Lars was alone. I expected Aria's absence, but what about Miroslav? I invited Lars into the house to hear his story. The house was quite dusty from our prolonged absence, but Lars seemed unconcerned and impatiently pleaded, "Please, help me." After attentively listening to Lars, the situation became clear. Lars, Miroslav, and 3 temporary adventurers formed a group of 5 to venture to Mount Skim while I traveled to the village of Melt. They were in the midst of climbing the mountain when I encountered Priestess Sarah. Their objective was to subdue a griffin, a task assigned by someone from a noble household. Well, I already knew this situation without having to hear it from Lars. I already knew these details from a report I received from Miroslav. The question that remained was what had happened to Lars and the others after they reached Mount Skim. In essence, Lars reached Mount Skim but turned back upon encountering the griffin's habitat. The reason for his retreat was Lars' injury. While keeping watch with Miroslav at night, he was startled by someone and collapsed. Mount Skim, being a monster-infested area in the Titis forest, led Lars to speculate that he had been attacked by a creature residing on the mountain. When he regained consciousness, Lars was disoriented. He found himself descending the mountain and being transported back to Ishka in a carriage. The rest of the group, upon realizing that subduing the griffin was no longer feasible, descended the mountain with Lars, except for Miroslav, who chose to remain alone on Mount Skim. Hearing this, I furrowed my brow instinctively. Lars seemed to hold me partially responsible, which was evident in his bitter tone. I told them I would return immediately. But Lars quickly regained his composure but soon sank into dejection. With Lars right in front of me, the sequence of events became clear. The three new members had likely prioritized Miroslav's instructions as the de facto employer over Lars, the nominal leader, during their time with the Falcon Sword. In other words, their directive was to protect Lars and return to Ishka. Lars received a letter from them. This is the letter. With that statement, Lars retrieved a piece of paper from his chest. It was a letter from Miroslav, apologizing for acting independently and stating that she didn't want to expose Lars to danger while he was incapacitated. She assured him that she would handle the Griffin and asked him to wait in Ishka. Upon reading the letter, Lars attempted to return on his own, but the other members obstructed him. Under Miroslav's orders, the three prevented Lars from going back to Mount Skim. Outnumbered and weakened from his injuries, Lars couldn't oppose them, and they brought him back to Ishka. Upon their return, the new members promptly disappeared, leaving Lars in a state of despair. Their contract with Miroslav only extended until their return to Ishka, so they seemed unconcerned about Lars' subsequent fate. Naturally, Lars immediately attempted to return to Mount Skim. However, his physical condition hadn't fully recovered, and he struggled to even fend off the low-level monsters surrounding Ishka. Climbing Mount Skim in such a state was impossible. Lars tried to find companions to accompany him, but no adventurer volunteered for the Falcon Sword request, considering its tarnished reputation, especially for a destination like the summit of Mount Skim. He sought assistance from the guild, but it proved burdensome. Miroslav wasn't in immediate danger. She could have returned if she wished, but she opted to remain on the summit alone. Had she been left behind because of a monster attack, the situation would have been different, but since she chose to stay on her own, it fell under an adventurer's personal responsibility. Still, the receptionists Lidl and Parfait, known for their kindness, seemed to be trying to help Lars. However, Lars claimed that progress was slow and stagnant. It took Lars 4 days to return from Mount Skim to Ishka. Factoring in the time spent descending and the period after returning, nearly 10 days had passed since Lars and Miroslav had separated. Throughout that time, Miroslav had remained on the mountain alone, which fueled Lars' anger and frustration. At that moment, Lars heard rumors of my return from the royal capital. Presumably, someone who encountered Krasora on the road promptly relayed the information. Upon learning this, Lars came to my house, setting aside his pride. That was the crux of the matter. As expected, Lars' request was to please transport me to Mount Skim using the Wyvern. His objective was to rescue Miroslav. I anticipated that he might also seek assistance in subduing the Griffin, but he made no mention of it. Observing him, Lars shook his head with an indifferent expression. His decision to restore his reputation had led him to this predicament. Lars bit his lip, seemingly regretting his choices. Looking at Lars in that state, I narrowed my eyes slightly. Lars likely believed that Miroslav had remained alone on Mount Skim to prove her loyalty to him. Such a conclusion wasn't entirely baseless. Given Miroslav's clingy behavior towards Lars, anyone would assume the same. However, is that truly the case? I didn't intend to assert that Miroslav's heart now belongs to me instead of Lars based solely on the letters she sent me. It wasn't about that. Miroslav's decision to stay alone on a mountain infested with monsters struck me as unnatural. How would she defeat the Griffin? Even if she managed to do so, how would she bring back its corpse? Considering that the client is a noble who likely intends to preserve the Griffin, any scratches or decay would significantly impact the success of the task. Despite defeating the Griffin, all their efforts would go to waste. There were also concerns regarding provisions of food and water. Moreover, even if Miroslav successfully completed the request alone, it wouldn't contribute to restoring Lars' reputation. On the contrary, Lars, who returned to Ishka seemingly fleeing and leaving Miroslav behind, would only further damage his standing. It's difficult to imagine that Miroslav wasn't aware of these issues if her actions were genuinely for Lars. In fact, one could surmise that she did all of this to tarnish Lars' reputation. If that were the case, then Miroslav had already accomplished her objective. Therefore, Rejecting Lars' request wouldn't pose any problems. As I mentioned before, I had no obligation to entertain Lars' request. On the contrary, I was tempted to ridicule and scorn him. However, a faint voice echoed in my mind. Would you like to join our group? Those were Lars' words when we first met, and the memories flooded back, suppressing the urge to mock and scorn him. I owed Lars a favor for inviting me to join the Falcon Sword, a debt that I thought I had resolved long ago after returning from the Lord of Flies' nest. However, to be honest, there was still a lingering unease, as if the debt remained unresolved. In that case, this was an opportunity to repay it. Of course, I had no intention of taking Lars to Mount Skim. Firstly, I doubted that the current Lars could withstand flying on a wyvern. Even riding Kurosawa alone could be quite exhausting. So, I would go to Mount Skim alone. Lars might protest at that point, but his goal now was not to defeat the Griffin but to rescue Miroslav. I didn't think he would have any complaints if I brought Miroslav back safely. Besides, even if he did have complaints, I wouldn't have the ears to listen. In the meantime, I would listen to Miroslav's true intentions and clarify our future relationship. With that in mind, I gave my answer to Lars' bow section. At last, invisible raptor bird, penetrating falcon. As Miroslav chanted, an invisible blade shot forth from her hand, soaring through the air. The second great wind magic flew towards the airborne monster, directly striking a harpy and severing its right wing. The harpy, a peculiar creature with the face and torso of an old woman and bird wings on its lower body, couldn't maintain its position in the air. It screamed as it plummeted, either crashing into the mountain or being impaled by the treetops, both resulting in significant damage. Miroslav, having defeated the harpy, immediately targeted the next one. 7 harpies had attacked, and she had already dispatched 3. More than half of the enemy group still remained. Harpies possessed a fierce nature and a voracious appetite. They often attacked in groups, targeting creatures larger than themselves. With 4 harpies, they could easily devour and tear apart a human. One couldn't let their guard down until every last harpy was defeated. Miroslav focused her sharp gaze on the next target for her penetrating falcon. Perhaps her fierce determination was palpable because the movements of the harpies in the air became visibly disturbed. These flying monsters were truly ferocious, but when they sensed that they were at a disadvantage, they would become timid and attempt to flee. The harpies, witnessing their comrades being swiftly defeated by wind blades, decided that they couldn't win and tried to turn around and distance themselves from the human. However, their movements served as bait for Miroslav, who ruthlessly launched magic at their backs. 1, 2, the number of monsters instantly diminished. In the end, only 1 out of the 7 harpies managed to escape. Miroslav had successfully dispatched 6 harpies in a short battle. Solo hunting in the mountain had yielded a favorable outcome. As if verifying this fact, Miroslav's body trembled. She paused for a moment to confirm her increased level, and then her expression shifted to a combination of joy and relief. She clenched her fists tightly. Afterward, Miroslav immediately moved away from the area. This was a precaution against the arrival of new monsters attracted by the sounds of battle and the scent of blood. Monsters were welcome, but consecutive battles were undesirable. She set up a simple tent and created a barrier to repel monsters in its vicinity. This was Miroslav's settlement on Mount Skim. From here, she continued her hunt for monsters. Needless to say, it was a perilous endeavor. It was nearly suicidal for a mage, who typically served as the rear guard, to be alone on Mount Skim. However, the experience gained was substantial. Since leaving Ishka, Miroslav's level had increased by 2, reaching level 17. However, the price had been steep. The magic stones she had packed in her bag had already been reduced by half. Magic stones, as their name implied, contained magical power and greatly alleviated the burden on mages. They were valuable items, and if Miroslav were to convert the expendable magic stones into gold coins, they would fetch a significant amount. If her father were to witness this, he would likely go into a frenzy. With that thought, Miroslav let out a mocking smile. The magic stones had been used in battles thus far, as well as for creating the barrier. All of it had been acquired with the assistance of the Sorcerer Company. She had convinced her father that defeating the Griffin required these resources and that success would establish a connection with the Count's household. But in reality, that argument was nothing more than a facade. After all, Miroslav had never intended to fulfill the Count's request from the start. Her true objective was to dismantle the Falcon Sword. That was the driving force behind Miroslav's actions. It was part of her plan to manipulate Lars and Iria into taking divergent paths. This dismantling also included her relationship with Lars. By severing the bond between Lars and Iria, childhood friends, she could secure Lars for herself. There was no other calculation behind it. But the love she had once felt had waned. It had sunk like quicksand a month ago. Whether it was hatred or desire, she had never experienced such intensity. Compared to the profound impact on her soul, the feelings Lars had evoked, her longing for Lars, felt as light as cotton candy. Now, Miroslav's heart was filled with fear of Sora, disgust, regret, reflection, repentance, fascination, and obedience. A swirling cauldron of emotions, washing away the feelings she had held before like a torrential river. It was enough to dismantle the Falcon Sword, the group she had built with her companions over the past 5 years. However, Miroslav didn't hate Lars. She didn't want to hurt him. In fact, her plan was designed to help Lars. From Miroslav's perspective, Sora didn't harbor much hostility towards Lars. While he gave clear instructions regarding Luna Maria and Iria, his directives towards Lars were less pronounced. On the other hand, Lars clearly held animosity towards Sora. That animosity wouldn't dissipate, especially after the separation from Luna Maria. And if Iria were to fall into Sora's hands as well, Lars' hostility towards him would reach unprecedented levels. At this rate, Sora's heart would soon turn against Lars. Before that happened, it was imperative to quell Lars' hostility towards Sora. However, it wouldn't be easy. After all, it was Miroslav herself who had fueled Lars' animosity towards Sora. If she were to suddenly defend Sora, suspicions would arise. That's why she decided to utilize Lars' request for the Griffin's subjugation. By acting discreetly, avoiding suspicion, and aligning with Lars' desire to restore his reputation, she could orchestrate everything behind the scenes. Miroslav's goal was simple. Since losing Luna Maria, Lars had grown increasingly impatient about his reputation as an adventurer. This impatience had only intensified after his clash with Iria. Surely, Lars, more than anyone else, understood that subduing the Griffin was an impossible feat. However, he had accepted the request in hopes of reclaiming what they had lost. And Miroslav, in turn, desired nothing more than to witness Lars' despair and regret when faced with the inevitable failure. It was all she wanted as he teetered on the edge of losing himself. Once he was saved from that sorrow and remorse, all the animosity would dissipate. In that sense, Mount Skim presented the perfect opportunity. Regardless of Lars' hatred towards Sora, if he had a genuine desire to rescue Miroslav as quickly as possible, he would have no choice but to rely on a Wyvern rider. A small arrangement was made to ensure that Lars wouldn't place his trust in anyone other than Sora. The Adventurers Guild would not respond to a rescue request, as Miroslav had chosen to remain behind. Even if the guild did intervene, the other adventurers would not take action. Undoubtedly, the 3 individuals hired as Lars' escorts would promptly explain the situation to the guild to avoid any accusation of abandonment towards Miroslav. The only concern lay in the uncertainty of Sora's return from the village of Melt and his willingness to assist in Miroslav's rescue. For a moment, Miroslav contemplated sending an envoy to the village under the guise of Alexandra. However, she ultimately decided against it, for she had her own considerations. Assuming her plan succeeded, Falcon Sword would be disbanded, and Sora and Lars would reconcile. But what would happen next? Miroslav intended to send Lars away from Ishka and return with Sora. Yet, it was possible that Sora no longer expected Miroslav to come back. He likely viewed her previous actions as an attempt to possess Lars rather than a genuine connection. From that perspective, Sora may have lost interest in Miroslav altogether. This became evident when he mentioned the condition of leaving Falcon Sword behind once Luna Maria and Daria were obtained. The purpose of freeing Miroslav was to exploit her as a tool to dismantle Falcon Sword from within, without any trust or genuine concern. If Miroslav followed the instructions, she would reap the benefits. However, failure to comply would result in her being treated as an enemy and potentially eliminated. That was Miroslav's belief. She had risked her life, tirelessly leveling up in the mountains to prove her usefulness to Sora. Based on her experiences over the past month, it seemed that Sora had acquired a skill similar to energy drain. Reflecting on Sora's behavior during that time, it could be inferred that his level played a role. Frankly speaking, what Sora desired was a high-level adversary. If Miroslav could reach a level where she posed a genuine threat to him, she might finally catch his attention. Miroslav made a miscalculation when Sora returned from the village of Melt and headed straight to the royal capital. At that time, Lars had not yet returned to Ishka, and she had no opportunity to seek Sora's assistance. As a result, Miroslav had been hunting in the mountains for over 10 days. For an adventurer, such a duration was a regular occurrence, and it didn't bother Miroslav much. However, living without the ability to change clothes or bathe was uncomfortable. Food and water was scarce, and her barrier provided no guarantee against all types of monsters. How many nights had she awakened to the sound of beasts trampling fallen leaves? She acknowledged her own strength and understood that her energy and physical endurance would be depleted if this continued. Nevertheless, Miroslav persisted in the mountains. The current circumstances were part of her calculations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acquired magic stones that remained unused for 10 days. She continued to defeat monsters, pushing herself further. Perhaps she had already lost her sanity long ago. Despite such accusations, she pressed on, slaying one monster after another. Was it all worth it? 3 days after that particular date, when the flapping of wyvern wings reached her ears, Miroslav had raised her level by 2, reaching level 19. Section. When I first spotted that figure, I didn't recognize her as Miroslav. Her robe was torn, and her characteristic pointed hat was nowhere to be seen. Her hair resembled a lion's mane, and her face was covered in dirt, sweat, and blood, displaying no signs of cleanliness. If she hadn't held onto her staff, I might have mistaken her for a goblin or something of the sort. I discovered Miroslav when I witnessed a fireball explosion in the mountains. Guiding Kurisora towards the source, I found her engaged in battle with a monster. It was a baboon, a creature resembling a giant monkey. Possessing immense strength and agility, it was well suited for traversing the mountainous terrain. With high intelligence, it could communicate with humans, and some of them even preferred attacking and consuming human prey. Unfortunately, Miroslav had fallen victim to such an attack. Her right hand had been broken, and her left leg charred. As I arrived, I witnessed the baboon preparing to deliver the final blow. However, it ended up being the unfortunate one as Miroslav severed its head with a wind-based spell. After dispatching the monster, Miroslav gazed up at me in the sky. She must have deduced my presence from the sound of the wyvern's wings. I couldn't discern the expression on Miroslav's face upon seeing me. All I knew was that she collapsed like a broken doll, unconscious. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I observed her fall, prompting me to leap off the saddle and avoid the predicament of Kurisora having to descend. While the impact of the landing should have resulted in severe injuries, I fortified my body with energy, enduring the impact. Rushing towards Miroslav, I found the red-haired mage completely unresponsive. She didn't react to my calls or even a gentle tap on her cheek. As previously mentioned, her clothes and skin were filthy, and upon closer inspection, her limbs appeared thinner than usual, with sunken cheeks. It seemed she had gone without food for an extended period. My brows furrowed instinctively. When I found Miroslav, my initial plan was to carry her back to Ishka as she was, but it wouldn't be ideal to transport her in that state on Kurisora. Unfortunately, there was no village at the foot of Mount Skim, which served as a nest for monsters. However, there was no other choice but to remain on Mount Skim until Miroslav recovered to a minimally healthy state. Fortunately, I found a resting spot. With Miroslav placed on my back, I carefully made my way towards the summit, trying to minimize any jarring movements. After a while, I stumbled upon a small spring concealed amidst the mountains and trees. In the skim volcano, the spring water was undrinkable due to its sulfur content. However, the water from this spring near the summit was free of any sulfurous soda and safe for consumption. If you're wondering how I knew about this place, it was because the griffin I had defeated before used this spring as a source of drinking water. Other monsters refrained from approaching it, ensuring its cleanliness. Although I had assumed the spring would be abandoned after dealing with the griffin, it seemed luck was on my side. There was no strange presence or any odd creatures in the vicinity. Without delay, I positioned Miroslav at the edge of the spring and undressed her without hesitation. She had prepared clothes in anticipation of her extended stay on the mountain, so there was no need for concern. At this point, I doubted Miroslav would be surprised at being seen naked almost every day in the fly's nest. Cough, cough. Let me clarify that I was not interested in Miroslav's current state in any other sense. It was simply that her condition demanded cleanliness to prevent any potential illness. How did Miroslav, someone who cared so much about her appearance, end up in this sorry state on the mountain? Pondering over that, I cleansed her body of dirt using the spring water. If there were any wounds, I made sure to apply the herbs I had brought along. From her face to her neck, from her shoulders to her arms, from her chest to her waist, from her thighs to her ankles and her hair. Gradually, Miroslav's body regained its natural color, but there was no response from her. If I hadn't noticed the faint sound of her breathing and the gentle rise and fall of her chest, I might have mistaken her for being lifeless. Yet, Miroslav remained unconscious. Left with no other choice, I soaked a cloth in a stamina potion and placed it in her mouth, as a substitute for sustenance. Eventually, a day and a half later, Miroslav stirred from her slumber. Her awakening was sudden. Speaking in a barely audible voice, Miroslav raised the upper part of her body and scanned her surroundings with a sharp gaze. After spending over 10 days on Mount Skim, her reaction was only natural, I suppose. Then, her gaze met mine. Would she scream or voice her anger? That's what I anticipated. But instead, she simply regarded me with curiosity and surprise. She looked, observed, as if she could see right through me. It was strange, I suppose. I had half expected her to have lost her memory due to fatigue and exhaustion. Even though I had considered making a sarcastic remark like "It's a shame you're not Lars," looking at the current state of Miroslav, I felt no inclination to do so. In a soft voice, I attempted to initiate a conversation with the red-haired mage. "Are you okay? Can you understand me? You're Sora, aren't you?" Upon hearing her response, I unintentionally let out a sigh of relief. "I see that you recognize me. I was concerned that you might have lost your memory, given your disoriented state." "Why are you here?" "I came to rescue you at Lars' request." Don't say it was unnecessary. If it weren't for me, you would undoubtedly have become a monster's meal by now." I figured. Saying so, Miroslav attempted to rise. However, I suppose due to just waking up and lacking nourishment, she lacked the energy and ended up falling back on her backside. Understanding her condition, Miroslav seemed to realize that she couldn't avoid it and approached me, who was seated a short distance away. Despite soiling her hands and knees, she paid no mind to it. Her eyes remained fixed on me, unwavering. "Hey, what's wrong?" There was no response to my question. She wasn't that far away to begin with, so Miroslav quickly closed the distance between us. In fact, she moved even closer than before, our eyes and noses nearly touching as she stared at me intently. Uncertain of her intentions, I furrowed my brows. Would her gaze be unfocused? Would confusion flicker in her eyes? It wasn't either of those. Miroslav's eyes held a sharp intelligence, indicating that her sanity remained intact. In that case, what was the meaning behind this unwavering gaze? As I pondered in doubt, Miroslav suddenly took action. Puff. She buried her face in my chest. My reaction was delayed, as the movement didn't convey any hostility or aggression. Frankly, I never imagined Miroslav would do something like this, not even in my wildest dreams. So, I was simply taken aback in a normal sense. In a way, it was more surprising than being attacked by magic. Moreover, in that position, Miroslav began to silently weep. Her hands tightly clung to my body as if she never wanted to let go. At that moment, I felt bewildered. I couldn't pretend or feign anything, nor did I have the inclination to ask her why. Thus, I found myself at her mercy. It made me uncomfortable, truth be told. Responding to magical attacks would have been easier than dealing with Miroslav in this manner. Feeling the need to address the situation, I gently stroked Miroslav's head with my right hand and patted her back with my left hand. I offered comfort to Miroslav, who cried like a child. I couldn't determine if her crying intensified or not. After some time, Miroslav's tears subsided, and she began to express her thoughts. Her face still nestled against my chest. She spoke about what transpired after I freed her from the Lord of the Flies' nest, about the memories that had intruded upon her and taken root in her chest. She shared how, while following my instructions to corner Lars and the others, her feelings for Lars had gradually started to fade away. She revealed her plan to dismantle Falcon's sword, her decision not to go with Lars, and her determination to raise her level to return to my side. And she had actually achieved it. Based on what I gathered, Miroslav's longing had completely shifted from Lars to me. The act performed in the Lord of the Fleece nest had unexpectedly transformed into affection. I can't believe it. I recalled a story I had heard before. It was about a group of notorious bandits who had occupied a village in the Empire for a long time. They had taken the villagers hostage in an attempt to save their captured comrades from the knights. Eventually, the bandits were slain by the knights, but at that moment, some of the hostages sympathized with the bandits instead of the knights who had rescued them. Some even tried to shield the bandits. In an isolated environment, the captured villagers had adapted to the bandits' ways in order to survive. Initially, they might have been hesitant, but the prolonged situation created a psychological connection. It developed into a dependence on the bandits and became deeply ingrained in the hearts of the villagers. Consequently, they started taking an interest in the bandits who were supposed to be their captors. That was the story. Perhaps that was Miroslav's current state. I had distorted the mind of the woman through violence and confinement. While embracing Miroslav, I involuntarily entertained such thoughts. Ah, what a sinful thing I have done. I shouldn't be thinking like this. Of course, it would be a significant issue if Miroslav were an innocent woman. However, she was the one who tried to kill me. There is no remorse for seeking revenge against Miroslav. If her heart has been distorted as a result, then it's simply perfect for me. I feel no guilt. Perhaps that experience with Miroslav had indeed transformed into affection, just as I had thought. It's perfect for me. From now on, she will only serve as a provider of souls, the final thread that remains for Lars, something I have managed to reclaim. I'm sure Miroslav would also be content with that. I continued to stroke Miroslav's head. I continued to pat her back. Amidst that, a significant smile formed on my face. This is an oversight that cannot be overlooked, Sir Elgert. I assume you are already aware of this without my needing to point it out. After all, you are a first-class adventurer. Upon hearing that voice, a mixture of disgust and sarcasm, Liddell, who was standing behind Elgert, couldn't help but lower her eyebrows at a steep angle. She unintentionally opened her mouth but quickly remembered the other person's position and refrained from speaking. If Elgert was the guild master at the Ishka Branch Adventurers Guild, the other person before him was Sergei, the guild master of the Horus Branch Adventurers Guild, located in the capital, Canaria. Sergei was a talented young noble, merely 20 years old, who had risen to the position of guild master. In a conversation between two guild masters, Liddell couldn't afford to act trashly. Thus, she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. Whether Sergei was aware of what Liddell was thinking or not, he grew even more sarcastic. You eliminated an adventurer capable of taming a dragon and establishing an independent clan. Many valuable clients were snatched away. Did you know that? This adventurer named Sora has forged connections with the Duke Drignot's household in the royal capital. He has previously exterminated over 100 orcs that had settled in the south, earning him the reputation of the Indigo Dragon Knight, which has even reached the ears of His Majesty the King. This is just a rumor, but it is said that Claudius Arma, the Duke's second daughter, will soon move to his residence. They might even have a potential marriage in mind. Claudia Drignote, whose engagement with the crown prince had been broken, experienced a significant decline in her standing among the aristocracy. Nevertheless, she remained the daughter of the Duke Drignote. Numerous nobles still harbored aspirations for a betrothal with Claudia, making it relatively easy to find a suitable match for her. The Duke intended to entrust his beloved daughter to Sora, who was single. Was it because he liked Sora's personality, or perhaps he sought his power as a dragon knight? Regardless, it was undeniable that the Duke held Sora in high regard. You eliminated that kind of individual, Sir Elgot, a young man with immense power who could have been an invaluable asset to the guild. I feel responsible, Sir Sergei. It's only natural to feel responsible. The question is how to compensate for this mistake. Sora, who you eliminated, undoubtedly harbors negative sentiments toward the Adventurers Guild. In the worst-case scenario, we might find ourselves at odds with the Drignote family, the most influential noble family in the country. It's distressing, a mistake of significant proportions. And then there's the matter of Falcon Sword. It seemed like the main topic of discussion, judging by the gleam in Sergei's eyes. Elgod narrowed his eyes slightly, and Liddell tightly pressed her lips. Falcon Sword, a young and promising group renowned within the Ishku Adventurers Guild. Or rather, they used to be renowned. The dissolution of this group had already been decided and was being discussed among the adventurers. Falcon Sword had failed to defeat the Griffin commissioned by Count Elby. The leader retreated to Ishka, leaving behind the Sorza Company's daughter, who was subsequently rescued from danger by Sora. On the day Sora returned from the royal capital, the leader of Falcon Sword pleaded with him and departed on the same day. It was an extraordinary turn of events. Well, and during all that time, what did Sir Elgot and the Ishka branch do? No need to say anything. The result speaks for itself. It's evident that no rescue team was sent, right? Wait a moment, please. A rescue team was indeed dispatched. In response to Liddell, who inadvertently spoke up, Sergei didn't shout or display any anger. He simply shook his head ever so slightly. You organized it? You're mistaken, Miss Liddell. You attempted to organize it, but in the end, it wasn't done in time, so practically nothing was achieved. It would be unfair to compare a ground-traveling adventurer to Sora, who can fly with his dragon. But the Ishka branch should have been aware of the situation well before Sora. It was possible to get ahead of Sora. Am I wrong? That's Sir Elgot. Upon hearing about the incident, President Sorza was furious. It's understandable. His beloved daughter was nearly killed. After all, we have received significant donations from the Sorza Company in the past, but that relationship has now come to an end. By the way, before coming here, I visited Count Elby, and he was deeply disappointed. Well, that's to be expected. It was Sora, someone unrelated to the guild, who came to the aid of the adventurers in trouble, fulfilling the guild's request and defeating the Griffin. The Adventurers Guild is quite an irresponsible and heartless organization. Amusingly enough, Sergei's triumphant gaze was fixed on Elgot. I heard that some members of Falcon Sword joined Sora's clan, Bloody Sword, I believe it was called. Words cannot express the pain they must be feeling. It's a fatal mistake. As you know, even the headquarters in the Holy Kingdom is concerned about this. Sir Elgot, you are one of the 5 first-class adventurers in this country. Despite the admiration of many adventurers, please be aware that sanctions in this case are inevitable. If possible, I would like to defend you, but I cannot deceive the headquarters. So don't expect too much. Section. Little Kun, don't pout. It'll ruin your pretty face. I'm not pouting, Master. Liddell couldn't help raising her voice in response to Elgot's teasing. Sergei had already left, leaving Elgot and Liddell alone in the room. But Sir Sergei's remarks were too rude. Firstly, it's not something that should have reached the confused royal capital after the recent undead attack. Sir Sergei is misjudging the situation. I see you're not holding back like Sir Sergei. Well, I can't deny all of his sarcasm. But, Elgot smiled wryly. Unlike Elgot, who was renowned as an adventurer, Sergei didn't have a background as an adventurer. Sergei's skills lay in negotiations, not adventures. His expertise in dealing with nobles and other organizations, his achievements in sponsorship and other activities, were unparalleled, which was why he had been appointed as the master of the Horror Guild branch at such a young age. However, he wasn't very attuned to the concerns of adventurers, and his reputation among the community wasn't very favorable. Elgert was aware of that. As a respected active adventurer, he didn't hide his admiration for Elgert, which was shared by other adventurers. Still, most of what Sergei said about Sora is true. It's hard not to worry. The expulsion was within the rules. There's no need to blame the master. Liddell believed that although Elgert's talent had emerged later, it didn't absolve him of the fact that he had violated the rules. But those who sought to interfere with Elgert, like Sergei, wouldn't look him in the eye. And even if they did, they would simply ignore him. That infuriated her. Elgert wasn't responsible for Falcon Sword. There were no shortcomings in mediating the request for the Griffin's subjugation, and Sora's daughter, Miroslav, had chosen to stay on the mountain of her own accord. This had been witnessed by the other members present, and most importantly, by Miroslav herself, who returned on the Wyvern. There was no reason to hold the guild accountable for Miroslav's predicament, yet, Elgert was being blamed. It was emphasized that no rescue team had been organized for the adventurer who stayed on the mountain. Why hadn't they organized one? That the viewpoint wasn't retracted. Even though he knew he was being blamed, there was nothing more frustrating than receiving criticism. Liddell wanted to do something, but she had reached this point without being able to take any action. With a furrowed brow, Liddell left Helget's room. Perhaps because of that, no fellow adventurers approached her upon her return. Normally, Parfait would have said something like, "Senpai, your face is scary," but Parfait was lying on her desk, unaware of Liddell's return. Parfait, who was in charge of Falcon Sword, was the one who directly experienced the repercussions of this turmoil, so her mental and physical exhaustion must have been overwhelming. As she returned to her seat, Liddell glanced once again at the current situation of Falcon Sword while completing her tasks. After what happened with Luna Maria, Miroslav would also be leaving the guild to join Bloody Sword. Lars hadn't expressed a desire to leave the guild, but he had indicated that he would distance himself from the adventurers, saying, "I'll go back to the beginning and start over." It seemed he would spend some time in his hometown, the village of Melt. Parfait had been quite insistent in trying to persuade him, but judging by his current state, it was clear that her efforts had been in vain. The only remaining member of Falcon Sword was Uria. However, based on her recent behavior, Liddell doubted she would continue as an adventurer once she learned of Lars' chosen path. Looking at the facts, Liddell once again realized the truth. Falcon Sword had effectively disbanded. "Sora, thank you. Thank you so much." 3 days ago, Lars had repeatedly expressed his gratitude and relief with a grateful and relieved expression when I returned from the Skim Mountain with Miroslav. His face looked even worse than before, indicating that he hadn't gotten enough sleep since I left for the rescue. From Lars' perspective, this incident was a failure on his part. It ended with him repeatedly being the first to lose consciousness during the fight against the Lord of Flies. His own insecurities had once again endangered his comrades. He must be genuinely frustrated by that. After confirming Miroslav's safety, Lars had been overjoyed to the point of forgetting his usual disdain. Miroslav had effectively been saved, Lars thought. With teary eyes, flushed cheeks, and holding Lars' hands, it was clear to anyone that she was a woman deeply in love. Observing this scene, who could have imagined that Miroslav had wrestled with her conscience regarding Lars on that mountain night? To someone who knows the events that transpired, Miroslav's behavior was incredibly terrifying. However, this change in attitude towards Lars could also reflect Miroslav's true intentions. That's what came to mind when I recalled what transpired on Skim Mountain. During our conversation on Skim Mountain, I learned everything that the red-haired mage was thinking. Miroslav wanted to leave Lars and join my side. There was no reason to reject her desire, as I desired another provider of souls alongside Luna Maria and Uria. It was especially true when I learned that she had been hunting monsters in dangerous mountains for that purpose. The only condition Miroslav imposed was that I refrain from doing anything further to Lars. In the end, I accepted her condition. Moreover, I hadn't planned on doing anything more to Lars. However, the situation changes if Lars is the one who initiates it. Miroslav seemed to be aware of this, and during a discussion among the members of Falcon Sword, Lars decided to leave Ishka. Lars claimed he wanted to go back to the beginning and start anew, but it seemed that Miroslav had influenced his decision. Speaking of Miroslav, Lars was aware of her intentions to join Bloody Sword. She explained to Lars that she wanted to repay me for saving her, and he seemed to be convinced. Or rather, it's possible that he realized he had no grounds to object. After all, Lars believed he was responsible for endangering Miroslav. The only concern would be if Lars were to encounter Ariel again in the village of Melt. How would Ariel react to Lars after swearing loyalty to me? Moreover, how would Lars perceive Ariel's altered allegiance? If Lars were to learn that even Ariel had come to my side, he would become suspicious. Perhaps it would be best to return to the village of Melt before Lars does and bring Ariel to Ishka. It would also give me a chance to see the priestess Sarah. We had previously discussed what dishes to cook for Kurisora, and it would be good to invite her to Ishka along with her daughter. It would be merely an invitation, not a permanent relocation. Of course, the 3 kids as well. Regarding the priestess Sarah, there was no need to rush in turning her into a sole provider. I intended to take my time in resolving the surrounding issues. Once the turmoil related to Falcon Sword subsides, the next issue to address would be the matter of Seal slavery. Section. One day, I accompanied Seal and Luna Maria to the slave trader Fyodor. Then, I will remove the slave collars. Are you certain, Sorodono? In a room within the Slave Trade Association building, the slave trader sought my confirmation. I responded with a clear nod. Yes, please. Understood. In that case, Fyodor touched the slave collars worn by Seal and Luna Maria while murmuring something. Then, the collars easily came off. Seal, who was tense, blinked in surprise, and Luna Maria, who was bewildered, placed her hand on her neck. Seeing their reactions, Fyodor smiled. The removal of the slave collars is complete. As a result, your names will be removed from our association's records. Congratulations, Luna Maria Dono and Seal Dono. In response to Fyodor's well wishes, the 2 of them wore expressions of speechlessness and simply nodded. Well, it's not as if they could feel joy when a slave trader tells them, "I'm glad you are freed from slavery." It was more of a sarcastic comment. Furthermore, Fyodor's statement that your names will be removed from our association's records referred to the fact that these collars were connected to the Slave Association's records. When I signed the slave contract with Luna Maria, I had requested the association's involvement precisely because I wanted the slave collars. My benefit in this slave trade was the slave collars. And as for the association's benefit, it concerned the treatment of the slaves after my death. In other words, in the event of my demise, Luna Maria, who would be left behind, would become the property of the association instead of being freed. It was due to this advantage that the Slave Association had provided me with their valuable slave collars. By the way, it is possible to request the Slave Association to release a slave in the event of one's death. However, a certain amount of money needs to be paid in advance for such a request. Well, the reason for removing Seal's slave collar has been explained. The only way to ensure that Seal's determination to devour souls is not influenced by her status as a slave is to free her from slavery. As for Luna Maria, it was honestly an additional consideration for Seal's sake. However, the fact that Luna Maria had fallen into slavery still weighed heavily on Lars' heart. I calculated that Lars would be even less hostile towards me if I lifted this burden from him at this time. In the future, when attempting to invite Priestess Sarah to our clan and she sees that Luna Maria and Seal have slave collars, it may adversely impact her impression of me. Then, when trying to invite her into the clan, she may reject it, saying, "I cannot join a clan that puts collars on others." I wanted to avoid that scenario. Above all, I didn't believe Luna Maria would rebel at this point, so I decided to take this opportunity to alleviate my concerns by liberating both of them today. After their liberation, the next step was to prepare for Claudia's arrival. "Ah, how busy I am," though said in jest. Miroslav brought an interesting piece of information. Apparently, the guild master at the capital's Adventurers Guild wanted to meet with me. In response, I simply replied, "Tell him that I respectfully decline." Miroslav blinked a couple of times upon hearing my response. "Are you sure about that?" Yes. I had already been contemplating my current plan, the peaceful way of fighting the guild. Climax: once you become embroiled in a secret battle with the guild, it is no longer peaceful. That's why I chose the peaceful approach. Well, I can observe Elgert and Liddell from a distance, laughing to myself, saying, "There you have it. I don't think this falls outside the realm of peaceful, maybe." Of course, I didn't let my words lead me astray and opted for the peaceful approach. If I continued to advance, my plan could leak to the guild, and I wanted to avoid that. The plan was called the peaceful way of fighting the guild. Climax: the essence of the plan was to publicly announce the case of Falcon Sword, which had used me as bait in the battle against the Lord of Flies, and formally apologize. Since Lars, as the leader, was heading to the village of Melt, Miroslav, as the perpetrator, would apologize on his behalf. Miroslav joined Bloody Sword to take responsibility for this case. Explaining this externally would also eliminate the unnaturalness of Miroslav's behavior. The perpetrator apologizes, and the victim forgives. It truly is a peaceful solution. If the facts become public, it will inevitably reveal the actions taken by the Ishku Adventurers Guild and its personnel in this case. Undoubtedly, those who twisted the truth to protect the adventurer's reputation will be exposed, but that's not something I concern myself with. It's merely to reconcile with Falcon Sword, so to speak. If, as a consequence, the guild's image is tarnished or it faces accusations from guild masters of other cities, it's not my concern. Whether it's Elgert or Liddell, they must remember that they must work for Ishku and act accordingly. Miroslav, who brought this information, believed that the guildmaster of the capital's guild, Sergei, could be effectively used to pressure the Ishka branch. However, if I involve myself in that, my presence will become too prominent. Only through peaceful means. Only as a result, in doing so, those involved will understand my intentions. While contemplating this, I thought it added a good flavor. There's another reason that led me to this line of thinking. I'm referring to Onagashima. It will still take some time before the Mitsurugi family learns of Jijinbo's death and sends a replacement, but I can't remain idle. I don't have the luxury of getting deeply involved in a secret fight with the guild. Therefore, I will observe the guild's situation for a while. Understood, Master. Miroslav respectfully responded to my words. By the way, when she says Master, it's not like how Luna Maria says Gosyujin-sama, but more like acknowledging me as the leader of the Bloody Sword clan. It's not particularly pleasing that Miroslav is showing such respect, and the moment she publicly calls me master is drawing near. She wasn't that obedient even when she was trapped in the Lord of Flies nest. Honestly, I feel quite uneasy. I don't believe Miroslav is scheming a peaceful way of fighting with her master. I couldn't help but think that, whether she knows what I'm thinking or not, Miroslav continued with a calm tone. I have another report. What is it? My father wishes to meet the master at least once. I would appreciate it if you could consider it. The president of the Sorcerer Company? Yes, to express gratitude for saving me, she replied calmly. Ah, I see. He wants to establish a personal connection with me. Through this case, I have become acquainted with Count Elby and developed a good relationship with Duke Drignote in the capital. I'm sure he's aware of that. You have a keen intuition. Shall I respond? That will be at the master's discretion. The red-haired mage who despises men, including her own father, responded calmly. It's possible that my father has set his sights on the master as an ally to replace Falcon Sword. If you respond, it will be easier to seek assistance from my father in the future. However, as a price, he may involve you more often in connecting with the nobles, but if the master prefers to avoid it, then you can decline. Can I choose either option? I asked. Yes, I will follow the master's decisions, Miroslav said, staring at me. Those eyes that used to hold disgust now sparkled with the opposite emotion. I could sense a kind of sexual attraction there, so I swallowed hard. Previously, Miroslav had long, wavy, waist-length red hair, That hair was cut when I kidnapped, or rather, liberated, her. But now it had grown to shoulder length, an unfamiliar appearance of a familiar person. I felt suffocated for reasons I couldn't understand and embraced Miroslav forcefully, as if trying to dispel that feeling. But there was no resistance. Chapter 7, Stampede. Miroslav, who joined the Bloody Sword, started living in my house for the convenience of consuming her soul. It seemed like she had the same intention, so the transfer was completed. As a result, there were some changes among the clan members. The thing that worried me the most was the relationship between Miroslav and Luna Maria. Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say that. After all, I was the one who caused their relationship to break apart. Even though Miroslav was following my orders, she indirectly enslaved Luna Maria. And Luna Maria was well aware of that. I anticipated some issues arising from this situation. However, to my surprise, there were no conflicts between them. Perhaps they felt a certain connection being in similar circumstances. Well, I didn't expect it to be the same as when they were in the Falcon Sword, but their conversations didn't carry any animosity. Regarding the relationship with Seal, I can say that it is generally good. Miroslav treated Seal respectfully as a member of the clan, and Seal viewed Miroslav as a senior adventurer. There were no issues between them. But the most surprising relationship was the one between Miroslav and Sazum. Surprising in a positive way. Sazum started learning magic from Miroslav, who is a skilled mage. As I mentioned before, the Kaijin horns are rare magical items with significant magical power. These horns are the organs that generate magical power for the Kaijin. Kaijin, in general, possess great magical power, and it seems that Kaijin women with 2 horns have even higher magical power than Kaijin men with 1 horn. This is what I learned from Miroslav. In other words, Sazum was born with exceptional magical abilities. Until now, I hadn't paid much attention to this aspect because I didn't intend for Sazum to become a fighter. First, she had to acclimate herself to life in a human city. So, I was taken aback when I heard that Sazum had started learning magic from Miroslav. And I was even more surprised to learn that it was something Sazum wanted to do. Under Miroslav's guidance, who explained that a mage needed physical strength, Sazum approached me calmly, wiping the sweat off her forehead, and smiled. "I also want to help, Sora-san. Just like Seal-san and Luna-san." She felt it was suffocating for others to always take care of her. With her blue hair tied back, allowing for easy movement, Sazum's appearance was dignified, and there was no trace of the usual uneasiness she displayed in her surroundings. In other words, the girl in front of me was doing this for me. Unintentionally, I covered my mouth and turned away from Sazum. She's such a good girl. Past me did well in deciding to help Sazum. Tears welled up in my eyes as I secretly wiped them away, and Sazum's slightly anxious voice reached my ears. Sora-san? Why yes? What's the matter? Is that all you wanted to ask? In that case, Sazum said she wanted to continue her training and apologized. I vigorously shook my head. Yes, that's all. Sorry for bothering you. No, it's okay. About that, if I can be of help, please call me anytime. Saying that, Sazum bowed and resumed her training. If Sazum were running through the streets of Ishka, she would need to be discreetly accompanied, but since she was only training within the premises of the house, an escort didn't seem necessary. I considered joining her in the training, but yes, it would only distract her. The right answer here was to quickly retreat. I returned to the house, pondered for a moment, and swiftly headed to the bathroom. I wanted to make sure the hot water was ready for Sazum when she finished her training. That's what I decided. Several days after Miroslav joined the Bloody Sword, a messenger from Duke Drignote arrived from the royal capital, Horus. The message stated that they were planning to send Claudia. When I heard this, I became doubtful. It hadn't even been half a month since the battle against Jigenbo. It seemed too soon for the Duke to let go of his beloved daughter. Miroslav, being the daughter of the Sorza company based in the royal capital, provided some information in response to my question. She shared the rumors the company had gathered from the royal capital. According to her, the external turmoil caused by the recent incident had subsided, but there was still unrest within the royal palace. The marriage between Prince Hazard and Princess Sakuya of the Adastra Empire was in a state of stagnation. There were anti-imperial nobles who opposed it, and some were attempting to revive the broken engagement between Hazard and Claudia. Miroslav believed that Duke Drignote wanted Claudia to escape from this political deadlock. If it became known that the unmarried princess, Claudia, was living in the house of an unmarried man, many people would assume it was a prelude to marriage, a de facto engagement. Generally, it would be impossible for the daughter of a duke to marry an adventurer, but many would be convinced if they learned that this adventurer was the fabled Dragon Knight. Looking at it from one perspective, it was a direct path to joining the Duke Drignote's household. Well, that's only looking at it from one perspective. We weren't actually engaged. Besides, if my presence served as a shield to protect Claudia, it should be considered an honor. There's no man who doesn't yearn to be a knight protecting a princess. It's possible that radical nobles might send assassins, but if that happens, I'll simply devour them. Yes, there wouldn't be a problem. In this manner, I was preparing to welcome Claudia, but one thing concerned me. In recent days, monsters had been appearing more frequently around Ishka. The guild seemed overwhelmed by the situation, and several requests were brought to my clan. Luna Maria, Miroslav, Seal, and even Sazum, who I brought along to gain experience, were subduing the monsters in each case. However, instead of decreasing, the attacks were increasing. The rate of appearance was clearly abnormal. Most of the monsters and beasts that appeared were species that inhabited the Titties forest. It seemed something had happened in the forest. The most likely cause would be the emergence of the rotten sea, but I worried that it was happening out of season. Monsters were also appearing on the road that connected the royal capital with Ishka. At this rate, the carriage transporting Claudia could be attacked by monsters. Considering all this, I decided to go to the Titties forest on Kurasora. There was a possibility that a large creature, such as the basilisk, was driving the monsters out of their habitats. By the way, I decided to replenish the stock of Jiria Oaks fruit in case of an emergency. According to Sazum, these fruits are available from spring to summer, so it would be best to harvest them while I still can. While contemplating this, Sazum spoke in a modest voice. Sora-san, I have a request. Yes, it's fine. I haven't said anything yet. Regardless of the content, I won't refuse any request from you. As I responded with a serious expression, Sazum blinked 2 or 3 times and smiled somewhat complicatedly. I had expressed my genuine feelings, but it seems Sazum interpreted it as a joke. I was slightly taken aback, but I reassured her with a smile. In response to my inner conflict, Sazum spoke again. If you're going to search for Jiria Oaks fruit, I want you to take me with you. The Titties forest is known to be dangerous. Is there something that concerns you? I want to see my village again. I'm worried about the condition of the houses. Upon hearing that, I furrowed my brows slightly. Sazum's village, Kamuna, had been surrounded by the rotten sea caused by the basilisk. When I used fire to burn both the basilisk and the rotten sea, the village houses were undoubtedly destroyed. Sazum was present at that time, so she must be aware of it. However, I understood that she wanted to see for herself the place where she was born and raised. She must not have mentioned it until now because she didn't want to trouble me. It's all right, but do keep in mind that riding on Kurasora can be uncomfortable. Is that okay? When I mentioned the discomfort of riding on Kurasora, Sazum pressed her lips together, clenched her fist, and nodded, saying, "I'll do my best." She was incredibly adorable. Cough, okay. Just make sure to hold on tightly to me. Yes, Sazum responded with a mix of confusion and enthusiasm to my peculiar muttering section. And so, Sazum and I embarked on Kurasora and reached the top of the cliff where the Lord of the Flies nest was located. During the journey, I noticed 2 large bulges on my back, but my attention was solely focused on reaching the Titties forest. Now, as I stood on the cliff, my heart felt no unease. Here we go again. Looking down from the cliff, the view of the forest hadn't significantly changed. There were no noticeable signs of a spreading rotten sea as far as the eye could see. However, something felt clearly off. The reason was the sound. The entire forest seemed to emit a rumbling noise, accompanied by roars that appeared to come from monsters, echoing from all directions. Occasional agonizing cries, likely the voices of those defeated in monster battles, mixed in with the sounds. Regardless of their territory or usual behavior, monsters and beasts were running wild throughout the forest. Whenever they encountered each other, immediate conflicts ensued. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be like this. It was a state of frenzy. Those words came to mind. Such a situation hadn't even occurred when the basilisk made its appearance. Sezum, standing beside me, trembled slightly. Even for someone who had lived in Titties for a long time, this was an unusual situation. This is a problem, I thought inwardly. Honestly, I hadn't expected Titties Forest to be in such chaos. I could handle it on my own, but it was dangerous for Sezum. While I calmly accepted her request, considering how rarely she made them, I should have left her in Ishka. Should I take her back now? That's what I pondered. Then, a gentle sensation enveloped my left hand. When I looked, Sezum was holding my left hand with both of hers. Her red eyes sparkled with a light as she said, "Please take me." After a few seconds of silence, I let out a small sigh. I couldn't resist those eyes. Holding Sezum tightly, we ventured into the forest. Initially, my plan was to harvest the Jiraiya Oak's fruit and then visit the Kaijin village. However, considering the current circumstances and Sezum's feelings, I decided to head straight to the village. When we arrived, it was just as I expected. There was nothing left. The remnants of once standing houses remained, some charred and destroyed as if crushed by massive monsters. None of the houses retained their original shape. Sezum walked sadly towards the edge of the village, gazing at the ruins. Curious about her destination, I followed her. Sezum stopped in front of a row of small stone towers. It seemed fortunate that the rotten sea hadn't affected them, or perhaps they were protected by some means. I realized it was the Kaijin graveyard when Sezum knelt in front of one of the stone towers, closed her eyes, and began to pray. It's probably the tomb of her parents. From what I had heard before, her father disappeared when she was young, and her mother passed away a long time ago. Living alone in the depths of Titties, despite being surrounded by a barrier, must have been challenging for a young girl like Sezum. Her deceased mother must have been aware of the difficulties she would face. Thinking about the feeling of having to die and leave behind her little daughter, I naturally lowered my head, but suddenly, something caught my attention, interrupting my thoughts. I quickly looked around. There were multiple presences and rushing roars. Had the monsters noticed the scent of a human? Or perhaps they reacted to the magical power of a Kaijin, much like the basilisk did? Either way, it was clear that the monsters were approaching with a clear intent. If possible, I had wanted Sezum to continue praying to her parents until she was satisfied, but that was no longer possible. When I tried to express my concern to Sezum, she unexpectedly stood up and looked at me, apologizing in a modest voice. "I'm sorry, it seems like I've caused you trouble. Don't worry, if I get serious, I can easily handle them." I displayed a great deal of confidence to reassure Sezum as much as possible. In fact, with the use of my soul equipment, I could easily take care of the monsters while protecting Sezum. However, I hesitated because it would contaminate the Kaijin's graveyard with monster blood. The purpose of this visit was to investigate the anomaly in the Titties Forest, and since I had already accomplished that, I supposed it was time to escape. If possible, I would have liked to create a barrier to protect Sezum's parents' graves, but unfortunately, I wasn't capable of performing such a complicated technique. Oh, speaking of which, Miroslav mentioned using a tool to build a barrier on Mount Skim. I would bring it next time I came. While pondering over these thoughts, I held on to Sezum once again and infused energy throughout my body. After returning to the house in Ishka with Sezum, Luna Maria and the others warmly welcomed us. Then, I opened my eyes wide in surprise because there was an unexpected face lined up with Luna Maria and the others. The guild master wishes to share information about what's happening in the Titties Forest. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you come to the guild? It was Liddell, the adventurer guild receptionist, who bowed courteously. I wondered how they knew that I had been to the Titties Forest, but I suppose it was quite obvious considering the enormous body of Kurosora. Liddell must have visited my house, knowing that Kurosawa had flown in that direction. Did they expect me to cooperate with the Adventurer Guild? Well, I wouldn't be entirely truthful if I said that thought didn't cross my mind. I had thought something like, if the guild master wants to speak with me, he should come himself. However, Liddell's respectful attitude, regardless of what lay beneath, made sense. It was understandable that the guild master, Elgert, couldn't leave the guild in such an unusual situation, and above all, after witnessing Sazum's situation earlier, when I weighed my past grievances against resolving the disaster, the latter clearly outweighed the former. Everyone desires a peaceful place to rest. I understand. Should I go now? Why yes. I would appreciate it if you could. Immediately, Liddell seemed surprised, then quickly composed herself. Oh. The receptionist who always maintained a calm demeanor seems to be in a hurry. She probably anticipated some reluctance from me. Perhaps I had returned some of that resentment in some way, I thought to myself as I swiftly made my way towards the guild. I could hear Liddell's hurried footsteps following behind me. The Adventurer Guild building, which I hadn't entered for a long time, was bustling with people. Liddell, in her guild uniform, walked ahead, and the adventurers who noticed her made way. Some of them seemed surprised to see me walking behind Liddell, but no one approached me. Personally, there was no one I particularly wished to have a heartwarming reunion with. Liddell guided me to a room and said, "I'll go report to the guild master right away." Before leaving, with a touch of irony, I muttered, "Well, I wonder how long they'll make me wait," and within moments, there was a knock on the door. Only 30 seconds had passed since Liddell's departure. That was quick, I thought to myself. And when I contemplated that, the person who entered was a different receptionist from Liddell. It took me a moment to remember her, but then it quickly came to me. She was the receptionist to whom I had first explained the situation upon returning from the Lord of the Flies Nest. I believe her name was Parfait. Unlike the composed Liddell, Parfait exuded a lively aura. She seemed to be 4 or 5 years younger than Liddell. Well, whether she was calm or lively didn't really matter. What mattered was that she had an attitude of disdain towards me. It was easier to deal with it than having to navigate a different attitude. On the tray she held, there was a steaming cup. It seemed to be a welcoming gesture, offering me a drink. During the incident with the falcon sword, nothing was served. It's quite ironic being here. With a smile, I gazed at the contents of the cup. It was probably tea, with a light amber color. I couldn't judge the quality of the tea, but based on its aroma, I assumed they used good tea leaves. The accompanying baked snacks also appeared elegant. A few months ago, when I was expelled from this place, I never thought the day would come when I would be welcomed with such offerings. If only I could convey this to my past self. With that in mind, I refrained from touching the tea or the snacks. It wasn't because it would make me look poor to immediately consume what was offered. I simply didn't want to put something in my mouth that was served from a place that had expelled me. It was more about the feeling than the appearance. One could even call it a sense of boredom. Although I was aware of it, I had no intention of changing. Observing my behavior, Parfait spoke cheerfully. "Please help yourself. They're not poisoned." I let out a strange chuckle. Meeting my gaze directly, Parfait responded with a light laugh. "These snacks, the latest creation from Kukuridu, are highly popular among women." Leveraging my authority as a receptionist, I managed to acquire them, Parfait mischievously remarked, her index finger resting on her cheek. "The tea snacks meant for customers are discarded when they expire, and it's the guild staff's responsibility to dispose of them. It's a tactical move. One could even say it's intense. With the guild's salary, it should be affordable to get a snack or two," I commented. Hee, snacks you buy with your own money are different from those you get at the expense of your workplace. The same goes for when a man treats you to a meal," Miss Parfait said with a smile, her gaze fixed on my face, hinting at something. "Is she suggesting that we should eat together next time?" Unlike Liddell, who has a modest hairstyle and minimal makeup, Parfait, being a receptionist, takes care to avoid being vulgar. Miroslav mentioned that she possesses great ambition. As a dragon knight with ties to Duke Drignote, have I captured Parfait's attention? Well, it's not something I care about. When I remained silent, Devoid of any desire to respond, Parfait tilted her head and exclaimed, "Huh?" My reaction seemed unexpected to her. Before Parfait could say anything else, there was a knock on the door again. This time, it was Liddell who entered. Surprised to see Parfait, Liddell informed me that she would take me to the guildmaster's room. It seems Elgort, upon receiving the report, didn't want to waste any more time. Perhaps he had decided that if he made me wait too long, I might leave. In response to Liddell's words, I stood up and let out a sigh. This is the first time we've seen each other like this since the duel between Lars and you. Sora, you've changed a lot. Elgort Quiz, the top-ranked adventurer and a first-class adventurer at the Ishka Adventurers Guild headquarters, smiled kindly. There was no hint of distance in his words and expression. The faint fragrance of perfume lingered in the air, and his neatly arranged silver hair showcased his elegance. I responded coldly to Elgort's remark. You mentioned wanting to share information about the Titties Forest. Is that correct? I got straight to the point, cutting off any formalities. It was a declaration that I didn't intend to befriend him. The fact that I wasn't using honorifics stemmed from our earlier discussion. Elgort's smile turned somewhat bitter. Liddell, standing behind him, shot me a sharp look, but I chose to ignore it. Tell me what you need, ask your questions. That's all you need to do now. Yes, that's correct. In summary, I'm concerned about the recent surge of monster stampedes. Elgort summarized, getting straight to the point. In response to his concise explanation, I spoke in the same manner, and in summary, the depths of Titties Forest are akin to a boiling cauldron. Given the circumstances, it's only a matter of time before the monsters from the depths head towards the outer perimeter of the forest. In that case, the monsters on the outer perimeter will overflow from the forest, as if being expelled. Elgort nodded, saying, as I suspected. Does that mean it's just a matter of time before the overflowing monsters reach Ishka? Yes. And it's also just a matter of time before the monsters from the depths follow suit. Ishka would face an unprecedented monster invasion. That was my conclusion after witnessing the depths with my own eyes. Elgort looked somewhat melancholic and murmured while gazing at the ceiling. So it's a nightmare reminiscent of 20 years ago. 20 years ago? My interest piqued. I inquired further, and the guildmaster of Ishka let out a sigh. This country experienced a stampede in the past. It happened 20 years ago when I was younger than you. The difference this time is that the anomaly occurred at Mount Skim, not Titties Forest. Elgort mentioned that the stampede had devastated numerous cities and villages. He also shared that when he was an adventurer back then, he faced the stampede with a group and lost 2 companions. The city of Ishka couldn't escape the damage either. It seems the strong walls currently in place were built as a lesson from that incident. I furrowed my brow and asked, do we know the cause of that incident? It was speculated that increased volcanic activity caused a drastic change in the monster ecosystem. Was it simply a whimsical act of nature? It might be easier to think that it was caused by someone's malice, but either way, it's a disconcerting story. However, now is not the time to dwell on the past. Based on the conclusion drawn from Elgort's story, the Titties Forest is currently undergoing an event similar to volcanic activity. The question is, what exactly is the anomaly? I accepted the guild's invitation simply because I wanted this information. Information and connections. In these 2 aspects, the guild doesn't compare to Bloody Sword. That's an undeniable fact. Well, if the guild were to discover the anomaly, they wouldn't need to bother listening to me, so I can't assert it fully from that perspective. However, it's possible that they possess clues that could lead to the anomaly, I pondered, and this supposition became clear with Elgort's subsequent words. It's unknown if there's a direct connection to this matter, but there's a worrisome piece of information. The plague seems to be resurfacing in a village upstream of the Kale River. Master? That information hasn't been confirmed yet. Upon hearing Elgort's words, Liddell exclaimed in surprise and impatience. Elgort responded calmly, it's all right, Liddell-kun. This is what information sharing means. Why yes. I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. She wasn't convinced. Liddell lowered her head and fell silent. I could discern the message conveyed by her actions. As I mentioned earlier, The Titis forest serves as the water source from the Kale River. In other words, if we were to rephrase it, the village upstream of the Kale River would be a village closer to the Titis forest than the city of Ishka. Elgit mentioned that the plague is resurfacing in that village. The plague refers to the incident when the venom from the putrid sea contaminated the Kale River. If the poisonous disease, which was almost eradicated by the Jira oak's fruit antidote, is resurfacing, then has the antidote lost its effectiveness? It appears so. We're not sure if the venom has become more potent, rendering the medicine ineffective, or if the medicine itself has diminished in its effects. This information reached the guild this morning, and our staff is heading to the village to investigate, Elgit explained. I see. There is no need to say that this information is confidential. The people who were relieved by the creation of the antidote could be disturbed again, Elgit said. I nodded at his words. I had no intention of revealing anything. Even if he hadn't told me, I hadn't intended to put the guild under such pressure. However, I couldn't help but think about the significance of this information. When I went into the depths with Suzume, there was no sign of another foul sea. In other words, it's unlikely that a new basilisk has appeared. Regardless, are the symptoms of the poison returning? Is there a level of poison that renders the Jira oaks ineffective? Furthermore, the poison is diluted by the river water. It can be speculated that it is an extremely potent toxin. If this disaster in Ishka was caused by that dreadful poison. That's when it struck me. The room door was violently knocked, and a tense woman's voice came from outside. May I come in? Master, I have an urgent report. Come in. Elgit's voice granted permission, and Parfait, the informant, entered the room. Her expression was serious. Unlike before, the smoke signal appeared in the Titis forest. The colors are white, black, and red. Upon hearing that, Elgit's eyes gleamed intensely, like a blade. Lyda also displayed extreme tension. Perhaps Elgit was observing the situation in the Titis forest both as an adventurer and as a guild staff member. And now, they received contact in the form of a smoke signal. The expressions of the three individuals clearly indicated that it was the worst possible news. Section. That day, an emergency decree was jointly issued by the Ishka administration and the Adventurers Guild to all residents of Ishka. The decree stated that a horde of monsters overflowing from the Titis forest was heading towards Ishka. In response, the adventurous city of Ishka went into high alert, and the atmosphere was filled with bustling activity. However, only a small portion of the population truly felt the gravity of the situation. For those living in Ishka, a renowned city of adventurers, the presence of monsters was part of their daily lives. Conversations about which monsters had appeared and who would defeat them were common topics. The residents were often notified about such cases. Furthermore, there had been no instances of monster hordes breaching or scaling the city walls. The damage caused by the stampede that occurred at Mount Skim happened before the completion of Ishka's walls. After the walls were built, Ishka became impregnable. The residents who were aware of this remained far from feeling threatened. They held an optimistic outlook. No horde of monsters could enter Ishka. Even if some managed to enter, it would only be a small portion, quickly defeated by soldiers and adventurers. As I returned home from the guild, I couldn't help but curl my lips at the city's reaction. I didn't intend to scorn the residents' optimism as peaceful idiots. Ishka had been able to maintain its normal urban functions even during emergencies because the residents fervently believed that everything would be solved somehow. Accustomed to the presence of monsters and trusting in the soldiers and adventurers who defended them, the residents remained calm and optimistic, devoid of panic. That was likely their strength. And yet, I found it ironic. It reminded me of the time when I was expelled by the guild master, Elgit. He understood the current situation. If the shameful behavior of Falcon Sword were exposed as I intended, adventurers fleeing from monsters, using civilians as bait, some residents would undoubtedly apply it to the current situation. They might question whether the adventurers intended to abandon Ishka to protect themselves, using the residents as bait. If that were to happen, the situation would worsen even more than it already had. Considering that Elgit's response at the time was correct, well, one could say he wasn't entirely wrong. It's a troublesome matter, I muttered in my room, exhaling through my nose. It didn't matter. Everyone had their position, their decisions. Just because Elgort wasn't wrong didn't mean my resentment at being expelled lessened. Once the monster problem was resolved, I would execute the way to fight peacefully with the guild. Climax. Firmly in connection to this plan, I could even remove Liddell from the guild by whispering to her, "Your decision will protect the guild master." That receptionist, with her hostility and wariness towards me, resembled the previous Miroslav. She could be identified fully as an enemy. While negotiating with her would be futile, by hinting to her that her decision would safeguard the guild master, there was a chance of success. Lost in my thoughts, I prepared to depart. My destination was the Titties Forest, or rather, the upstream village where the plague was said to have resurfaced. I didn't believe that all the monsters overflowing from Titties would head towards Ishka. It was reasonable to assume that some monsters would target the nearest human settlements. Plans were in place to urgently send soldiers and adventurers to those settlements, but none possessed the mobility I had as a dragon knight. Elgort requested my assistance, and I accepted for two reasons. Firstly, it was an opportunity to enhance the reputation of the Bloody Sword clan. Secondly, I was intrigued by the poison that Jirya oaks can't cure. The current antidote circulating in Ishka was produced by the Slave Trading Association using Jirya oaks fruit. In other words, it had been diluted and mass-produced. Was the antidote's failure due to the antidote itself or the Jirya oaks? This was something I needed to confirm without delay. Older individuals may be able to handle the new poison in the current situation, but drastic measures will be necessary for more recent individuals. There was a speculation regarding the characteristic Luna Maria mentioned earlier. If my body fluid is similar to that of a dragon, using it with the antidote could lead to drastic changes in its effectiveness. That's why I'm relying on you, Miroslav, I said. I chose Miroslav over Luna Maria because I believed this experiment would work better with a mage. Miroslav had already spent nights with me and experienced the improvements using my bodily fluids, so she nodded to my words without hesitation. Understood. I will certainly live up to the master's expectations. Yes, I'm counting on you. Luna Maria, Seal, and Sazum, bring the food from Kurosawa's stable here. The stable outside couldn't be used due to monster attacks. The Ishka administration, through Elgort, granted permission for the wyvern to cross the city walls. Fortunately, my large house had enough room for 1 or 2 wyverns. However, I didn't think Kurosawa would be comfortable in an open garden, so temporary shelter might be necessary. I assigned this task to Luna Maria as well. Whether you hire people or not, that's up to you. You can use the money as you see fit. Yes, leave it to me, master. I'm not your master anymore. Do you understand? In that case, my dear, just call me master. Feeling uncomfortable that the elf said that with a straight face, I immediately retracted my previous statement. It must be a joke. Of course. But Luna Maria's smiling face had a strange power. Was there really a sense of danger in the union of Miroslav and her? Certainly. Since Miroslav had joined us, the number of times I slept with Luna Maria had been reduced by half. But no, it couldn't be. Luna Maria wasn't that kind of person, and if I asked her what kind of person she was, I think she would have trouble answering. Seal also gave me a seductive look every night, which had become something strange. The number of targets for soul devouring was growing as I wished. But if things went too smoothly there would be a certain fear. I anticipated a possible backlash, but well, regardless of the backlash, you reap what you sow. I murmured quietly, making sure no one could hear me. Anyway, if I believed that everything was my responsibility, I could find conviction. I nodded to myself, hiding my inner fear. Section. As I looked to the north from Kurosawa, the first thing I saw was a defensive line consisting of Canaria soldiers. There were 3 moats and fences built to block the road. There was even a simple tower. It had been constructed too quickly for human hands, so they must have employed magic. As Kurosawa flew over, the soldiers below looked up at the sky in awe, and after a brief pause, cheers erupted. The applause wasn't for me, but for Kurosawa, who was immensely popular among the residents of Ishka. Although I knew it, I couldn't help but feel invigorated. After all, Since becoming an adventurer, I had never received such praise. Equipped with valuable experience, I proceeded further north and soon spotted rising dust ahead. Occasional flashes of red indicated magical fire explosions. If I focused my gaze, I could see individuals brandishing their weapons amidst the dust. Observing their equipment, it was clear that they weren't regular soldiers, as their attire lacked uniformity. They were likely the adventurers Elgard had dispatched. Some had anticipated their arrival. A certain number of them was present. Apparently, they were slowly retreating while reducing the number of monsters through the use of magic, bows, and arrows. It was a battle in retreat, challenging even for a well-trained army. From what I could gather, the adventurers were under immense pressure. Seeing that, a smile formed on my lips. "Let's go, Kurosawa will provide some extra assistance." Raising my voice to be heard above the roaring wind, I received a resolute response from the dragon, Pui. Kurosawa seemed excited by the earlier cheers as well. The two of us, in sync, dashed into the midst of the dust like a gust of wind. Then, I would unsheath my katana and swiftly eliminate the enemies. Or so I had thought. It was not that simple. Even if I swung my katana from the back of the wyvern, I wouldn't reach the enemies. According to Astrid in the royal capital, the Canaria Dragon Knights used long spears and crossbows as their standard equipment. Originally, I should have followed suit, but in my case, I possessed long-range attacks with my energy and the fire magic I learned from Luna Maria and Miroslav. I deemed it unnecessary to employ unfamiliar weapons. Above all, leaving it to Kurosawa proved to be far more destructive than my own attacks. I just needed to be careful not to disturb Kurosawa. Roaring, Kurosawa landed in the center of the frenzied monsters, or rather, collided. As I mentioned before, a wyvern doesn't solely rely on the strength of its wings. It also utilizes the magical power within its body for flight. Vertical takeoff, landing, and aerial movement are all achieved through this power. At that moment, Kurosawa increased its strength with magical power and crashed through the ground at nearly full speed. The impact could be compared to rocks hurled by a catapult. A deafening roar resonated, and the monsters that were there vanished without a trace. The surrounding area was filled with floating clumps of earth, as the impact sent the monsters flying and mixed their splattering body fluids with the raised soil, dyeing the ground scarlet. The monsters that had been attacking the adventurers became motionless, as if in a daze. It wasn't just the adventurers. The entire area fell into an eerie silence in the face of this fierce and deadly battleground. Seizing the opportunity, I spoke loudly. "Adventurers, this place is now under the control of the Bloody Sword." As I spoke firmly, I felt a tingling sensation in my nose. "Leave it to me, go ahead." Although the language was slightly different, it was something I wanted to say at least once in my life. It wasn't something I should be thinking about at that moment, but I couldn't help but feel a little happy. But there was no time to relax. The horde of monsters began to move. While many monsters were surprised, confused, and hesitated due to Kurosawa's sudden appearance, the same couldn't be said for the monsters coming from behind. The monsters that had been halted were now pushed and crushed by the new wave of monsters. In fact, a considerable number of monsters seemed to have trampled over their own kind. I urged Kurosawa, and we took to the air. If we were surrounded by monsters on the ground, our mobility would be severely limited. "Kurosawa, let's continue. This time, without landing, we'll make our way through the horde of monsters." Pui. In response to my instructions, Kurosawa spread its wings wide. However, since we had come to a stop, we needed to make a sharp turn and regain maximum speed. Considering the speed of the new monsters, they would undoubtedly reach the adventurers before we completed our turn. TCH. I clicked my tongue. It was a mistake to impulsively engage this horde. I need to be more aware of my immaturity as a dragon rider. Duke Drignot and Astrid would have approached this situation with greater efficiency. Well, there's no use in lamenting. Now I have to stop the enemy. Fire-sucking flower, wrapped fruit, ripen, bulge, and fall. I attempted a new fire magic I learned from Miroslav. It's a second-grade magic, a spell to halt the enemy. Burst in succession, glowing balsam. Several bell-shaped fruits materialize in the air, each the size of my head. There were 30 in total. As they gathered together, they made a splashing sound, as if unable to support their own weight, and fell to the ground. The fruits exploded upon impact with the ground. Flames erupted from within, rising like columns of fire, and fragments of flames dispersed. The sudden heat that spread in an instant was enough to scorch human skin. This is more useful than I thought. It may not be powerful enough to annihilate the monsters, but it provides substantial support. Furthermore, the incantation is not overly lengthy, allowing me to skip it without losing power. The strength can be increased by infusing it with energy, and if I utilize it while riding the dragon, the enemy won't have a chance to gather. I have to express my gratitude to Miroslav for finding and teaching me magic that proves beneficial as a dragon knight. I suppose it would have been better to start with this. No, I'm not blaming you. This attack, combined with the previous one, was effective. Yes, that's right. So cheer up. After encouraging Kurisora, we were nearly finished with our turn. Looking down, I could see that most of the adventurers had already retreated. Unlike regular soldiers who follow orders from their superiors, adventurers act at their own discretion. They possess flexibility, for better or worse. In this case, with a few more pushes, they should be able to retreat far enough. I'm also concerned about the village where the plague has resurfaced, so I'll put an end to this once and for all. As I pondered that, leaning forward in the saddle, preparing to charge once more. After witnessing the retreat of the adventurers, I proceeded to the village upstream of the Kale River as planned. The river's surface was now filled with double the number of boats. These must be the refugees escaping from the monster frenzy. It's only natural for the evacuation to utilize the waterway when the roads are overrun by monsters. When those in the boats saw Kurisora, they screamed, thinking it was a monster attack. However, when I waved from the dragon's back, their screams turned into cheers. Perhaps they mistook me for a dragon knight from the royal capital who had come to rescue them. It was a misunderstanding, but there was no need to correct it. Despite that, I arrived at the village as planned. As expected, it seemed that an attack had taken place here as well. However, the scale of the attack appeared to be so massive that the guards and villagers could only fight back. Most of the villagers had evacuated in boats sent by the Ishku administration afterward. However, a few people remained in the village, and officials were struggling to treat them. They were dealing with how to handle the sick individuals who couldn't even move due to the poison. I informed them that I had brought an item that was more effective than the currently distributed antidote, but the officials' expressions remained unchanged. The situation had reached a stage where medicine was no longer effective. The words of the official echoed in my mind as I entered a hut where isolated individuals were kept. Even with the cloth the official gave me covering my nose and mouth, I immediately detected a pungent odor. The interior of the darkened hut was eerily silent, devoid of any groans or voices. Instinctively, I frowned. For some reason, my legs refused to move. I couldn't explain why, but it felt as if the air in that hut rejected the presence of the living. Still, I couldn't retreat. Making up my mind, I forced my frozen legs to move forward. Approaching one of the beds, I looked at the person lying there. And I looked and regretted it. The horrifying reminded me of a game called Fukawarai, in the game where pieces of paper representing the eyes, mouth, and nose are placed on a paper with the outline of a face while blindfolded. The blindfolded nature of the game often results in a comically mismatched face, causing much laughter. If I were to compare it to what I saw in that hut, it was as if the devil himself played Fukawarai with the face of a living human. It was a living decay caused by the poison. It was an indescribable scene, where the instant poison from a killer would seemed merciful. What the Ishku official had said before coming here, that it was no longer a stage that medicine could handle, must have referred to this. No moans could be heard upon entering the cabin, likely because the sick individuals no longer had the strength to make a sound. Perhaps their vocal cords had also been affected by the poison. I tried squeezing the fruit of the Jirya oaks and placing it in the mouth of one of the sick individuals, but as expected, it had no effect. It seemed that a miracle-level revival was necessary to cure these individuals. With a heavy heart, I promptly left the cabin and the village. Riding Kurosora, I made my way toward the city of Ishika. The official must have thought that I had escaped. Indeed, that was precisely what I had done. The scene from earlier played in my mind repeatedly, causing cold sweat to break out all over my body. The poison of the basilisk had been potent, but what I witnessed was far worse than that. There was simply no comparison. Ordinary poison erodes the body, leading to death. However, this poison first caused death and then continued to erode the body, as if tormenting it. That was the impression it left on me. In other words, it was incurable. Even if I were to devour souls like with Claudia, I didn't believe it would be possible to cure sick individuals. The consequences if this poison were to spread were unthinkable. If I don't eliminate the source of this anomaly, Ishka, and even the kingdom of Canaria, could be wiped out. I muttered solemnly in the saddle on Kurosora. Fortunately, it seemed unlikely to be contagious, but that was merely an assumption. The disease could develop over time. In a way, this new poison posed a greater threat than the stampede. There might be a connection between this poison and the outbreak of the stampede. Honestly, I had wanted to proceed with my original plan and head to the Titis forest. However, I couldn't allow Ishka to be ravaged by monsters while I continued exploring without hope for days. Furthermore, if it came to exploration, I wanted Luna Maria and Miroslav to accompany me. Luna Maria, being a sage, and Miroslav, being a mage, might notice things that I couldn't. I increased Kurosora's speed even further and made my way toward Ishka. Section. I've never encountered such symptoms before, Luna Maria said, her expression a mix of tension and confusion. Miroslav was deeply asleep, seemingly lifeless, so I didn't address Luna Maria directly. According to her, she had been conducting the experiment I had requested, mixing my blood with the antidote and testing its effects, until morning. Feeling responsible for pushing her to exert herself, I spoke to Luna Maria. If it's incurable, it's purely speculative. No, if the master feels that way, there must be a reason. I believe your intuition holds more truth than you think, Luna Maria affirmed with a serious expression. The elf had witnessed my anima, Solita, and understood that my intuition surpassed that of a mere human. Well, she knows my anima, Solita. If it's not the intuition of a human but that of a dragon, it might make sense to lend more weight to the given speculation. While pondering over these thoughts, Luna Maria's expression suddenly clouded. I gazed into her green eyes, wondering what was troubling her, and she began speaking somewhat confusedly. Speaking of speculation, there's something else that comes to mind, Master. What is it? When I heard your speculation, it reminded me of a certain myth, Luna Maria said, shaking her golden hair. A myth? Yes, it involves something extremely powerful and incurable. A poison that killed a god. The sage proceeded to explain. By nature, gods are immortal and cannot be killed by poison. However, the poisoned god couldn't bear the eternal pain and chose to die, relinquishing their immortality. Legend has it that the invulnerable hero known for their 12 labors resorted to self-immolation, burning their own body with flames because they couldn't withstand this poison. The source of this dreadful poison is the venomous multi-headed dragon. The Hydra. A dragon. A mythical creature. The name rang a faint bell in my memory. Luna Maria had mentioned it when the basilisk appeared and a portion of the Titis forest turned into a putrid sea. She had spoken of a large putrid sea to the south of the Holy Kingdom, caused by the death of a Hydra. It suggested that a Hydra might have emerged in the Titis forest, according to Luna Maria's words. However, Luna Maria added an additional remark. If a Hydra truly emerged, the entire area of Titis would have transformed into the rotten putrid sea. Perhaps the Hydra is only beginning to emerge. Unlike a dragon subspecies like a wyvern, a true dragon is not born from parentage. It is like lightning. It is like a tornado. It is like an earthquake or like a volcanic eruption. A phenomenon that occurs when the conditions of the world align. A mythical disaster taking shape with blood and flesh. That is a dragon. On the contrary, if even one condition remains unfulfilled, it cannot appear. That, too, is a dragon. If the Hydra is in the process of emerging, it means that the final obstacle that had hindered it until now is about to be removed. Or perhaps that obstacle was removed long ago. and the Hydra has been materializing gradually over time. If the stampede and the incurable poison are the manifestations of a Hydra surpassing a certain level, something terrible is about to happen. Yes, assuming that all the current speculations are correct. In that case, let's hope it turns out to be a mistake. For now, let's proceed under that assumption and take action. Firstly, I need to inform the Ishka administration, the Adventurers Guild, and the Slave Trade Association. I am aware that they are unlikely to believe it, perhaps even scoff at the notion, but I cannot afford to hear them say later, "Why didn't you tell us?" as that would create serious problems. Next, I should arrange for the evacuation of Seal and Sazum. Perhaps sending them to the royal capital would be the best option. I want Duke Drignote to be aware of the situation as well. After that, considering the circumstances, I can allow Seal and Sazum to escape to either the Empire or the Holy Kingdom. Thinking along those lines, the image of the troubled village of Meltree surfaced in my mind. That village is also in danger, situated in the basin of the Kale River. Even if we put the Hydra aside, there is no doubt that the dreadful poison is flowing along the river. I need to hurry and inform Miria, Priestess Sarah, and the children. If possible, I would like the 4 of them to evacuate to the royal capital along with Seal and Sazum. Furthermore, Lars should be heading to the village by now. Despite everything that has happened, it would be a shame if he were to succumb to the poison. I also have my promise with Miroslav. The stampede remains an issue, but the defensive measures on the road were still intact during our journey back from the village. Therefore, I don't believe the gates of Ishka will be breached later on. On the contrary, the longer time passes, the more problematic the stampede will become. If I intend to fly to the village of Melt, now is the time to do so. With these thoughts in mind, I swiftly began my preparations. Section Master. I heard that voice just as I was about to depart for the village of Melt. Turning my head while still seated on Kurosora, I saw Miroslav rushing towards me. Her disheveled hair and wrinkled clothes indicated that she hadn't been concerned about her appearance. It seemed she had jumped out of bed and come straight to me. It wasn't just to exchange morning greetings. With that in mind, I dismounted from the saddle. "I apologize for interrupting you while you're in a hurry," Miroslav spoke, catching her breath. Upon closer inspection, I noticed she was clutching a large tool bag in her hand. Could it be that she has completed the improved version of the antidote I requested? Curious, I inquired, and Miroslav nodded in response. I confirmed that the effect has improved, and there were no adverse effects on the human body. It's far from perfect, but at least it's more useful than the antidote provided by the association. You confirmed it? In such a short time? It had only been a day since I tasked Miroslav with enhancing the antidote. From her current statement, I could deduce that she had conducted a preliminary safety check. Even so, the speed at which she completed it was impressive. Typically, it takes time to confirm the effectiveness of an antidote on poisoned patients. Experiments usually begin with small animals like rats, gradually progressing to human testing, but I confirmed it by testing it on myself with poison. There's no doubt, the red-haired mage revealed, shocking me. Apparently, her deep slumber was not due to fatigue alone. She had conducted a human experiment using herself. Frowning involuntarily, I gazed at Miroslav. "No one asked you to go that far. The situation demanded it. I couldn't simply start calmly with mice, could I?" Miroslav chuckled mischievously. However, her dark circles appeared to be in pain, noticeable even from afar. Had she noticed my concern? She shook her head, assuring me that there was no need to worry. Then, she added something of greater importance. "Master, there's no doubt that your blood has a tremendous effect on the human body. Depending on how it's utilized, it could serve as a powerful trump card against the deadly poison Luna mentioned. However, be cautious about sharing it too easily. Your blood is incredibly potent." "Too powerful? What do you mean?" I inquired. "Please consider it as an extremely potent medicine. If administered to a weak patient with low physical strength, it can harm their body, even to a fatal extent," Miroslav explained. "Really?" I contemplated. "Yes. Furthermore, there is a risk of triggering any latent diseases within the patients. While it is said that dragon blood can cure all ailments, It may not always be convenient for it to solely eliminate the disease. There is always a possibility of triggering other illnesses. Please keep this in mind, Miroslav cautioned with a serious expression. I understand, I affirmed firmly in front of Miroslav's warning. According to Miroslav, if the dragon blood is mixed with a suitable antidote or potion, its effects can be tailored. However, making such precise adjustments would not last for just a day or two. In this case, Miroslav went through the adjustment process herself and confirmed its safety. What Miroslav provided me with was the result of her own life. Expressing my gratitude, I mounted the dragon once again. Take care, Master. I will be eagerly awaiting your safe return. Miroslav bowed deeply. Facing Miroslav, I issued an additional instruction. Likewise, and I must emphasize that human experimentation is no longer permitted. Understood? Ah, yes, I understand, Miroslav replied, her smile filled with happiness. It seemed she had picked up on my thoughts and intentions. Ordering Kurisura to ascend, I sought to escape from that gaze. At this moment, my primary concerns were the stampede and the deadly poison. I had temporarily set aside Onigashima since it would take at least 2 months for news of Jijinbo's death to reach the island and for the Mitsurugi family to send a replacement. Considering the nature of the current head, I doubted they would take the Empire's request seriously, especially since it did not involve the island's defense. I never imagined they would have selected the personnel to be sent on the day of Jijinbo's demise. Furthermore, I could not foresee that those individuals who arrived at the royal capital would perceive the need to intervene amidst the stampede. Epilogue. Shortly after the stampede, the 3 individuals appeared at the defense line protecting Ishka. Arriving from the royal capital, each of them had a distinct appearance. There was a tall and imposing man clad in Oriental-style armor. A woman with transparent white hair and red eyes, wearing a scarlet hakamu attire in a kimono with arrow feather patterns, a rare sight in the kingdom of Canaria. The other young man, resembling the woman with white hair and red eyes, led one to assume they were siblings. However, at first glance, he didn't appear to be dressed in an Oriental fashion. Nevertheless, he wore a dark brown robe with a chilling gaze. All 3 carried swords at their waists and joined the defense battle. They stated that this was the reason for their arrival from the royal capital. The defense squad, eager to maximize their assistance, couldn't refuse the offer from the 3 individuals and treated them as adventurers, allowing them to join the defense battle. The power of the 3 was extraordinary. Every time a horde of monsters approached, they boldly confronted the creatures and swiftly annihilated them. Their prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Initially, Ishka's administration strategy was to hold out as long as possible at the hastily constructed first barrier. Once the second barrier was ready, they would relocate there after the first one fell. Subsequently, they planned to advance to the third barrier as more time passed. This retreat battle plan was developed while simultaneously fortifying the city's defensive system. However, thanks to the actions of the 3, the first barrier, which was supposed to be abandoned, managed to withstand the onslaught. The second, third, and fourth barriers had already been completed in the rear, and the defense line was being solidly fortified. Opinions began to emerge that the stampede, which posed a threat to Ishka's survival, could potentially end without breaching the city walls. According to public opinion, the trio from the royal capital was credited with the greatest achievements so far. The Canaria soldiers claimed that their skills were comparable to those of a high-ranking knight, surpassing even the dragon knights of higher rank. The adventurers declared that their abilities were on par with the 5 first-class adventurers in the country. However, those who praised the 3 were unaware. At a certain moment, the young man with white hair, one of the 3, overheard such evaluations and muttered a few words with a disdainful expression. Comparable? That is an utter mistake. Section. Sheba, how much longer do we have to keep hunting these weaklings in this place? Are you dissatisfied? Clint. I am. We came here to investigate the death of the bald man in this country, and it turns out that Duke Drag or whatever killed him. So, all we have to do is kill the Duke and return to the island. Why do we have to waste our time hunting weaklings in a place like this? Klimt, frustrated, kicked the ground in frustration. I'm tired of being compared to that Dragon Knight or those first-class adventurers. It's only surprising because they're flattering us. We haven't even revealed our soul equipment. The standards of resilience differ between the island and the mainland, just like common sense and values. This mission is also meant to help you understand that. Furthermore, I have already explained the reason why we are fighting here. As members of the Mitsurugi family, we have to make up for Jigenbo's immorality. Shiba, Gazima stated, and Klimt shrugged. I don't know if I should say this at this point. Even if we fight here, the humans who died because of the bald man won't come back to life. Even so, Gaz replied with a heavy voice. While Gaz usually wore a calm expression, a tinge of bitter emotion now slightly clouded his face. Of course, his frustration wasn't directed at Klimt but at the Siren standard bearer who had caused unnecessary disturbances in the royal capital earlier. Upon witnessing the commotion in the kingdom of Canaria, Gaz was furious when he learned about Jigenbo's actions. Even as a personal sentiment, Shiba of the Mitsurugi family, as his lord's military assistant, found Jigenbo's behavior unacceptable. The illusory sword style is meant for national protection. That is, it is used to safeguard those without power. Jigenbo's behavior was quite contradictory in that regard. That's why Gaz had no intention of seeking revenge against Duke Drignote, who had defeated Jigenbo. To be honest, he wanted to visit the Duke's mansion to apologize for his comrade's incompetence and commend the brave individual who had vanquished a soul equipment user from beyond the island. Klimt nodded with a mix of emotions in response to Gaz's words. Well, I won't disobey your instructions, Shiba. However, constantly fighting weaklings like this will gradually erode our skills. Don't you think so too, Nei-san? Klimt turned to the woman who had been silently listening. The woman, with a resemblance to Klimt, shook her head and replied. Pride and arrogance are very similar, Klimt. Never be impatient, and be mindful of your words. No matter how strong you are, it's never a reason to look down on others. That's what you always say, Nei-san. No matter how you look at it, weaklings are weak. Klimt, not receiving his older sister's approval, coldly stated. However, his face didn't show dissatisfaction towards his older sister but rather resembled a child's tantrum. This interaction gave a glimpse into the relationship between these siblings. Gaz silently observed them. The older sister's name was Korea Bayui, and the younger brother's name was Klimt Bayui. The Bayui house was one of the most prominent families in Onigashima, surpassing even Gaz's Sima family in prominence. The Mitsurugi family had ministers known as the Four Lords who supported the current head, Shito, Shiku, and Gaz, who was named Shiba. If two members of the Bayui family were to join, their power would be evident. It was expected that Korea and Klimt would eventually hold significant positions within the Mitsurugi family. One of Gaz's secret tasks was to assess whether the two were suitable to become future ministers. While Gaz contemplated that mission, his older sister Korea spoke up. Shiba, there's something I want to know. It's about Duke Drignote from the royal capital. About Duke Drignote? What is it? Do you truly believe that person defeated a Siren standard bearer? Gaz narrowed his eyes at Korea's question. Giving her a look that encouraged her to continue, Korea elaborated. From what I observed from a distance, the Duke displayed great skill. His level is probably around 50. Just like us. It's possible that both Klimt and I would have difficulty facing him. As the younger brother widened his eyes and attempted to refute, Korea restrained him with a wry smile. But that's without considering the use of soul equipment. If we were to employ soul equipment, we would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Based on what I've heard, Jigenbo Dono's level exceeded 70, and he had manifested his soul equipment. I find it hard to believe that the Duke could defeat someone like Jigenbo Dono. Is that the only reason you suspect Duke Drignote? Another reason to suspect the Duke would be his actions after it was all over. I heard that the Duke was actively involved in restoring the city that had been devastated by the deceased. In other words, he achieved victory against the higher-level Jigenbo Dono without suffering any major injuries. I find this suspicious as well. I see, Gaz nodded slowly. Truth be told, Gaz was also curious about that. However, just as he was about to delve into the matter in detail, news of the stampede reached the royal capital, preventing him from conducting further investigations. At that moment, as Gaz was about to inform Korea that they would resume gathering information once the stampede was over, a voice from outside the tent interrupted them. "Excuse me, is Gaz Simadono here?" A woman's voice came from outside the tent they were assigned. Upon hearing that voice, Gaz skillfully raised his right eyebrow. It was because the voice belonged to a woman. Due to their achievements in the defense, the three of them had garnered attention from the surrounding soldiers and adventurers. Some women in the defense squad had invited Gaz and Klim to spend the night with them. For a moment, Gaz thought it was one of those encounters. However, upon listening carefully, he realized that the voice lacked any seductive intention. Even the content of the message was devoid of such implications. Gaz invited the two women into the tent, stating that they were guild personnel. The two women who exuded a strong presence despite their youth introduced themselves as Lidl and Parfait. Extra, the memory of this age. Luna Maria's eyes widened. She couldn't comprehend the significance of the scene unfolding before her. At first glance, Sora let out a scream of pain and collapsed to the ground. His right arm had been severed severely, barely hanging by the skin. It was a grave injury that would render his arm useless forever. The attacker wasn't the King of Flies approaching from behind. Sora, who was still in front of Luna Maria and the others, was out of range of the King of Flies' attack. It was Miroslav, running ahead of Luna Maria, who had struck Sora. The magic she cast severed Sora's arm. A cry escaped Luna Maria's mouth, sounding almost like a scream. "Miro, what are you doing?" "Silence, Luna." The red-haired maid shot Luna Maria a sharp look. Her eyes burned with intense determination, and Luna Maria couldn't help but be slightly irritated. "We need to make our way through the forest. You know the King of Flies' nature." Luna Maria was well aware that the King of Flies preferred live prey, and the astute sage understood exactly what Miroslav was implying. She finally grasped the situation. Escape using Sora as a decoy. That's what Miroslav was suggesting. "What is this?" Luna Maria was taken aback by the idea. She suspected that Miroslav had lost her sanity out of fear, but there was no trace of madness in Miroslav's expression. On the contrary, there was a sharp sense of reason. How could they survive this situation without sacrificing anyone? After considering all the possibilities, Miroslav had attacked Sora. Luna Maria glanced at Iria, who ran beside her, and Lars, whom she carried after he lost consciousness. Lars, who had fallen unconscious after the King of Flies' initial attack, continued to bleed from his head. It seemed that his internal organs were also damaged due to the bleeding. Iria possessed healing magic, but at her current level, it was challenging to heal Lars' wounds. Moreover, in their current predicament of being chased by the King of Flies, using magic alone to stop the bleeding would not suffice. If they didn't bring Lars to Ishka as quickly as possible for treatment, it could prove fatal. With Iria carrying Lars, only Luna Maria and Miroslav were able to fight. No matter how many miracles they attempted, defeating the King of Flies seemed impossible. Furthermore, their current method of escape was futile. The King of Flies' flying speed far surpassed that of human legs. Luna Maria and the others' safety relied on the fact that the monster was holding back its attacks because it preferred live prey, in addition to the forest terrain. The only way to overcome this situation was to use someone other than a member of Hawk's Sword as a decoy. That was Miroslav's plan, and she had taken action accordingly. If the decision were to be weighed between good and evil, it would undoubtedly lean towards evil. However, if one were to question whether it was rational, it certainly was. Of course, Luna Maria did not approve of Miroslav's decision. If Miroslav had shared her thoughts beforehand, Luna Maria might have tried to vehemently dissuade her, but the magic had already been cast. Looking back, it was clear that the King of Flies' attention had shifted towards Sora. It was apparent that Luna Maria should prioritize helping Sora. Luna Maria would likely lose her life, and Sora would be captured as live prey. Due to Luna Maria's sacrifice, Miroslav and the others would be exposed to danger. Even if they managed to escape, the King of Flies wasn't the only monster in the Titis forest. If Miroslav had to face multiple monsters alone, everything would be over. And if Hawk's Sword was defeated, no one would inform Ishku about the appearance of the King of Flies, a disaster-class monster. The King of Flies' reproductive system was enormous. There was a great fear that delaying their initial action would lead to the collapse of Ishka. Luna Maria had to stand firm, knowing she would likely go to Sora's aid. The elven sage pondered every possible solution to the situation. No. The answer had already been decided long ago, and she was desperately convincing herself to accept it. For now, their priority was to return to Ishka. Luna Maria felt sorry for Sora, but considering the King of Flies' behavior, she speculated that he wouldn't kill him on this occasion. With the King of Flies focused on Sora, Luna Maria and the others would hasten back to Ishka. They would then inform the guild about the King of Flies' appearance, organize a squad to subjugate it, and return to the Titties Forest to rescue Sora from the monster's nest. In the meantime, Lars' treatment could be left to the Temple Aura Healing Institution. This was the most rational decision to protect Hawk's sword, save Sora, and prevent the crisis in Ishka, the sage believed. Of course, Luna Maria would be at the forefront of the subjugation squad. She knew it wouldn't compensate for using Sora as bait, but if she didn't think that way, guilt would paralyze her. With closed eyes and a bitten lip, Luna Maria continued running. The painful cries that pursued her from behind burned in her ears and refused to fade away. Uttering a silent prayer, Luna Maria leapt out of bed. She couldn't immediately comprehend the situation and looked around, raising her upper body. Before her eyes was a tastefully decorated room of good quality. It was a room within Duke Drignot's mansion, and through the window, she could see the gradually changing darkness of the night in the capital city. She wasn't in the Titties Forest anymore. Confirming that, Luna Maria breathed a sigh of relief. However, along with the relief, she felt discomfort. Her sleepwear was drenched with sweat, soaking her entire body. Fortunately, each person had been given a separate room as a courtesy from Duke Drignot. If she had been in a shared room, she would have surely awakened the other occupant. Luna Maria stood up, brushing the matted hair from her shoulders. She removed her sleepwear, wiped away the sweat, and changed into different clothing. By the way, Luna Maria was wearing a long green garment that she had liked before. It was the type that covered most of her limbs. She had begged Sora earnestly to forgive her for wearing the thin silk dress when they went to the capital city, so she had been made to wear this one instead. There was a sense of security in knowing that most of her skin was concealed, even when she removed the tunic. However, in a sweaty state like now, it might be more practical to wear a garment that exposed the skin. Thinking that unintentionally, Luna Maria was about to give a bitter smile at her own idea, but before that bitter smile could surface, she let out a deep sigh. The events in the Titties Forest, which she had dreamt about, were etched into her mind and refused to fade away. After leaving her homeland, she had experienced many things, but she had never felt such self-hatred as she did in that moment. "If I inform the elders, I don't think it will end with just a reprimand," she murmured, sighing once again. In Brimsilver, Luna Maria's homeland, they regularly sent their compatriots to the human world. The history of hostility between elves and humans had come to an end through the efforts of the Temple of the Law of God, the largest sect on the continent, and the continental nation. The elves had signed a non-aggression treaty, but that hadn't eradicated the elves' mistrust of humans. For humans, an event that occurred 1 or 2 generations ago seemed like yesterday to the long-lived elves. Many elves mistrusted humans, and their sentiments influenced younger elves who were unaware of the past conflicts. There were also circumstances where the elves rejected outsiders. However, not all elves distanced themselves from humans. Some believed that interaction was necessary for those elves who were distant from humans. In a society created by short-lived humans, the world changed rapidly within a span of 10 or 20 years. If the changes remained within human society, it wasn't a problem. But at times, there were movements to reject or enslave other races. The elves sent their compatriots to the human world to quickly detect signs of such changes. For the elves, making friends with others was part of their role. Those relationships would form the foundation for lasting friendship between elves and humans. Luna Maria was one of the elves who left the forest with such a purpose. Instead of building a sophisticated intelligence network like human kingdoms, the elves relied on each individual elf to gather information and interact with humans. Indeed, Luna Maria had not been in contact with her homeland since entering the Academy of Sages to learn about human society and history. Even so, Luna Maria believed that the incident with the King of Flies should be reported in due time, not only to seek punishment for his disgraceful actions as an elf but also to avoid misunderstandings among her compatriots. Elves operating in human society were protected by laws based on the Non-Aggression Treaty. If it were to reach Brimsilver that an elf was wearing a slave collar, it would lead to misunderstandings and unnecessary problems. Until now, Sora had been a simple adventurer, so both his infamy and his name were confined to Ishka. However, Sora was about to be named the Indigo Dragon Knight by the king. If Sora's reputation resonated within and beyond Canaria, Luna Maria's existence beneath him would become well known. A dreadful scenario would unfold if her compatriots, hearing the rumors, challenged Sora to free Luna Maria. To avoid such a mistake, she had to inform Brimsilver of the facts while avoiding unnecessary attention at this stage. That's why, on that evening, Luna Maria declined the invitation when Sora, Suzume, Seal, and the Drignote sisters went to the clothing store. When leaving the capital city, she prevented rumors from spreading among the residents. Another reason was that it was unsettling for a hypocrite like her to be close to Sora, who rarely smiled, in front of the Drignote sisters. The vivid memories of the past she had seen in the morning made it difficult for her to be in the same joyful space as Sora. Therefore, on that evening, Luna Maria offered her lips without hesitation when Sora expressed his desire to experience soul pouring to save Claudia, who had fallen under a curse. The morning nightmare was the cause of Sora's surprising assertiveness. Regardless of the circumstances, she wanted to be of help to Sora. On that day, when she woke up from the nightmare, Luna Maria continued to hold onto that wish. Extra 2, a little magic. Ragged breaths, painful moans, lips pressed together to endure pain. Looking at Sora's face lying on the bed, Claudia Drignote, the Duke's daughter, placed her hand on her chest and clutched the fabric of her clothes. She didn't know when she herself had been cursed. Was it really so difficult to witness someone suffering up close? Meanwhile, large beads of sweat formed on Sora's forehead. Claudia quickly released her grip on her clothes, picked up a cloth, and gently wiped the sweat from Sora's brow. She did it with caution and slowness, so as not to wake him. Afterward, she wrung out the damp cloth into a water basin. How many times had she repeated this process? It had been a whole day since Sora defeated the sorcerer Jijinbo who had attacked the Duke's mansion. Yet Sora continued to suffer in his unconscious state. During this time, Claudia had taken the lead in taking care of Sora. While taking turns with Suzume, Seal, and Luna Maria, Sora's companions, she had explained the situation to her father, Duke Drignote, but in reality, Claudia had spent almost all of her time at Sora's bedside. It felt like dedicated treatment for a single person. Despite the sleepless nights, yet it had not yielded any results. Sora continued to sleep, and Claudia gazed at him with sorrow in her eyes. Then, Sora's lips moved slightly, as if licking them. Claudia immediately grabbed a cloth, dipped it into a different water basin, and gently pressed it against Sora's lips. Giving water directly to an unconscious person could cause choking, so she provided hydration in this manner. It's frustrating, Sora's words before losing consciousness, expressing that neither magic nor potions would work, had already been proven. The priest and pharmacist arranged by the Duke couldn't improve Sora's condition. There was no choice but to endure. It was painful. Claudia knew perfectly well that it was even more painful for Sora. Returning the cloth to its original position, Claudia sighed unintentionally. How she wished she could bear Sora's suffering. Claudia knew that Sora, who had helped her, didn't want her to carry that burden alone, but she couldn't help but think about it. At that moment, Sora on the bed shifted slightly, and his right hand emerged from the bedsheet. Claudia gently grasped Sora's hand and attempted to return it to the bedsheet. Suddenly, she remembered the past. The memory of her deceased mother. Her mother had once said, "Even if you're not a priest or a magician, you can use magic." Young Claudia had asked what kind of magic it was. Her mother had lovingly stroked her head, in front of Claudia, who enjoyed her dear mother's caress. Her mother spoke, You can bring joy to others simply by touching them. If that's not magic, then I don't know what is. But that wasn't all. When someone's body was in pain, they could relieve it by touching the affected area. When someone was sad and crying, a hug could chase away the sorrow. It was a small magic that required no magical power or incantation. An original miracle that only activated when someone cared for another person. Her mother had instructed her to pass on the same wisdom to her own children someday. Smiling, recalling her mother's face, Claudia gently entwined her fingers with Sora's hand, which was returning to the bedsheet, and pressed it against her cheek. She didn't know if the magic she had learned from her mother would reach Sora, who lay unconscious, but she wanted to do whatever she could, no matter how small. After a while, regardless of whether Claudia's feelings were conveyed or not, Sora's breathing in the bed became noticeably calmer. Relieved by that, Claudia gently rubbed Sora's hand against her cheek. She felt the touch of thick, sturdy fingers. Claudia found it both strange and comforting, a sensation that couldn't come from a woman. It was the first time she held Sora's hand, the hand of a boy. The bones were thick, the skin tough, and the fingers slim and long. Claudia naturally found it charming, but she withdrew Sora's hand from her cheek and, this time, held it to her chest, embracing him tightly. She hoped that her wishes and feelings, at the very least, would alleviate some of Sora's suffering. Special bonus side story, Luna Maria. On that day, Luna Maria, summoned to Sora's room, was suddenly presented with two magical stones. She blinked in surprise a couple of times. Luna Maria, upon realizing that they were magical stones, not ordinary gems. From what she could see, they possessed considerable magical power. For mages, they were highly desirable objects that would cost a significant amount of gold coins to obtain. Master, what are these for? Luna Maria asked, confused. Given her understanding of her position, she never considered these two magical stones as a gift for her, although she couldn't deny the fleeting expectation that maybe they were. The fact that Sora had given clothes to Suzume and Seal earlier in the royal capital had influenced Luna Maria's thinking to some extent, but the situation between them and Luna Maria was very different. Sora would certainly not show Luna Maria the same kindness he had shown those two. As if to confirm this thought, a name other than Luna Maria's slipped out of Sora's mouth. Give them to Salamander and Undine, who always take care of the bath. I think the spirits like magic stones, don't they? Why yes, they are mana clusters, so the spirits do like magic stones. However, I think they would be fine without something like this. There were different levels of magic stones. What Sora handed over were definitely higher quality stones. High quality stones. Sora shrugged at Luna Maria's perplexed expression. Think of it as compensation for everything so far and as compensation for the future. Since the spirits seem to hate me, I want you to give this to them. Why yes, I understand. I'm sure they'll be happy. I want to confirm this just in case. But are the spirits bothered by a not so important task like taking care of the bath? I wouldn't say they're bothered, but Salamander has a bad temper. Fire spirits are often quite unruly. In this case it would be necessary to make them perform a real burning act. The calm Undine, on the other hand, is in a good mood, as she prefers purifying bath water to fighting. Nevertheless, Luna Maria bowed to Sora on behalf of the spirits. In any case, I believe that both Salamander and Undine will be happy with the Master's gift. Thank you in the name of the spirits. Luna Maria thought she should take the stones to the spirits immediately, but it was difficult to summon them near Sora. The mythical species within Sora was something terrifying to the spirits. So Luna Maria bowed to Sora and tried to leave the room, but Sora stopped her. Wait, I'm not finished yet. I'm so sorry. In fact, she hadn't been given permission to leave. Luna Maria hurried back to Sora. A third magic stone was placed in front of Luna Maria. Unlike the previous two, this one was in the form of a bracelet. The part of the bracelet was made of wood, not metal. It was also made of naturally dried wood, not a living tree, Luna Maria noticed. So was the ring she wore on her forehead. Luna Maria had a hunch, so she asked a little more hastily than usual. Master, what is this? This is a magic stone for you. I made you go through a lot of exaggerated things in the royal capital, so consider it an apology. Thank you very much. But, master, I'm a slave, so there's no need to apologize. You are no longer my slave. Do you understand? But I was still a slave back then, so I can't accept something so expensive. In that case, it will be the next best thing, a silk outfit cut more boldly than the last one I had prepared. I'll gladly accept it, master. Before Sora could finish his sentence, Luna Maria quickly grabbed the wooden bracelet. Then, as she brought it carefully to her chest, she stared at it intently. Upon closer inspection, she noticed intricate designs engraved on the wooden part. It seemed to have originated from an oak, known as a sacred tree. Even without the magical stone, it was a finely crafted piece. While holding the bracelet tightly so it wouldn't slip, Luna Maria bowed deeply. Thank you so much. I will treasure it dearly. After expressing her gratitude word by word, Luna Maria looked at Sora with enthusiasm and asked, Master, would it be alright if I put it on now? End of Volume 2.